Excited to see this great turnout this morning. I'm Andy. I'm going to be one of the co-MCs along with Linda.
Hi, everyone.
And as I mentioned, this is our first Buildathon, 0 to product in a day. This is hosted by AI Fund and DeepLearning.AI. Just quick housekeeping first. If you have not already, join the Discord server using the QR code on the back of your name tag. You'll get real-time updates, connect with others, and most importantly, hear about your project status. So do that first. Also, for those in the back, we are live streaming this on DeepLearning.AI's YouTube page. So for those of you guys following at home, hello. We're also, for those live here, we have cameras around. So bring your energy and game face cards here today. And now with that said, Linda, do you want to talk about our sponsors?
Yeah, happy to talk about our sponsors. We couldn't make this event possible without them. So going down the list, Snowflake, as you guys can see, this is Snowflake's brand new Silicon Valley AI hub. And we are actually their inaugural event, external event that is. And now Snowflake, as many might know, they're powering the AI era with their platform that makes it easy for enterprises to innovate faster and get more value from data. And so if you're looking to deepen your AI skills, check out their new Deep Learning AI course on building AI applications with Snowflake. So in fact, all of you who are contestants received what they call a scholarship. So you're able to actually access all of the Snowflake courses for free for 1 month. And it does also include the rapid prototyping course that they have that's brand new as well. So take advantage of that. The information is in the announcement in Discord. Next, Anthropic is also another one of our sponsors. In fact, they provided $100 credit to everyone, and we understand maybe some people had challenge getting the credit. If you are still having difficulty accessing your credit, if you're having difficulty accessing your credit, please see the Anthropic representative, Paxton. Paxton's actually right there, and he's got his hand up. So after the panel conversation and after the keynote, feel free to contact Paxton if you still have an issue with your credit. So I think Anthropic goes without saying. They are building, Claude code and other reliable, interpretable, and steerable AI systems that many of you will be using today, hopefully.
We also have a few other sponsors. We've got MongoDB, if they're also in the, hey MongoDB, the world's most popular modern database, helping developers build next-gen AI applications. And then we also have as a sponsor Neo4j, if they're in the room. Hello, Neo4j, thank you for sponsoring. The world's most loved graph database, helping developers find hidden patterns across billions of data connections.
All right, and really quick on Neo4j, as many of you know, they sponsor one of the awards, and we'll talk a little bit more about how to submit your project for that specific award later. Next, we also have SAP and Trey. So SAP, as many of you might know, is the world's largest enterprise application software provider, bringing out the best in every business with trusted business AI. And they're going to have a panel conversation later on this afternoon to talk about how AI-assisted coding is impacting the enterprise. Now, Trey, many of you might not be as familiar with them, but their parent company is ByteDance. And it's an AI coding IDE that independently builds complete software solution for you by integrating seamlessly into your workflow, collaborating with you to maximize performance and efficiency.
And then finally, last but not least, we've got 3 others. Vectara, is Vectara in the room? Hey, Vectara. Hey, Ofer. End-to-end RAG service, helping developers build AI assistants and agents. We also have Qdrant. Okay, maybe later on the day we'll see them floating around. They are leading open source vector database designed specifically for high dimensional vectors for massive scale AI applications. And then finally, Replit. I think many of you, hey, Replit. Many in the room know this, have used them, loved and used by millions worldwide for AI-assisted coding, also known as vibe coding. And also for those in the room, every participant gets 1 month free of Replit Core. So, yay. Cool. Yes, stop by the desk later to get it, is what he said.
All right, so now after our keynote and our panel, you will have till 5 p.m. to complete your 5 core projects. So and there are 2 ways to win this competition, or to win a cash prize today, which is in the form of Amazon gift card. We will go over more in detail after the panel, and the projects will be revealed actually if once the 2 ways to win this competition, or to win a cash prize today, which is in the form of Amazon gift card. We will go over more in detail after the panel, and the projects will be revealed once 10:30 hits. You'll be able to see all of the projects that you'll be working on today. The interviews and the judging and the awards for the
With that, Managing General Partner of AI Fund, founder of DeepLearning.AI, and the man behind this event, please give a warm welcome to Andrew Ng.
Thanks, Andy. Thanks, Linda. Oh, let me turn this on. All right. It's good to see everyone. You know, there's something special about Silicon Valley where on a Saturday, of all the things we're doing, like on the weekend, the most exciting thing is go write software. So I want to share a few thoughts with you about, can people hear me okay? No, okay, can I speak up? No. Is this okay? Cool, awesome, thank you. No, yes? All right, let me try that. Oh, okay, good. Thank you. All right, it's good to see everyone here on the weekend. And what I want to do is share with you a few thoughts on what I'm seeing with AI-assisted software engineering, and also why we want to organize this Buildathon, rapid engineering competition for zero to product in a day. So I find that when you're trying to do something innovative, be it build a startup, which AI Fund does, every day, or in a bigger corporate environment, innovate and create something new, I find that one of the biggest predictors for whether or not the project is likely to succeed is speed. There are teams that can just execute ferociously and at speed that allows them to get more reps in, try more things, and the odds of success are just materially higher. So frankly, when I'm working with engineers or CEOs for portfolio companies, one of the things that I really respect is people that can execute decisively and really, really fast. And by the way, I know that when I talk about speed, sometimes people think, oh, is Andrew just talk about working harder? And it's actually not, right? Like, working hard definitely helps. I know in some parts of the world it's not pretty correct to talk about working hard, but frankly, I work hard and I respect people that work hard. That's just it. But beyond working hard, which is important, there's a certain decisiveness and skill set that lets you execute like crazy and try more things and get more done. And one of the reasons why I'm excited about AI-assisted coding is it takes a core part of what we do and it lets us do it way faster. So, when I look at the software work that I get up to, some of what I do is build prototypes of small standalone products. And some of what I do, and some of what a lot of you do, is work on production software or large code bases. And if we look at the impact of AI-assisted coding, it's very hard to get rigorous studies, like I've tried, but maybe for working on large legacy production scale code bases, maybe AI makes us 50% faster, maybe even higher now, not sure. But for building prototypes of small standalone products, is not a 50% speed up, it's like a 10x speed up. I think many of you have experienced so many projects that 2 years ago would have taken, 3 engineers like 6 months to do. Now, we or our friends can throw it together in a weekend. We can build 20 prototypes to see what works. So actually, a lot of mine, it turns out, I actually tend to do a lot of coding on Saturdays just to get my schedule. On on my Saturdays, I build tons of software that I look at and go, gee, that didn't work, and I never tell anyone about it, I never see the light of day, right? But because the cost of building it.
Can you switch?
Okay.
Sorry.
What do you want?
We're gonna switch mics.
Great. Boy, this is complicated.
Yeah.
Do you want to just use the handheld
Let's
mic?
use the handheld.
Okay. All right. Actually, help me. All right. So, it turns out that there's some people that have angst that in AI, a lot of proof of concepts never make it to production. And this is viewed as a problem. But I actually don't. To me, the solution is not to make more proof of concepts make it to production. The solution is to drive the cost of doing a proof of concept so low that you just don't care. If you build 20 prototypes, 18 fail and never see the light of day, but that's the price of discovering the two that are really valuable that you do spend more time to make it robust, reliable, and take it to scale. And it turns out that building prototypes, small standalone products, I think there are reasons why we can do that especially fast, right? The requirements for scalability, for frankly even security are much lower. If I'm writing software that only runs on my laptop, then since I do not intend to maliciously hack my own laptop, it's fine if I don't have as many firewalls, so long as I don't leak sensitive information or do other bad things. So the level of effort needed to build prototypes is much lower, and AI is continuing to drive it lower while also making it safer. And so years back, Silicon Valley, this mantra, move fast and break things, got a bad rep because it broke things. Some people don't take a picture of this slide yet. Wait, this will get me in trouble. I'm going to change this. I think some people took away from this that Silicon Valley is moving too fast, don't move fast. I think that's wrong. I think the mantra I tell my teams is move fast and be responsible. And I find that many smart teams will have ways to create a sandbox environment where you're not shipping software to millions of people that harms them in some way, but you're building a prototype, you're trying out yourself, assuming you won't traumatize yourself overly much. If an LM gives a wrong response once, it's fine to move really fast, but do it in a safe sandbox so you can prototype and then decide what to put in security, safety on to then take the scale. And one of the things with coding of AI assistants is there's been, over the last couple of years, there's been multiple waves of innovation, multiple generations. I think GitHub Code Autocomplete was a huge innovation 2 years ago, but we've moved well beyond that now. And then there was a wave of AI-enabled IDEs, right? It was using Windsurf Cursor a lot. And then also around the same time, there was a wave of businesses like Replit, Boat, V0, maybe Lovable. And then just earlier this year, last several months, another wave of highly agentic coding assistants like Claude Code, Gemini CLI, Codex. Some of you know I personally use Claude Code a lot, right? But again, ask me again in 2 months. We'll see what we're using in 2 months. Yeah. And one thing I find is the tools evolve so quickly that it actually makes a material difference if you're on the latest generation of tools versus not. Maybe LMs have matured enough that, heck, if you're using GPT-4 instead of GPT-5, or if you're using, whatever, it's fine. If you're using, there are multiple models that are just good enough for a lot of business applications. But coding assistance is one of the sectors that's evolving so fast that being half a generation behind or 1 generation behind, it actually makes a very material difference right now. Whereas if you use an LM that's 6 months old, it's pretty okay for a lot of applications. And the other exciting thing I see is this is leading to new philosophies on software engineering. So code used to be such a valuable artifact. It was so difficult to build with this legacy software. It's so valuable, going to maintain it, update it. But code is becoming less valuable as an artifact because AI can write it for you. And even choosing an architecture is closer to a two-way door, meaning this is Jeff Bezos' term, right? You can make a decision, if you don't like it, change it. So previously, if you set up database schema, you frankly don't ever want to change that. But now, if you have the wrong database schema, it's fine. Get an AI to maybe do the migration for you. It's not nearly as painful. So when I'm building, sometimes I'll, in a day, explore 3 completely different architectures, right? And it's fine. And maybe next week I'll say, you know what, let's ditch my code base, let's rebuild everything from scratch. So this is leading to very new ways of thinking about software. And one of the exciting things, I'll come back to this later, is Silicon Valley, and I suspect all of you in this room and many of you watching the live stream are actually at the forefront of this. I'll come back to that later. But one of the biggest changes I'm seeing in software is when building becomes easier, which is important, let's keep making it even easier, then deciding what to build becomes a bigger bottleneck. I've been calling this the product management bottleneck. So at AI Fund, also at DeepLearning.AI, when we're building products, I think of us as trying to drive a very rapid iteration loop where we write some software to build a prototype, maybe a quick and dirty prototype, and then we do some product management work, PM work, going to get user feedback that shapes our views on the product, that causes us update what we want to build, and we iterate around this loop really quickly to try to build user intuition and get to a better product, right? So this, to me, this is a core loop that AI Fund, DeepLearning.AI, many of my teams use to drive software development. Because of AI coding assistance, rapid engineering, we can now build software much faster than ever before. And this means that getting the feedback or honing our intuition on what users actually want, this is a bigger and bigger bottleneck. So previously, if it took me 3 weeks to build a prototype, then it's fine if we spend a week to do a design study or whatever. So 3 weeks to write code, a week to get feedback, that's fine. But now, if we can write the software in a day, then needing to spend a whole week to get user feedback, that feels like an eternity. So one interesting trend I'm seeing is a lot of my teams, we make more and more decisions by gut because it's a very fast decision-making process. And I'm a data person, right? I love data, we work on AI data, talk about data-centric AI, so clearly I value and respect data. And in fact, we're a Snowflake, data company. Data is important. But let me share with you one example of a decision that I made, right? So as DeepLearning.AI, we work on a product. We had, this is not yet shipped, so I don't want to talk about the details, but long story short, we had 4 product ideas. I liked one of them, and my team disagreed with me, and so they ran a user survey to find out what users liked. And it turned out the data came back and I was wrong, right? My gut on, I like version 1, users like version 3. So to me, the bad way to use that data would be to say, oh, users like version 3, let's build version 3, or feature 3 instead of feature 1. That's fine. Many teams do that. Your decision is data-driven. So that's fine. But to me, that's a very simple way to use data. What I actually did was not just say, the data says feature 3, let's make a decision to do that. What I did was I spent a long time scrutinizing the user data. We asked multiple questions, of which this is one. I really sat and reflected, all right, how did I mess this up? Why did I think users want feature 1 when clearly the data came back to say users built feature 3? Because instead of going from data to decision, which is data shows users want feature 3 built out this data to decision, what I want to do was data to hold my intuition, and my gut then makes a decision on what to build. And this is a big difference because what this means is I really spent like a couple hours saying, all right, how did I mess this one up? Because I think by spending that time to hold my gut, it then lets me make not just this one decision in a superior way, but a lot of other decisions in a superior way to how we serve users. And in light of that, we actually spend a lot of time thinking about a portfolio of tactics to hone our intuition about users. And maybe this is a long list, right? But we do everything from play the product yourself. And if you know users well, your gut could be pretty good, right? And I know there are, official UI studies people that hate it when I say that, right? Because of course we're not the user, but when your gut about the user is pretty good, it's a very fast decision-making process. To ask friends, teammates, hallway usability testing, hallway testing, ask few strangers. It turns out in my career, I've learned where there's high foot traffic. So I've learned that I'll often like sit in a coffee shop or hotel lobby and very respectfully, grab strangers and ask them to look at my products. I still do that a bit these days. With prototype testers, all the way up to launching A/B testing. And I know Silicon Valley likes A/B testing, and of course we do A/B testing. We want rigorous results, but to me, this is actually one of the slowest tactics in our portfolio that we use very rarely. But so this is an example of the types of workflows that we see when accelerations in engineering are driving bottlenecks elsewhere that we now have to work to alleviate. One of the things I think many of you be asked, because of who a lot of you are, is your software engineering friends, your non-software engineering friends may be asking, should I learn to code? And I want to just take a minute to address that before I come back to wrap up, which is, over the last year, a bunch of people have advised others not to learn to code, saying AI will automate it. And I think we'll look back on this as some of the worst career advice ever given. When software engineering went from punch cards to keyboard and terminal, there were actually people saying back then, look, we now have COBOL. Coding is so easy, you don't need software engineers. People actually thought that, right? But that was wrong. I mean, Codable, keyboard and terminal made coding much easier, and more people did it. When we went from assembly to higher level languages, text editors to IDEs, and IDEs to now AI coding assistants, every step is making coding easier. And what this means is a lot more people should be learning to code. So at both AI Fund and DeepLearning.AI, I think everyone learns to code. And I've actually posted in the bash on YouTube how when our CFO knows how to code, she could do work that makes her and her team more efficient. Or when our assistant general counsel, who's a lawyer, knows how to code, well, he speeds up how he processes NDAs. Or when a front desk person knows how to code, she could do work that she could not previously. So I find that I think I just ask you to just encourage all your friends to learn to code. And one of the ways I think about it is, one thing that really clicked for me was when I was teaching Generative AI for Everyone. It was the fastest growing course on Coursera. The year it was launched was for non-technical people to get a business sense of Gen AI. But we need to generate artwork like this, right, in the background. And I was working with a collaborator, Tommy Nelson, that understood art history. And so he could prompt AI image generation, Midjourney. He could prompt Midjourney with the language of art, with the artistic inspiration, the palette, the genre inspiration. And so he could generate beautiful pictures like these. I, on the other hand, I don't know art history. I wish I did, but all I could do was prompt, please make pretty pictures of robots for me. And I could never get the control that Tommy did, which is why we ended up using all of his pictures and none of mine. And I think looking into the future, not just for all of us developers, but really for everyone, one of the most important skills of the future is the ability to tell a computer exactly what you want it to do so the computer will do it for you. And for the foreseeable future, knowing the language of computers, knowing coding, will allow you to have that deeper understanding of computers to control it much more finely. It's not that people need to write code with the 10 fingers that much. You get AI to do it for you, but that deeper understanding will be critical for telling computers what to do for you. So I hope that we can go out and spread the word, because what I'm seeing is not just for software engineers, but also for almost pretty much all knowledge workers, the ones that know how to do this with AI assistants are just much more effective and much more powerful. And so I think it's important that we bring them along with us as well, even as these tools that make it so much easier for all of us in this room. And one other piece of hype that I'm seeing is with AI-assisted coding or whatever's going on in the world. So people are wondering, do we need CS majors, right? And so unemployment of recent CS grads has ticked up to, I think, like 7% or something, which is concerning. But what I'm seeing is there's an AI engineer shortage. I wrote about this in the bash, calling it generative AI application engineers, but I think that's too much of a mouthful. But what I'm seeing is, unfortunately, there's still many universities that have not yet upgraded the curricula to teach students for what the job roles are today. But frankly, AI engineers, I can't find enough of them. Businesses can't find enough of them. And then unfortunately, there are people getting degrees that they graduate without having made even a single LM call, right? And that's just like, and actually I have met recent students that have not yet tried any of the AI coding assistants. I think that's really unfortunate. But I find that when I talk to many businesses, we just can't find enough AI engineers. So to me, these are some of the key skills for what I'm seeing for this emerging AI engineer role. One is familiarity of AI-assisted coding. I mean, frankly, you're just so much more productive if you know how to use these tools than not. The good news is it's not like it takes 2 years to learn these tools, because the tools have not really been around for that long, right? But it is a critical skill. And second tool set that I find really important is familiarity with AI building blocks. So because of LLMs, many businesses, or open source, closed source, whatever, there are now techniques for prompting, for implementing RAG, agentic workflows, how to do evals. And I find that one of the most important skills to building agentic workflows is the ability to drive a disciplined error analysis process, which is surprisingly hard. But to kind of go learn that, how to use tools, things like MCP, voice stack, and so on. But I find that this new set of AI building blocks, it lets you write software that just does a lot more than what was possible 2 years ago. And so if you know this, your software, you just have a lot more options to building blocks to put together combinatorially to build new types of software. And then the last skill set is this kind of rapid prototyping skill set, right? Including basic full stack knowledge. And it's been really interesting. I find that, I don't know, I was a pretty sucky front-end developer. I still am, if I'm being honest. My background is much more back-end machine learning. But with AI assistants, I'm a fantastic front-end. No, not really. It's not really true. But I find that AI coding assistants, you can kind of see the front-end bugs more easy, whereas the tricky back-end bugs that can take you weeks to debug still. So, but I find that basic full-stack knowledge, so you can prompt AI, right, to write full-stack for you. Front-end, back-end is helpful. Understanding of architecture decisions, right? And then also, to the extent that because of the product management bottleneck, I find that developers with very basic product management skills. So I find that if an engineer needs a pixel perfect Figma design, then they just build the pixel perfect Figma design, that's less valuable. Whereas if product management can give looser guidelines, and if engineers can have more user sense and user judgment to make some of the basic product decisions, have some user intuition, basic design decisions, it actually lets the team go much faster. So despite the doom and gloom about recent CS grads have taken unemployment, which is a problem we need to solve, I see many businesses all around Silicon Valley, like we just can't find enough people with this skill set, and the job opportunities are, actually, if you have the skill set, like come and you're looking for a job, talk to me. There are many businesses I can introduce you to. There's a real shortage, a real opportunity for a lot of people. So just to wrap up, I know I touched a lot of points, but just to close a few points. I feel fortunate that many of us here in Silicon Valley, or those you watching the live stream, probably means you're connected enough, right, to find out about this video and get a hold of this. I feel like there is I think many of us here, candidly, are at the forefront of rapid engineering. Oh, and maybe there's the other term, vibe coding, which is fine. A lot of people vibe code. I tend not to use that term as much because I think it misleads people into thinking, you just go with the vibes, accept all the changes Chris suggests. And yeah, you could do that, but I wish it was that easy, right? When I'm coding for a day or an afternoon with, coding assistant, I'm exhausted. It's a deeply intellectual exercise. So I find the term vibe coding, a lot of non-technical people use it, but I would not write on my resume, I'm a vibe coder. But anyway. Whereas I think rapid engineering is a term that actually Eli from AI Fund suggested to me that I think kind of shows, frankly, how important, but also how tough it is, right? And this is leading to a lot of changes in workflows in software, like the product management bottleneck, but a lot of other things as well that I find really exciting to be discovering alongside you. One thing I hope we'll do today is if you are seeing best practices or weird changes in the workflow, actually grab me. I'd love to hear what all of you are seeing as well as you're innovating and seeing running into new problems that did not exist, and then finding new solutions. And I find that fascinating. So I hope conversations here, we can all learn from each other in addition to building some cool things today. And one of the reasons why we want to organize the Buildathon is because I saw very clearly that there are people in Silicon Valley and other major tech hubs and maybe elsewhere as well that can build so much faster than was possible a year before. And a lot of people in the world has just not figured this out. And frankly, we'll still run into people to say, oh, I'm using AI for coding. You know, it's like doing code autocomplete for me, right? And it's so wonderful. And it is wonderful, but we've moved so far beyond that now. So one of the things I hope we'll do is share best practices with each other, learn from each other, but also go spread the word to a lot of the world that is still far from the cutting edge about what is now possible. And maybe going even beyond what I hope all of you will do, which is help lead the world forward in software. I think that software is also a harbinger of things to come in other disciplines. So in the LLM world, I think there are two clear buckets of value already. One is answering questions, which ChatGPT is a market leader for that, just answering people's questions. And then there's also writing code, right? These are the two big buckets of value. And because of that, so much investment has gone into AI for writing code that is very advanced compared to tools for lots of other job disciplines. But I think a lot of the things we're seeing in software, eventually the tools will get better for a lot of other job disciplines as well. And so these really exciting accelerations we're seeing in software will come to other disciplines as well. And so in addition to rapid engineering, accelerating what we do with software, I feel like is giving us early lessons, even to non-software engineers, about what may come soon for their disciplines, and figuring this out for ourselves, and really for all knowledge workers in the world. Maybe people aren't knowledge workers too. I find that an exciting set of tasks that I hope all of us can engage in, both for our own work, but also to help bring a lot of others with us. So looking forward to a fun day with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Andrew. That was wonderful. Another round of applause for Andrew. And he'll be around kind of throughout the day if you happen to catch him. That would be great. So next up, we have our panels discussion. And where's Eli? All right, so let's bring up Eli. Eli is our principal technical architect and the person who built a whole bunch of the apps that you'll be using today. And he's going to be moderating this session. So while we get the chairs set up, we're going to have Eli introduce the panelists as well. So Paxton, McKelly, and Chow. All right, come on up.
Hi, everyone. My name is Eli. I've been doing a lot of AI coding, but I've been doing hand coding for about 25 years, so it's just such an exciting time. On the panel today, we have Paxton from Anthropic. We have Chow from Trey, and Michaela from Replit. I guess let's start by Paxton, if you could do a quick introduction of yourself and also tell us when you're using AI to code, do you say I wrote the code or do you say Claude wrote the code?
Hi, everyone. It's great to be here. I'm Paxton from New York. My journey to Anthropic has been a little bit nonlinear. I'm originally a biomedical engineer. I worked in surgical robotics for many years, building lung cancer systems, master's in data science, and then started a company that was doing AI for IVF. So we analyzed microscope images of human embryos to try to determine viability. I now am at Anthropic. I split my time between managing our relationships with the top venture firms and their portfolios, which is really cool. I get to see all the really cool new use cases of AI. And then the other half of my time I spend on thinking about how Claude will hopefully help the healthcare sector and deliver better outcomes to patients. To answer your question, I typically say I collaborated with Claude. As a former founder and CEO, I was always trying to be very careful about saying I did anything, because truthfully, I don't think I've done anything in my life on my own. I've always had incredible people to work with, incredible collaborators, and that's now shifting towards being myself and Claude working day to day. So it's been a very, very cool transition. We're very much encouraged at Anthropic to try to automate our entire job away with Claude, which has been a lot of fun to try to do. And so Claude and I are best friends, and we do a lot of work together.
Michaela, could you please give a quick intro of yourself, but also answer the question of, is coding truly available to anyone today?
Hi everyone, morning. Michele Catasta, I'm company president at Replit. I've been fixated on AI applied to software engineering for a decade at this point. I was close to Andrew. I was a researcher at Stanford for 4 years, started to work very early on transformers applied to code, and then all the way to Replit now, where I'm creating an agent that allows everyone to become a coder. To answer your question, I do think the short answer is yes. At this point, coding is accessible to everyone with a varying degree of success. And I think what makes this very different compared to other productivity tools in the past is the fact that if you take something like Excel, we trained all the knowledge workers in the world, more than 1 billion people, to use it. There is only a shallow understanding of what that software can do, and then only very few people become power users and really know how to leverage the best out of Excel. If you go all the way to Replit Agent, what we do is we expose any level of complexity to our users, because it's just one prompt away. They could try to build something trivial and the degree of success is extremely high, or they can go really down the rabbit hole and try to build something very advanced and professional. And that's where our system is not only as powerful, but also it doesn't provide the right amount of guardrails to make every single person successful. So I think that's going to be the challenge for us for the months and years to follow. But what makes this technology different is that in a few months we went from almost not being able to make everyone a developer to exposing the entire amount of complexity in front of everyone. So we opened the waterfalls.
Thank you. Chao, could you also give an intro of yourself, but also talk about, with AI-assisted coding, you could build so much these days. What keeps your GitHub repo or your GitHub activity green on the weekends?
Hi, my name is Chao, and I'm from the Trey team. So I joined ByteDance in 2021 when I graduated from University of Edinburgh with a PhD in software engineering. So once I joined ByteDance, we were working actually on automated GUI testing, and we built a very small team to try, if we can use AI to generate code. And I was the third engineer in the team, and at the time it was called Codeverse, and our new boss changed the name to Trey, the real AI engineer. So currently I'm working on the research branch of Trey. So I lead a very small, not very small, but a small research team on ARM training and agentic AI agents for coding and ARM evaluation. So to answer the question, during the weekend, I'm actually working on a project called Trey Agent, which is the open source AI agent for coding. And if you're familiar with 3Bench, the benchmark for how AI can perform in software engineering, you can see that we are actually ranked the first place in the benchmark, no matter if you turn open source or closed source. We are the first place, and we made the scaffold open sourced a month ago, and we are very happy to see that even if we didn't put much effort on advertising it, we got like close to 9,000 stars just during 2 weeks after launching it. So if you, the Tree agent is not going to compete with like Cloud Code or like Gemini CRI, but it is a pure research project, and I think it is a good starting point to learn about how AI agent works on software engineering tasks.
Thank you. Let's get into some practical best practices. Paxton, right now, LLMs still have a limited context window. And when you run out of the context window, or you have to try to get your source space in the context window, you start to run into failures. Do you have any best practices for managing your context in a agentic AI coding environment?
Absolutely. Well, first off, we just launched a 1 million token context window in Opus, so we're really excited to play around with that. But two, there's a lot of tools specifically within Claude Code to help manage memory. I'm constantly updating, and a hack here is you can use the # to deploy things back into your claude.md file, and it'll save that as a future task. So that's one thing. The other is Claude Code will automatically compress its memory as you get close to using up your context window. You can allow it to do it kind of its own volition, but I strongly recommend people strategically think about when they're ready for a compaction and what they want the model to retain. And you can save a lot of that information into the CloudMD file. When I'm building out a project, I'll often save the entire architecture. I've got a bunch of rules that I want it to follow up top. One of my personal pet peeves is when Claude, I'm trying to ask it a question, but it'll just start changing things in my code, and I don't want it to. And so I often tell it, don't change anything unless I've explicitly said yes. Plan first, review the plan, give me the highest confidence plan you have in terms of an implementation strategy. And then when I say, okay, yes, go, then just do that. I've also found there's some funny kind of tricks. For example, at the end of my Claude code prompts, if I just say don't break anything and don't change anything else, it performs much, much better. So, treat it as though it was a very junior engineer or yourself as a novice, and it will perform much more clearly and concisely in your projects.
I often run into problems with automatic context compaction. Can we turn that off?
There are some ways, but find me after and we can do it.
Michele, what is the limit of AI coding in an enterprise? Is it ready for enterprise-grade software development?
It depends. I would say, first of all, we have Rapid customers that are running internal tools built on our agent in the enterprise setting. So yes, it can be done. There are food guns that all the coding agents are exposing, and not only Rapid. I think it's a common problem of coding agents per se. The fact that whenever you're building something for the enterprise, the only thing that matters is not exclusively code. There are many other things that are important. How do you deploy? How do you think of data governance, security, and so forth? So at Rapid, we are trying to build all this constellation of tools around the agent per se that help you to avoid all the pitfalls that you should be avoiding in the enterprise. I think it's going to be a journey, like it has been with any other technology. It's going to take us maybe a few years to become as good as the enterprise expects us to be. But the trajectory is clear, and already today we have success stories. So I think it's all a matter for us to keep adding the additional tools around, and also making sure the agent knows when to recommend the users to use them. Like when to use the database, when to roll back, when to back up, and so forth.
What's wrong with just asking for enterprise-grade software?
To the agent?
Yes.
You should ask Paxton, not me.
You may or may not get it. Is the short answer. There's so many ways, and I think Professor Yang did a great job of kind of laying out where the edges of our capability are in the skill set. There really is an art to using these things. It is a skill set. It's a tool. You gotta figure out how to play, just like the piano. But if you do a good job of isolating the areas of your code base that it's working on, you put the right frameworks and limitations around your different sub-agents, which we can get into later, it really can produce great code. And I will say anecdotally, our research team, I've talked to a lot of them, and they say they haven't written a line of code on their own in a year plus. So internally, people are fully using it for deployed code.
Ciao. What are some best practices for managing bugs with AI-generated software?
Oh, this is a good question. So, I think I agree with the Paxton said. Yeah. So we should treat AI agents as juniors of engineer. So I think the best way to manage bugs is to prevent them. So we should first utilize the memory or the rules in a better way. Like we can put in what are the design decisions for this project. What was the key evolution strategy for this project, and maybe also some best practices for writing code in this project. And also, I think we, as a junior software engineer, we should make the task as autumn as possible. We shouldn't give it like the entire or arbitrary prompt. Let's say just build a game and you don't see what to do next. Maybe we can ask you to do it by step by step. And also, we should ask the agent to write tests. So if we have tests for like corner cases or the most important parts, it is easier for us to debug with it because we have the whole traceback after the test fails, and it is easier for the agent to localize the bug. Yeah.
Thank you. Paxton, what are some of your favorite tools that you'd like Claude Code users to be aware of?
Well, I can give you the generic ones of, MCP servers and things like that. But the ones that I find I use the most are, the memory Claude MD, switching easily using the exclamation point to get into bash from within Claude Code as opposed to spinning up. I'd say the area that I'm spending the most time playing around is with subagents. If you guys aren't familiar with that, I'm sure many of you are, but it's a really powerful way of dividing out your work. And I think the theme that you're seeing across the three of us is, creating very discrete tasks for Claude and not giving it carte blanche to rewrite your entire product, but okay, this is you're a product manager, you're a test engineer, write your tests, you're a back end, you're a front end, and so what I'm working towards building in my own free time is kind of a full team of Claude developers essentially that can work in unison, and that's been a really, really cool thing. When I talk to our experts inside, they have 12 Claude agents all running on different parts of the code base all at the same time in parallel and orchestrating. And I think you're going to see a lot more development in the multi-agent orchestration sector. That's kind of the next frontier for capability.
Thank you. Michaela, what are the barriers right now for everyone to use AI for coding, and how is Replit working on removing these barriers?
The barriers are very low if you think about it. The fact that Replit Edge and also Cloud Code we're growing extremely fast. It means that the technology has become so accessible that it's all a matter of how curious you are as a person. If you want to become, if you want to have your 0 to 1 experience in creating code in life. Those barriers appear much later in the process, basically related to the question that you asked me before, when you want to take an application and bring it in production, when you want to deploy it within your enterprise and comply to all the security requirements. Those are the barriers that we're trying one by one to crush with Replit. So we make the experience of deploying a one-click experience, so everything is very well connected with our agent. You don't have to think about how many users are going to be in front of your app, because we auto-scale it for you. You could go from 1 user a month to 1 million, you will not even realize that. Same thing with databases, same thing with all the different cloud services that are usually needed to create an application. They all become part of this experience in a seamless way. And I would say, like many apps, I think there is the first 80% can be accomplished quite quickly, and that's why I think we experience this very fast growth as a company. And then we're going to be working on the long tail for a long, long time. And I think this is very common also for software engineers in startups. Creating the first MVP, getting some level of product market fit is relatively easy. You can get there fast if the idea is good. And then the moment you really start to scale, that's where a lot of the complexity of the software shows up. And I think all of us that are building coding agents, over time we're going to realize what are the best practices. oftentimes when I'm coming and talk in front of builders, I tell them very openly, I don't think any of us has a playbook on how to build agents today. Like, we're discovering it together. I think that's why it's so exciting to have these kind of events, because people build in public, we can share ideas, and I'm going to talk to all of you today and find out what's broken so that we can fix it.
Thank you. Chal, test-driven development was brought up about, it was talked about a lot about a decade ago. I don't think it really took off, but do you think that we should reconsider using test-driven development with AI-assisted coding workflows?
Yeah, so when I was doing my PhD, so I was actually working on software testing, and so we were calling for, oh, you should write tests before writing the code, but nobody listened to us. Yeah. But now I think AI agents is a very good assistant or our colleague to help us to write tests. So from our experience on Bench, so we looked at why AI agents are good at solving problems for specific GitHub issues, and we also surveyed not only us but other solutions for Bench, what are the issues that can be solved by all of us. And we found that if the issue has very descriptive description, and also it has instructions on how to reproduce bug, and it is best if it can provide you with a reproduction example, which is kind of like a test case, and AI agents tend to solve them correctly and fast. So yeah, I think that is a very strong a back on why we should write tests for our code. And also when we are working with AI agents to develop our code, if we have tests, if the code has some problem, we can just use the test failure as the information for the AI agent to fix the problem. And I think this is a very good loop to collaborate with AI agents.
Yes, I almost feel, oh, sorry. Yeah, something.
Oh, I was just going to add, I think you're touching on a really important aspect of what these things are enabling. We talk a lot about the generation side of this. There's also the asking or understanding side of this. And I find that I will just put, my Copilot or Cursor in ask mode and ask it questions about how my code base works, where there are issues, and it's teaching me, how to understand what we are building together, but also how to become a better software engineer and use the tools better. So I think, to the point of education and testing, it's really a two-way communication, not just generation, but also trying to understand.
Yeah, and also in addition to generation, I think verification is also important in the area of AI coding. We have a lot of code written by AI. How to verify them, how to ask others to merge the code written by AI is very important.
Do you all think that tests, or maybe you could, one way to think about tests are very detailed specs, technical specs. Do you think the IP of engineers is going to be trending towards specs rather than the code if we think that AI can code so fast, so easily?
I think it's really the case.
Yeah?
Yeah. The more you grow as an engineer in your career, the more you write specs rather than code. But that's where the important insights are, understanding exactly what you want to build. I think we're already there to an extent.
Agree. Well, we have about 100 builders that are going to spend the whole day today building 6 different projects, all in different domains, using different tools. Do you all have any advice for everyone here that you want to leave before we get kicked off in about 10 minutes?
Did someone cut my mic when I said that? I'm going to say it again, use Replit. No, jokes aside, I think we gave everyone membership earlier this morning. So
Use Cloud Code.
It's fine.
Use Trey solo mode.
Thank you all.
Yes.
Okay, then give us feedback at the end, okay? Tell us. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you guys so much. That was a great panel discussion. Very impressive, and thank you guys so much for taking the time. So next, we have. All right, so it's almost the time that you guys are waiting for. Now, did any of you have a chance to use that QR code that I was showing everyone a little bit earlier? So even if you are a team of one, please go ahead and still enter and just indicate that you're a team of one. And if you are part of a team, make sure that your teammates and you all share the same code so that you're identified as a team. So I'm actually going to have Eli kind of go over how to use the judging app, or not the judging app, I'm sorry, the web app that he developed, so you could see what projects you'll be working on for the next 5 or 6 hours.
Yes, so there are multiple prizes, 5 different prizes. For most of the prizes, you will be using the app. It's buildathon.pages.dev. And we're going to click a button after this event, which will unveil the project ideas. So there will be 5 ideas that is for the main core competition, that if you go and complete the 5 ideas, then you'll go into the semifinals, where you'll be competing for speed, how fast you do that project. The ideas, after you complete, you need to submit a zip file of your source code. There's 1 submission, so please have that match your project that you will present at the end of the day. And we will have secret technology and agents that will verify that the code that you submit is the same one that you present. It's very good. Let's see. Right. There is also another prize for Neo4j, the graph prize. And there's a separate Google Docs submission process for that. So hopefully you received that. And the instructions should be in that doc. But that's about it. Does anybody have any just sort of quick questions? Or if for specific questions, I and us other team members can help. And if all things go wrong, because maybe we've run into some rate limits with some magic link authentication, but if all the things goes wrong, we're gonna use Discord as a way to communicate. So please pay attention to that channel.
And also the other thing is, if you are part of a team, if you have not yet grabbed a conference room, feel free to do so. You can basically use any of the spaces you see, as long as no one else's backpack is on it. And there's a beautiful view, so just kind of, hang out, kick it. You do have 6.5 hours roughly to do the competition for the 5 core projects. There will be lunch served at 12:30. And if you feel very confident, you don't need that lunch hour to finish your stuff, then hang out, meet other people. If you feel like, what, I'm just going to power through, it's a boxed lunch, so go ahead and grab it and go back to your workstation. However you want to do it, we're very, very flexible. We want everyone to have a good time, to have fun. Now, you're going to see folks wearing the same T-shirt that Eli and I are wearing. And so if you do run into any technical problems, feel free to ask them. Liam, if you could raise your hand. Liam is one of our techs. And so he'll be able to maybe answer some questions for you. There's also Varun. I don't know where. Oh, Varun's there with his hand raised. And of course Eli as well. But yeah, if you do have any questions, you could use Discord to post it, because you're probably not the only person who has that question. So if you want to post it on Discord, we'll be able to answer, and so that everyone can see the answers. Okay. There's no limitation. You could use whatever you want. Yeah, just have fun. So, anything else? No? Okay, so go back into the app, and the project should be active now. Oh, They have to push a button, and then the projects will be active. All right. Okay, so, all right. If no questions, let's go. Oh, there is a question. I'm sorry. I'm sorry? Yes, show the QR code. Yes, very good, very good. Okay, here's a QR code.
Welcome, live stream audience. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks so much for watching. My name is Catherine Baird. I'm a Senior Associate Builder here at AI Fund, and I'm joined by my colleague.
Hey, my name's Rishabh Singhal, also an associate at AI Fund.
Great. Well, we are just kind of moving people around, getting ready to start the competition. So we'll be live streaming all day. You'll get to see a little bit into the space that we're in. We'll show you around, and then we're going to be going through some interviews with some really awesome people. So you guys will get additional content even though you don't get to be here live today.
I was going to say, we could maybe go through what's the schedule look like so folks have some context on what's coming up.
Absolutely.
So let's see. Well, firstly, do you want to maybe talk about some of the details for the Buildathon and go through that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, so what we'll be doing here live, as you just heard on stage, we'll be working through a series of 5 projects where the goal is speed. So unlike a typical hackathon where you come with your own project idea and you're building, with a team here, right now we've got a very defined project spec, and then the goal is speed. So we'll be evaluating the project's quality at the end with some additional awards that go towards the best design or the best use of a knowledge graph. But really the goal here is speed. So you might have just heard Linda on stage suggest that if you're, really chill about your timeline, you can go ahead and take that lunch hour. Maybe we'll do some live streaming from inside of the lunchroom and show you how many people are actually chilling and taking
I'd
time.
imagine it's going to be a lot of folks running into the lunchroom, grabbing something, and running back to the room.
But I suspect.
Let's maybe I'll give an overview of the event format.
Yeah.
So what we're looking at is there's going to be 3 stages. Stage 1, which just kicked off, we have some of the 5 core projects that were shared through the link on the website. And I believe some of the folks watching, if you go to buildathon.pages.dev and sign up, you'll be able to see them as well. And these are 5 projects that all the teams need to essentially complete in the given timeline. And with the criteria being, that's the requirement to be able to proceed to the semifinals. So once that selection is done by the team on the submissions, the semifinalists will then have a specific speed challenge, which is an additional set of projects which are required completion. And this will be a much more much shorter timeline to be able to proceed with these remaining 5 projects. And then we have the finals, which based on the judges going through these projects and what the caliber of both the functionality, but as well as the UI, bringing it together to select a few finalists that will give a live demo of the presentation itself.
I'm so excited for this format in general, just as we've been thinking about how, just development in general and product building has changed over the last, if you look at a decade, the rate of change over the last decade has been a certain extent, and then the rate of change over the last 18 months / 2 years has been even higher than that. And so this is just such a unique time where we can really build high fidelity, high quality projects in a matter of hours, and things that would have taken teams that I've worked with months.
Yeah, I know, it's kind of fun. I've always been to hackathons, and I'm like, wow, this is a cool new concept to just think, now it's not just one thing you're building 10 things in one day. Because building one thing like a hackathon is kind of one way of doing it, but also just acknowledging you can just build that much faster. And even earlier, we were chatting about how the coding has just evolved so much, right?
Yes.
There's thinking back to, when I'm 16 in C++, trying to get Hello World to work out. But even to get there, I had to go through so much around, okay, what is the syntax? Let's make sure the semicolon is there. And I didn't forget my apostrophe was such a task. And that really is a challenge to be able to progress when it comes to learning.
Yeah.
You want to be hands-on. I personally, as much as I like coding, I also like operating in the real world. So when I'm doing a woodworking project, when I make a change, I see it. I see what's happening. It's kind of tangible, the change you make and the outcome. So with that same thing, as we transition into this phase, there's almost like 3 levels of feedback, right? So we were talking
Right.
about how you have the level of feedback, which is from the end product, from the users. And then you have the second level, which is the feedback to you with actually the app or the thing you created being created so quickly. And then there's that third feedback you get from the tool because you're operating in natural language. It can tell you what you're doing as you're doing it. So,
Yes.
oh, maybe is this what you mean? Or if you want to ask, what's the right way for me to even think about databases for my project, I can just ask the tool,
Yeah.
and then continue with the process. So there's just multiple checkpoints that have been unlocked for me as I do my development.
Exactly. I'm always really user feedback focused. Like
Yeah.
I want to show the product to as many users as I can, get the feedback. And so a lot of these rapid coding agents help me just kind of like put something together quickly that doesn't
Yeah.
matter for the core user feedback, but matters
Yeah.
for the functionality of the app, right? I'm even thinking of one that I built recently where it's just like, yeah, good enough, build the full backend. And it just kind of does it in one
Just
stripe.
build a full
Just
backend.
build the backend. And it does, and enables
Yeah.
me to go out and stop users on the street. I was doing this recently with a shopping app with a demo here. So just being able to build that really
Yeah.
quickly enabled me to get really, really core user feedback that then shaped the entire formation of the project. So when we go back to really build that meaningful tool, instead of doing it in, I don't know, it maybe took me 2 hours total to get this kind of, just kind of patched together prototype, we can build a much more user-informed tool much faster. And
Yeah.
that's just so exciting.
It kind of links back to what Andrew was saying, which I actually really resonate with. And I think this idea of you don't want to just get the feedback for the product, but also just train your own, fine-tune your
Yes.
neural net for the space.
Yeah.
So as you get that feedback, how are you updating your understanding of what users actually want, so
Yes.
that you're not making the one change on the feature that user said, but now all your future decisions will be better. So I think all of
Yes.
us did that implicitly.
Yeah.
But it's important to acknowledge that now that that process is just so much quicker because we're getting more and more feedback. So in some ways, we have more data to update our intuition for that user empathy.
Yeah.
So that
Yes.
we can also exponentially improve and deepen our understanding of what the pain points are that the user's actually going through, and how the next features we build will be much better because our cycles are much faster.
Yeah. I think it's really important to talk about kind of here at AI Fund. So Rich and I are both part of the AI Fund build team, which is our investing team. And we operate quite differently than a traditional venture fund. We are a lot more than just investors. We are active builders. So any company that we are starting, anything that we're funding, we are building the core prototype that's informing some of this user research. So we always like to say that we do the first 8 or 9 pivots of a company before we then go around and hire a CEO, hire a founder in residence to come build with us.
Yeah.
But this coding tools have foundationally changed our process. So I think maybe a year ago, 2 years ago, I might work with our internal engineers to build a very, very rough prototype in a Streamlit, just some kind of service like that. It's not beautiful, it's not anything, but we're working on like a many weeks pace, and there's a lot of pre-planning time. Whereas now I can just at my desk, without the help of an engineer, code up a quick prototype, get some feedback, and then go back out and go back to our engineers and build a more robust prototype, get even better feedback. So it's foundationally changed the way that we approach investing in companies.
Yeah, I do think that the bar for what has been built is just that much higher. Because
Yeah.
at the end of the day, again, alluding to what was said earlier, the code, the value of the code is lower. So in the past, where folks had a prototype built out, an MVP built out, that was considered great. But now it's really about, you need to have traction. You really need to showcase what you've built as table stakes, but how have you really built up that empathy to get users excited to be actually using it, and fundamentally allowing them to change their workflow so that they feel like they're gaining that value and are already on their way. And this and it's getting earlier and earlier, right? So instead of it being Series A, when you have that traction, you want to really be seeing that earlier in that process.
Yeah, but one of the things that we're just so excited about, again, this is a slightly perspective as an investor, but the amount that you can achieve with significantly less capital.
That's
again,
true.
we used to think about that pre-seed check. You're begging, borrowing, and stealing the time of your friends who are engineers to try to get them on board. But now with that first check, you can get really, really far because
Yeah.
the number of engineers specifically in the startup setting, right, where you're just racing towards that early MVP, racing towards that early customer feedback, you can do that so much more efficiently with so many fewer barriers. So when we used to think about recruiting engineering teams of, 7 just to get, the kind of the core work done, we can start getting some of that feedback much earlier. So certainly that bar of expectation has been raised significantly.
I know, it's funny. I was thinking, you just said, as we're going through our ideation, we go through 8 pivots. So I'm thinking, if it's faster, are we going to be doing a lot more pivots? Or
yes.
So, hopefully we have good direction. So
yes.
But at
I'd
least
like
like
to-
improvements.
I'd like to pivot 8 times in a day rather than
right.
8 times over 8 months.
Correct, exactly. But yeah, I mean, the other thing I like is it's just so much more accessible, right? I think that's the other thing I personally am passionate about is it's not this walled garden of you have to have a certain skill set or even let's call it like privilege to have gone to certain schools or places to be able to learn coding in a niche way.
Yeah.
I think the fact that it's so happening in natural language, anyone is able to do that. And English is where it started, but now it's multilingual where anyone can code in any language. So it really lowers that platform for anyone to have the opportunity to build and create something that they want to dream up and have for their community, their friends, and the world. So I think that's something that personally I'm excited about.
That's one of the things that I found so transformational about this time is because that bar is lowered, we're actually able to build products like for ourselves even. So like, if I want something done, if I want a personal productivity tool, which is something I built, I've been using an amalgamation of apps, like drawing them together, and then with my coding ability, I was able to code up the exact tool that I want to use that's perfect for my brain, that works. And for the most part, I just run that on my local environment. It does have, it's on a back end, it's got a URL, so you can, maybe I'll share out the URL later, you can see if you like it. But I run it for the most part on my local device because I built it for me. And I just had a dinner with a friend the other night who was saying that he did something very similar when on a first date, he wanted to prove his New York Times mini score history, but he couldn't get the data pulled out, so he built a Chrome extension-based scraper to just pull that out so that he could show this guy.
Flex.
And he's non-technical, never coded before, and he used ChatGPT and Terminal to pull this like really awesome Chrome extension together, and I'm shocked.
Oh my god, that's so fun.
Yeah,
I mean, if you think about it, even when I'm interacting with friends, it's a lot of times the things that are most meaningful are the things that you put in the thought to do for them.
Yeah.
So I do think that's kind of fun where coding has made that much easier, where it has opened up the realm of things you can do for folks in your life, right?
Yes.
Where normally it was like, okay, you can go and do a custom photo print or you can use some tool like that. Now, in some ways, I'm just kind of reevaluating even gifts I'm going to give. A lot of times I'm just like, why am I giving a gift when I could actually code something and make it personal and make it something that I truly think about for this person, right? Isn't that such a good thought?
This is brilliant.
I know, right? Yeah.
I am not a good gift shopper.
There you go.
And I also live in California, and many of my friends and family live on the East Coast. What can I send to them faster?
Right, like your mom
than a web app.
Your mom needs something that's really good at looking for, let's say she loves cooking, or let's say she loves weightlifting, and make like a custom tool for her for that specific use case.
This thing, my mom and dad have a garden together, and so the care and maintenance schedule, when they need to plant their starters, the little reminder of what needs to be watered today and not.
Right? Isn't that such a So I think that I'm gonna definitely evaluate that as a con. To all the gifts I'm thinking about, just like how can I create something personal for this person by coding it up.
It's actually brilliant. We should write something up about this and draft our like AI funds Christmas list.
Christmas list.
Oprah's gift list, but it's web apps that you can develop for your friends and family.
Yeah. So I mean, it just kind of reminds me of even when I joined and I was like, okay, I'm gonna have to do a commute, and it's never fun, but honestly, I like it because it's really opened up my aperture for the number of books I can read.
Yeah.
But I did want to look at how can I optimize my commuting schedule, and I built like a cron job that essentially just scrapes Google Maps data throughout the day, so I can really find the perfect time for every day of the week. What's the right time to leave?
Yes.
And that's would have been impossible
Yeah.
to even conceive of before, just because there's also this effort to award ratio that suddenly shifted.
Yeah.
So there's both the technical challenge aspect that's shifted, but also things that were just not worth it have become easier. Even if I knew how to do it, I wouldn't have done it. So I think
Yes.
that's another lens to acknowledge with that transition.
100%. And I think we see this in our personal lives, but I've heard this happening a lot in companies that have the mindset around prototyping and rapid building. I was talking to a CEO the other day who just empowers his staff very specifically. Like, yeah, if you have a tool or a feature that you
Yeah.
think our customers would like, code it up quickly in Replit.
Right.
Let's look at it. Let's put it in front of a couple customers. We're not going to, deploy it in production today, but that enables them to get that rapid customer feedback. And he said almost all of their new features that they have launched in the last 6 months or so have come from employees that are outside of their traditional product structure, right? It's people outside in other elements of the business who've thought of ideas, built prototypes, and then put them out into the world.
Oh, interesting. So it's kind of talking about our earlier. It's alluding back to our earlier discussion around how folks who are closest to understanding the pain point and the use case.
Exactly.
So that is a fascinating way to think about it, right? There's in a company there used to be like your developer team versus the sales and marketing and whatnot.
Yeah.
But if each of the segments see something, they can like build something for the improvement directly because they're closer to the problem, closer to having the understanding in a deeper way. Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah. I mean, this is very close to what something Andrew was saying on stage
Yeah, yeah.
earlier, which is implemented within AI Fund, is that everybody at the fund codes. So people who are not in the product or development
Yep.
domain at all. So very specifically our CFO, she coded up a tool for herself and her team that saved them a ton of time, and she hadn't coded previously.
Yeah.
But okay, this has been so fun to kick off. Thanks so much again for being part of the live stream. We're going to transition over to our first interview.
Oh, no?
We're going to transition over to Eric Brynjolfsson
Okay.
We're going to transition over to Eric Brynjolfsson
and Andy Koo.
and Andy Koo.
Andy Koo.
Fantastic.
All right. Well, you'll be seeing us soon. So
You'll be seeing us shortly.
Okay.
This is a magnet.
Are we live now?
You are live.
Rich.
You are live.
Go out there.
Eric, we're going to do a microphone.
All right. Comes the mic.
Oh, this is cool. New technology.
Welcome, live streamers. I'm Andy. I'm from AI Fund. We are here live with
Eric Brynjolfsson.
Eric. A pleasure meeting you. I'm super excited to chat a little bit more about you and the company that you are started. First, maybe we can talk a little bit about you. Can you tell the audience who you are?
I'm a professor at Stanford. I came over from MIT a few years ago because Silicon Valley, the Bay Area, is where all AI excitement is happening. I'm an economist who studies how AI is changing the world, changing the economy. And so now I'm at Stanford, where I have the Stanford Digital Economy Lab, part of HAI, the Stanford Institute for Human-Centered AI. And a couple of years ago, we started a company called WorkHelix, which is one of the AI Fund portfolio companies.
Tell me a little bit about WorkHelix at a high level.
Sure. Well, my research is about identifying where the opportunities are for AI and how we can address those opportunities and how we can measure them. And so I wrote papers in Science and Nature and elsewhere about this. But people are always asking me, hey, can you come help my company, help my organization use AI more effectively? And along with Andy McAfee, Daniel Rock, and James Myland, we decided to put together a company to address that. In particular, we created some software that scans through an organization and basically takes it and breaks it down into processes, into occupations, and all the way down to what we call the atomic unit of work, which is individual tasks, like a couple of 100,000 very fine-grained tasks. And for every one of those tasks, we score it as to whether or not AI could help with that task. You know, could an LLM help you write a memo? For sure. Could an LLM help you lift a box? Well, not so much. And for each of them, we basically give it a score, and then we multiply that by how much value could be created by that task in your organizations. So, you know, coding or call centers, these are places where there's lots of high value benefits. And that way the CTO, the CEO, the CHRO, now they have a roadmap of where the benefits are, and they can prioritize. And our ultimate goal of the mission is to create $1 trillion worth of value by shortening that gap between amazing AI capabilities and all these problems that need to be addressed and bring them together.
I think maybe one of the big questions you're answering now is, will AI enhance, or how does AI enhance my workforce? And what does that mean for specific jobs within a workforce?
Well, I'm so glad you asked that, because I think too many, especially CFOs, but a lot of people, they think of AI as just taking costs out and replacing workers. And it can definitely do that sometimes, but what we find time and time again is that most of the benefits come from enhancing the workforce, allowing them to do new things they couldn't have done better. For instance, with coding, I heard earlier we were talking about some of these coding tools, and they're great to make coders more efficient, but they also let people in the accounting department or the HR department start creating simple applications that they never could have before. And you start being able to solve all sorts of problems and having new people be part of the solution creators, not just taking costs out of the developer side.
One of the really cool things about research in particular is insights that are surprising, things that you did not expect. As you were looking into the research of how AI enhances certain jobs, what kind of insights, what surprising things did you find?
Well, one of the things we found in recent research, we looked at call centers.
Okay.
And what we found was that AI was, first off, it was creating some benefits very quickly. Maybe that's not surprising. But what was interesting was who was benefiting more. It was actually much more beneficial for the less skilled workers and the less experienced workers. Basically, the machine learning system was capturing some of the expertise from the best workers, a lot of that tacit knowledge that no one had ever written down. But by looking through millions of conversations and millions of transcripts, it was finding out how best to solve customer needs. And then it was making that accessible to the newer workers and the less skilled workers. So those workers were getting like a 35% gain. The best workers were getting actually hardly any gain at all in our study, because they were basically getting back what they were already saying. So there's this real gradient where AI was being used to kind of level the playing field. And by the way, that's surprising to me as an economist, because for the previous 20 to 30 years, most computer technology has actually widened the skill gap and increased inequality, but this technology was reducing it.
Maybe then, as an economist, a question for an economist, what does that mean, what are the implications from a micro kind of wages perspective and then macro kind of GDP output perspective?
Well, let me do the second part first, because that one I have a lot of confidence in, which is that I think GDP is going to grow a lot faster in the next 5 years. I was talking to folks at the Congressional Budget Office, and they predict like 1.4% for productivity growth. I think it could easily be double that. 3%, actually, that may not sound like much in Silicon Valley, but in Washington and in the world of economics, being able to double productivity growth back to what it was in the 1990s or more, that would be a huge benefit. It would address the budget deficit, healthcare, poverty in a lot of ways. So I think we're going to see a big uptick in productivity growth, especially if my company, WorkHelix, can shorten that gap between technology and solutions. On inequality, there I think the jury is out. I just described how the technology can help reduce the gap. At the same time, what we're seeing is there's a potential for substitution where capital replaces labor, where technology replaces worker wages. If that happens, that could broaden the inequality. And I was just meeting with some folks in Congress, talking to some senators, thinking about what kind of policies we could put in place in terms of worker training, changing the tax structure that help guide the technology in a way that creates widely shared prosperity. I mean, it's great to have higher GDP and higher productivity, but if most of the people aren't sharing in it, then that's not as good as it could be.
Maybe this is a question appropriate for a professor as you're teaching and training the next generation of workers, and as you're seeing perhaps a little bit of this inequality. What are you advising your students? What would you advise students in general in terms of upskilling in this new world of AI?
Yeah, it's a tough question because it's kind of a moving target. Okay. I wrote a book called Second Machine Age with Andy McAfee, where we laid out a roadmap that was some years ago, and I think most of the roadmap still applies. And it says to focus on sort of things that humans have a relative advantage in terms of interpersonal skills, emotional intelligence, long-term planning, creativity, especially like large-scale creativity, not like little details, but big picture things. I think one of the things that is going to be most important, especially in a world of agents, is actually learning to manage others. not just manage other people, but increasingly managing agents. And that means being able to set goals, what are the questions you want to answer, and being able to verify whether people are executing them well. If you think of a task as having three parts to it, defining it, executing it, and verifying it, humans are especially good at the first and third, and we need to strengthen that, and those are skills that can be learned. Increasing machines are getting good at the middle part, executing, but that's only part of what needs to get done.
I see. We've got a bunch of developers here on the live stream, and developers spent their time coding. Any specific advice for developers in this new kind of world of AI, different skills that are going to be required in this new world of AI?
Well, like Andrew was saying in his opening talk, I really think you want to lean in and take advantage of these tools. There are parts of the job that machines are doing better and better, but that only creates up more opportunities for other tasks, to understand what the customer problems are. In fact, that's one of the things where we continue to see the biggest gap is people who not only can code well, but also who can understand the customer problems well and define it well. And humans, I think we still have a comparative advantage in, you could say, asking the right questions. There's this famous quote by Pablo Picasso. He was shown an early computer, and he kind of looked at it for a while and said, it's not that interesting. All it does is give you answers. And he had a kernel of truth in that really the value comes from asking the right questions. And that's something that people can learn to do better.
Cool. Maybe final question for you. I'm taking a step back. You've got a very impressive and storied career as a professor, as a founder of a company. How did you kind of maybe walk us through why you decided to become a professor and then how you decided to start a company?
I've always been interested in both those things from very early on. When I was an undergraduate, I started a company with my college roommate, Todd Lufborough, that built expert systems. I don't know how many people listening know what an expert system is, but it was an early kind of AI that was rule-based, where you kind of hand-coded all these if-then rules, hundreds or thousands of them. It didn't scale very well because it's just a lot of work to do that. Machine learning is better because then the machine learns. But back then, we did solve some problems for some banks. Like a lot of kids, I read Isaac Asimov and science fiction, and I just was always excited about artificial intelligence. And when I went to grad school, I tried for a while to do AI and economics and combine the two of them. I couldn't find any professors who really would help me do that, so I had to pick one. I picked economics, but I've always applied the economics to AI. And I've started a number of companies. I love actually seeing my research turn into something that can really help people. It's a very exciting time, and WorkHelix is an example of something that builds on my research and is right now, it's just a real joy to see a lot of Fortune 500 companies and middle-sized companies taking advantage of this research to be able to close the gap between technology and productivity.
Very cool. Eric, thanks so much for the conversation. Hopefully this will give some food for thought for those listening in. And please do check out WorkHelix and the research that you guys have done.
Thank you so much.
All
Real
right.
pleasure.
Thank you.
All right, see ya. This is a great idea. Usually there's all that thing with the string and everything.
Yeah, you guys
I
were
like the
sounding
microphone.
nice.
Yeah.
They didn't get the background and none of that.
Cool. Awesome. Thanks for being a great talk.
We're good? We're good? Okay. All right. Do we wait for a signal?
Okay, we're live.
Okay. Hi everyone, streaming live from Buildathon, hosted by AI Fund and DeepLearning.AI. And we are so excited to have Gary Chi from Trey joining us today. Gary is in charge of developer operation at Trey, and welcome Gary.
Thank you. Yeah,
Great,
I'm
great
so
to have
glad
you.
come.
Great to have you here. What a great event so far.
Yeah.
So for folks on live stream, for folks hearing about Trey for the first time, do you want to, what's the one line promise and the aha moment a new users will get with Trey in the first 5 minutes?
First 5 minutes?
Yes.
Okay.
Tell us more about Trey.
Okay, no problem. So thank you for everyone to watching this live video. And my name is Gary, as you already mentioned. I'm currently working at Trey, and I'm the developer operation manager. I'm trying to let more people to know Trey and learn how to use it. So just in one word, what is Trey? Trey is, first of all, it's a top AI ID in the world right now. And we're really glad that to announce that we actually the top 2 AID in the world. If you check the developers, we have more than several millions users in the world.
Oh wow!
And for every month we have more than 1 million monthly active users.
Oh, okay.
So actually this is a pretty big amount, right?
It is.
Because a lot of people they like to build on the Trey. Yeah, but people definitely will ask, hey, what's the differentiation between the Trey and another AI coding tool? I want to say, so first of all, what we want to build is not just an IDE. What we want to build is the real AI engineer.
Okay. A real AI engineer.
The real AI engineer. This is how the Trey names come from. TRA.
The real AI.
Yes, you get it, right?
That's a good one.
Yes, a lot of people they're asking, hey, why you call the product called Trey? It's because the real AI engineer. So basically, this is our vision. This is what we want to do. So thinking about how a real AI engineer going to looks like, they're going to understand you, right? And they can also deliver a good result to you, just like a senior mentor. So one of the aha moments that everyone going to enjoy when you're using the Trey, I would like to say Trey can cover the whole life circle of software development.
End to end?
End to end. Basically, you can try to coding like traditional way, like VS Code. We have AI to help you. The agent will help you, or you can try Trey solo. So the solo is like a web coding way. You just input one prompt, and we will write all the document for you, PRD, technical document, and you will see how the code they just like flow and pop up in front of you, and then you will see we complete the debugging, testing, and deploy the whole software to the Verso. So basically, one prompt, you got a whole software. So this is the first aha moment that everyone going to have.
It's like magic.
It's definitely like magic. It's crazy, incredible good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would highly recommend everyone to try, but currently we're invite only. So this is why.
Oh, okay. How do we get an invitation to Trey?
Oh yeah. So right now you need to have a solo code. So
a solo code?
Yeah, a specific, special code to activate this mode. So one of the reasons we designed this is because solo can deliver really good result, but it also consumes tons of token, more than much, those kind of normal coding agent. Because normally working for you is not one coding agent, it's several coding agents working at the same time. So that's incredible, consume a lot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I wish we can be public to everyone soon.
Okay. So right now, you have to get invited to try Trey.
Yeah.
And the way to get invited is to go to Trey's website.
Oh yeah.
Maybe?
You can join the website to join our
folks, you hear that? You hear that?
Remember to do it, or you can tag me, Gary, like on
right.
Twitter.
Find Gary G from Trey. Okay, so the next question is, so you talk about the magic moment, aha moment of Trey.
Okay.
In your opinion, which use cases or project types does Trey shine most at today, and why?
Oh, actually, there's too many examples because
Give us one.
We just like IDE, right? Everyone they can build anything. But today I would like to highlight solo or I highlight the team. So actually right now we see so many startup like team in the Silicon Valley, they're using Trey to deliver their product. Previously they probably needed several months, but right now they deliver product just 1 month or several weeks.
Speed.
Speed is all you need.
Speed is everything.
And
as Andrew mentioned.
Yeah,
this
as Andrew
morning.
he mentioned today, speed is all you need actually, not just attention. But attention is also important. But what I see is a lot of founder team, because they have a speed, they win a lot of attention on the product hunt and social media, and then they get a lot of investment. I know several companies they get several millions investment because they're using the Trey to build.
Okay.
So this is making me really happy. Yeah.
So pretty much you're saying that, any kind of use cases.
Oh yes,
that
definitely.
the Trey is doing really well today.
Yes.
Okay, that's
solo
awesome.
will be extremely good at like website building, as I mentioned.
Website building.
One prompt and the whole website deployed to the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Great. That's good to know. Could you walk us through, because we love like real life stories?
Oh yeah.
Could you walk us through a favorite success story of Trey recently? From what the problem is and to what the result is and what changed for the developers and the teams.
Okay. Yeah, there are several examples. So number one, there's one product team. At the beginning, they just tried to build an MVP, but they didn't realize actually Trey can help them to, speed up the process much faster than they expect. And then they just win the number 4 on product hunt.
Okay. Oh wow.
And then what out of their expectation is, just in one day, thousands of users and go to their website. And also there are several like B2B company, enterprise try to buy their license. And this is a really good example. I was like out of my expectation. And they also join our live stream. A lot of people, they start to using their product. And then they realize, oh my God, like we didn't realize that MVP can even get more attention because Trey helped them to build much more than they expect.
So Trey helped the team to build much faster. For one, and much more features, so
Much
that
more
MVP is more completed. It's more complete than the team expected.
Yeah.
So that they got like thousands of attention at product hunt. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, this is one example. Another example is like a Stanford team. It's a Stanford startup team. Student team, they build, they use Trey to build, and because we have a build on Trey program, we always want to, give visibility to those people who build on the Trey, those developers, because attention is too intense right now. And just in one day, their first post of Twitter is their launch product. They get around 150,000 views just in the first post.
Oh
and
wow!
they're getting virus, and all the social media in the internet then start to report, tell the story of them. So in total, they get around more than 10 million views in the whole social media.
Okay,
which is incredible.
Within a day?
Yeah, I mean just in probably 1 week or 2 weeks.
Okay.
But
okay.
definitely
Wow,
the first day
amazing.
is a lot of views.
Okay. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah.
And so how do you describe that? How does Trey fit in a developer's daily stack?
Daily stack.
Like editor, repo, tests, CI.
Okay.
What's the smooth path to add it right now without disrupting the existing workflow? For all the developers out there.
So
let us know what's the best way to adopt Trey.
Okay. So as I mentioned, what we want to build is the real AI engineer. So
the real AI engineer.
So
yes.
imagine if you have a real workmate working with you, how the workmate going to collaborate with you?
Oh, that's a good way of looking at it. It's like you are a team and you have a new AI engineer on board.
Yeah.
How do you work with them?
Yeah. If you got, or maybe he's already a senior engineer in the company, you are the new one. How he going to guide you and help you to onboard? So from this way, what we build not just an editor or testing engineer or like a CI/CD engineer. We will cover the whole workflow, as I mentioned. So this is why when you use the Trey, normal Trey, it's actually an editor. It's editor.
It's
And
an editor.
yeah, so it can help you to create a lot of file and write the code really fast. This is really basic. But we also allow the people to build different agents, which means you have unlimited imagination about this. You can build a QA agent. You can connect with like some testing agent using the MCP because we have a MCP marketplace. Oh my goodness, so many agents. You can connect with Slack, connect with the GitHub. Imagine you're just talking with your teammate at Slack. You just come up with a good idea and you add our agent to say, hey, just do it. And then the request will go to the Trey and they will start working on it. One example, right? Integrated with Slack, with the Trey, with the agent, MCP. And then what if I want to integrate it with more engineer, testing engineer? So this is why in the Solo, we have a way more smarter AI agent can under the hood will call so many different agents will work together, parallel working together. So I know a lot of people they're using different tools to create a website easily, but sometimes they just use the model to generate the image. But we are different. We have a main agent. A main agent will control the different agent. Hey, it's time to write the product document, PRD, to write all the detail of the project, and then call a backend agent to say, time to display the whole database, how to design database, how to create the database. All the information will display on just inside of a tray. You can see it, and then you can add it. You can add it by what you want. You don't have to write the C code. You just say, hey, I don't like this table design. You need to change it. And you can also see the whole workflow, different components, how they work together. So you can see from, as I mentioned, from front end to back end, you can control it. Even you want to design a website, for example, a photograph website, we will also call a specific AI image generation video, the model, to create a good image into your website. So it will make sure the website you get is high quality and ready to use and a deployable website. Yeah.
So it's like you have an army of AI engineers join you.
You got it.
In your team.
Yes.
And you just talk to them.
Yeah, you just
like you interact with your fellow engineers in the team.
Oh yeah.
With Trey. So that's the Trey, the real AI engineer.
Probably we should do plus one S because real AI, a lot of real engineers.
Or the army of AI engineers.
Who say you only have one teammate? You have so many teammates, right?
That's great. So Gary, you keep mentioning Solo.
Yeah.
Do you want to maybe talk about Solo, introduce Solo a little bit to the audience? I'm not sure everybody knows what Solo is.
Okay. So Solo, actually, we will call them the first context engineer.
The first context engineer.
Actually, this is a professional word about how an AI engineer can or how an AI agent can have more permission, has more context, can performance better. Because right now, so the reason you can see a lot of AI coding agents they can doing a good job is because they have a better context.
That's right.
A longer context, and also more permission to control different tools. So what we want to do is actually, previously, if people they use the editor, it's basically still is the human leader development. And every time your AI agent want to download some package, they will ask permission. But in the Solo, why is it called Solo? You just let the AI agent do everything.
So it's the AI agent flying solo.
Not just one.
Not the human. The AI engineers flying solo.
Yeah, and at this time, Solo means from now on, AI will start to leading the whole software development, which means more permission, more tools. And human for human, the more things, the more task is to watching, to guide the AI. So this is why when you try Solo, what you need to do is tell Solo what you want and write the prompt. You will see how code is generation. It's just like water, like waterfall, like flow. You can see, you can cannot believe how incredible fast.
Oh wow.
That's amazing. I feel like definitely it's more than 20 times faster than
20
engineer.
times faster.
And you can also see the website just like popping up. The more amazing thing is, for example, right now, you realize there's one component you don't like it. What do you need to do right now? What are you going to do? You will just type, hey, I don't like this title. Can you change it?
Right.
But in the Solo, you can directly react. You can click this button. You can click this component, and then you can tell Solo, change it.
Okay.
Change the color.
You don't even need to say much.
Oh, we also has the voice.
There you go.
You can just directly use the voice to control or to tell you Solo mate.
Just talk to Solo.
Talk
You
to
don't
Solo.
have to even move your fingers. Is that
Yes.
what you're saying?
Yeah,
Oh,
you
that's-
even don't need to type. This is the future. What do we
Okay.
believe?
Okay.
And then complete the design, deploy, share with your friend. So basically, Solo is just complete whole website, whole software for you. Normally speaking, another IDE focus on generate code, but Solo focus on generate software.
I like that one line.
Yeah.
The other IDEs generate code, but
Yeah.
Solo generates software. I like that one. That's a great line.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna, my next question was gonna be there, so many coding assistants out there. What's the differentiation of Trey? But you got it right there. You answered
there's
it.
another thing I want to say.
Okay,
is-
please do.
So the more important thing is some people they will use another, non-technical or maybe the local website, like just one prompt, get a code and then put into the IDE to write the code. But why you need to do this? So this is why we allowed people just in the tray. There's two modes. You just click the button, you can switch. So basically, one money, two
Okay.
product.
Okay. Well, that sounds very exciting. Awesome. Okay. That's all very exciting. So onboarding. I want to talk about onboarding a little bit. If like a developer, if I want value today, what are the few first?
First to win. That's a good question. Since we got so many features, we will. So number one, join our waiting list. Get a
That's
Solo
right.
code.
Get an invitation first.
Try Solo. Trust me. Try Solo. And even for me, every week we have a lot of iteration. Our technical team.
I believe.
Build
I can
Trey
imagine.
so fast. The thing is, we use Trey to iterate Trey. That's why it's so fast, right? So every week I will find a lot of aha moment. But aha moment is like you tell one prompt, you see how the Solo going to complete a whole deployable website to you, and then you can just use it in probably several minutes. That moment, I promise you, you will feel like you're Superman. You're super engineer.
Super engineer.
You will feel you're more than yourself. This
And
is the
then
aha moment.
Yeah, the aha moment, your first win, and you can then take it from there to continue evolving, iterating your product super fast. That's what Trey's promising our developers
Build
out
really
there.
fast and iterate really fast, and then much more powerful.
So, Gary, we talk about a lot of awesome features that Trey has. Is there a few? Are there a few features that you feel people underrate in Trey? Because we do want, they're like the star features that everybody pays attention to. But are there some features that, in your opinion, are like super powerful? However, people kind of underrate at the moment.
Oh yeah, we have a specific capabilities. You can customize your own agent.
Okay.
Basically, you can write your own prompt. You can add your own tools, right? So a lot of people they just write some prompt. That's it. But actually, the real magic is you connect with MCP.
I'm sorry, what?
Connect with MCP. I got one friend. His company is called Test Sprite, and what he's doing is he created MCP that can help AI coding to do QA testing. So for example, like web coding, you write so much code, but can you make sure the website is literally is workable? It's really good design, the color is right, the font is, the size is right. It's not.
Like browser compatible and all that.
Yeah, but and also like for AI, what they can do is they just check the code. But the things like for human, they not watching code, they watching the website. So this is why they using a vision model. So basically, when you running your code, right? So it will call their MCP, and then the code base will also try to running in their cloud, in a private space, and then they will have a model like a real QA testing AI engineer or the engineer to see the website
Using the vision model.
use the vision model, and then write a summary, give a lot of feedback, give back to the Trey. And then after this kind of suggestion, then you will see like the Trey will just iterate the whole software much better. So by the data shows, actually it decrease a lot of, the bug, and also make the software looks way more better if you just compare with the web coding.
So Trey is not only the true AI engineers, it's also the true QA.
So basically QA is just one use case. The thing is like, even for Trey, if our engineer is not good enough or there's some capability we are not cover, you can collaborate with another AI agent. QA agent is one example. What if we work with CI/CD agent, work with backend agent?
That's right.
Work with so many different agents.
Okay. So basically, the possibilities are
unlimited. It's unlimited. A lot of people, they still not discover yet. But this is definitely really good things about.
Great.
The DIY agent. I would like to say.
DIY agent.
Yeah, you can say DIY. Right?
Build your own agent.
Build your own one or connect with another one.
That's wonderful. So in terms of community, is there a community being built for Trey where developers can go for supports or to partner with Trey?
Oh yes, for sure. So first of all, I'm basically kind of like the community manager. So in the worldwide, we have our fellow program. We right now we are like recruiting so many different fellow from different countries. So because they also want to let their city, let their people, let their classmates to know the power of AI coding. So in that case, we will help them to host different events in the different city in the worldwide. So fellow program is one thing that people can work with us. And also we have a really big activity community. In the Discord, we have around 50,000 users. So every day is like so many people they talking with them and share what they build and share this is my agent, this is my product, this is my tips how to use Trey. And another community is the Reddit. So Reddit, we are the top 50 AI Reddit in the world right now.
Oh wow!
Just because of Solo, you cannot imagine. We launched our Solo, just in 1 week, our Reddit followers from 1,500 and jumped to 10,000 in 1 week.
In 1 week.
And then we directly became the top 50 in the world right now.
Oh, that is amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
thank you.
People can always talk to me or find us in the Reddit, Twitter, Discord. We have so many programs. No matter it's the fellow program to host the event, or you build something cool, you want let us to help you to boost your visibility. Like if you're a founder, we do this.
Right, because you have a huge community.
We have a huge community, and also another thing is like thinking about if the productivity improve, what is going to happen? Attention going to be more, expensive. So I believe there are more products, but this product they're doing a really good job. But the issue is nobody knows them.
How do you grab users' attention?
How to grab it now? Yeah, especially those really great products. And what we're doing is we help you to get more visibility in the whole world. And maybe sometimes we even help them to raise the money.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we also help them to raise the money.
Yeah, that's what every team needs.
Oh yeah.
That is great. So tell us what's next for Trey. What's your vision? Biggest milestone coming up soon. Do you want to give us some teaser?
Yeah. So as we mentioned, we already the top 2 AID in the world right now. Why not become number 1?
Definitely. Why not?
Why not? So of course we will keep improve our performance, no matter it's the tab, no matter it's the accuracy, the context window of our product, and also another thing is we will make solo much more powerful, way more powerful. We believe this is the future way how people they build, and we want, not just let a developer to build in the world, but let everyone can enjoy the power of AI. Everyone can become a product manager or even a founder.
Are there specific features that you have in the roadmap to make Trey number one down the road?
Oh, solo is really big feature.
Okay.
We will definitely add more tool. Recently we add Figma. So thinking about
Figma,
you can just complete the Figma design and inside of Trey, and then say, hey Solo, buddy, help me to build it, and we just complete everything. So this is Figma, and the next time we are going to have more integration. So and also Supabase is a database, so people they can connect with their own database. But what about for the enterprise? For enterprise will be our next step.
Okay.
We will support more enterprise company and also going to have Trey enterprise version.
Okay, great. Thank you so much, Gary. And for audience at the live stream, do check out Trey and get your invitation or reach out to Gary Chi that he is in charge of developer operation at Trey, and try it out. It sounds really awesome. Thank you so much. This is Jill from AI Fun.
Thank you so much for everyone. See you.
Bye.
Bye. Okay.
Thank you so much.
I'm gonna put this here. All right.
Cool. Ofer, nice to meet you.
Good to meet you too.
I'm excited for those live streaming. Ofer is the head of developer relations at Vectara. We're going to have a conversation about Ofer and Vectara.
Okay.
First, tell us about you.
Well, I live here in Silicon Valley.
Cool.
I've been sort of in the machine learning space before it was called AI, so for the last maybe 20, 25 years.
Before it was cool.
And all the way from naive base, if anybody knows what that is, up to today's LLMs. I got to use LLMs actually pretty early on, around 2018, 2019, when GPT just turned 2, sort of like. So
how did you hear about it first, and how did you get on board in GPT-2?
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think it's I had a person who used to work for me at a previous company in my team, and he then moved on from that company to work at OpenAI early on too. And so he knew about it, and one day he said, "You should look at this thing. It's really cool. It's really gonna change the world." And so little did I know, I just sort of decided to take a look at it and work with it. Yeah.
So we were talking a little bit about kind of your experience with GPT-2, and I think the context window was 512, not 512,000, 512 tokens.
512 tokens.
Okay.
Yeah. And there was like a big deal at the time. So using it was really interesting. Because you had these really big limitations, like what can you do with that? It also wasn't that powerful. But one of the things that we did back in 2019 in my company was trying to extend that to, believe it or not, 8,000, which was like a lot more, like 16 times more, and that was a big technical achievement. Yeah.
And tell us about, so this company you started, tell us a little bit about that company. Why did you start that company, and tell us about the company?
So the company was called Syntegra. It was a healthcare tech company. And essentially what it did, it was taking real healthcare patient data and creating synthetic data out of that. So that synthetic data is then no longer a real patient data and could be used to do modeling and research in healthcare. So it was very good cause for that.
Were you modeling specific diseases, modeling specific health issues? What were you modeling in particular?
Depending on the customer use case. But for example, imagine like an oncology data set that lives somewhere being collected by these organizations that track these things, and they get patients coming in every 3 months to track their progress, and super valuable data for research. It was kind of locked in because of good reasons. Like HIPAA is very, very a good reason to not expose patients' data 100%, but it blocked research. So being able to create statistically similar data sets and then share those for research purposes and really do a lot of good stuff with that is really valuable. In fact, this was the time of COVID, right? And we worked with the NIH to sort of model the COVID patient data.
Oh, wow.
It was interesting, yeah.
Wow, really good work. You then moved on to Vectara.
Yeah.
Maybe first you can share for the audience, what is Vectara? What does Vectara do?
So we're a company about 4 years old, founded by some people from Google. Our CEO was one of the founders of Cloudera. And we do essentially AI agents and RAG as a service.
Okay.
So when you think about building a RAG system and now AI agents, there's a lot of infrastructure in play. You have to have your vector search, you have to have hybrid search, embedding models, a lot of different pieces to it, and a lot of infrastructure. And so, yeah, you can build it yourself, but when you go to, and we work primarily with bigger companies, you know, in a Fortune 1000, and those companies, you know, they want something that is more, they don't have to manage all this infrastructure. So we have a stack with an API on top of it for developers. So essentially you end up having all the functionality you want that matters for these kind of systems. But you don't have to manage the infrastructure. You don't care which vector database it is. You don't care which, I mean, you care. You can change the embedding model. You can pick, but you don't have to manage it, scale it up and down, put security in there, put data governance. All that stuff is managed for you.
I see.
And it works. Also, of course, you can send all data to us, which is a SaaS model, but also it works on your own VPC and hyperscaler, and on-prem. We have customers where they get hardware from us with all the system installed on that.
Cool. Yeah. So we've got a bunch of developers who are on live stream. As they're building applications, it sounds like you're kind of helping them with all these kind of components they have to put together, making it very easy for them.
Yes.
Maybe you could kind of walk us through like a use case that you've seen that you were like, oh my goodness, like the developer used Vectara to do this.
Yeah, absolutely. So generally it makes everything much easier because, as I said, we don't have to become an expert and choose a vector database. There's like probably 50 in the market. Like, which do I choose? Which, honestly, it doesn't matter. What you care about as a developer is I want to ingest my data that I want to build my RAG or agent on top of into the system, so it's searchable and can be used in the context that it needs to be used. So once you ingest the data, we'll take care of like chunking and table processing and image processing, every video, whatever you have to do to make that work. We'll put it into our internal system.
Cool.
And again, you can control how you do that in the API. And then when you run a query, you integrate it with your use case. So it could be a chatbot is still very popular, maybe document generation, a bunch of other use cases like that. You just run the API. You don't have to worry about, oh, my vector database is too small, it wouldn't scale, it'll be slow or something like this. This is our job. That's why you would pay us eventually as a big company, right?
Very cool. We talked a little bit before this about hallucinations and hallucinations that you dealt with GPT-2. And you also gave a talk about why do LLMs hallucinate. So maybe you can talk, first of all, simple terms, like what causes hallucinations in large language models? And then how does RAG kind of counteract that?
Sure. So I would first say like hallucinations is arguably still the number one hurdle for companies to adopt LLM technologies in general, whether it's agents or RAG.
Yeah.
So I want to differentiate two types of hallucinations. One I'll call raw hallucination, right? Which is you give the LLM some question and it hallucinates a response without RAG, right?
Yeah.
And that's usually because, again, LLMs are still token completion systems. They predict the next token, and a lot of times they just make a mistake. They complete without having the knowledge. For example, if the LLM was trained up until late 2024 and ask a question of something that happened in 2025, that's a decent use case of this happening. There's a lot of other reasons, like the prompt is not good enough, whatever. There's a lot of reasons they would hallucinate, but generally they're not trained to give you the right answer. They're trained to complete the next token.
Yep.
And that's really the core issue. One thing I like to say about this too, to maybe give another angle at it, is if you think about LLMs, they're trained on maybe hundreds of, trillions of tokens, let's say, or now maybe 1 trillion, a year ago or so, right? Lots of data, but then the amount of parameters is in the billions. So there's got to be some loss, right, in there. And we know that compression from like information theory is like 1 to 8. You can do lossless compression. So this is in the thousands or 100x. So there's got to be some loss of information. So that's why the main LLMs hallucinate. Now, the idea of RAG is really brilliant in the sense that, no, I'm going to use the LLM not just based on its kind of outside world knowledge, but really I'm going to say, here's a retrieval system. I'm first going to take all the internal data, the data you pointed at. I'm going to bring the right facts in. I'm going to tell the LLM, please generate, but use these facts. Those are the source of truth, right? And that's why it hallucinates a lot less, because you actually tell it what to do and what to rely on. Now, assuming that your source of truth is correct, so you need a good retrieval system to do that, but yes.
And if you need a good retrieval system, that's where Vectara comes in, is that right?
That's one of the big pieces. We do, we do retrieval both with vector and keyword search and combination together. We make this whole system works. Re-ranking is a big deal that people sometimes forget. Retrieval is not just a vector search. Re-rankers are really important to get the right approaches. And we also
can you talk a little bit about re-ranking then, just for the audience?
Yeah, re-ranking is, so when you think about retrieval, we think about it as a pipeline of different things. And the first step is, let's say you have 1 million documents. Okay. You couldn't do a re-ranker on those. A ranker essentially takes the documents and figures out which ones are most relevant. And re-ranking is a very expensive operation. Like it takes a while for each unique document or chunk. So you can't do this on 1 million documents. So this is the only reason this is why we have vector search, because you can do embedding models which are actually much faster to use on a large scale. And then you get your top 100 documents or 200 documents, and then you use ranking just on that. And you really focus on the interesting. I should mention I did do a course with DeepLearning.AI, which I know you compared, about embedding models that explains all of that too, if you're interested.
Cool. Okay, so plug. So DeepLearning.AI.
Plug, exactly.
DeepLearning.AI. Watch the course with Ofer.
Yeah.
And what's the title of the course?
Embedding models. I should know this, but embedding models from production or something like this. You'll find it.
Look it up.
You look it up. So that's good.
Great.
I was very happy to do that. I want to say one more thing about hallucination is one of the things that we're kind of known for at Vectara is this hallucination detection and correction, hallucination mitigation. So we have still by far the #1 hallucination detection model on Hugging Face.
Wow. Okay. Wow.
Downloaded more than 5 million times.
Wow.
At this point. And a recent thing we added is hallucination correction.
Okay.
So when you know your response from RAG is hallucinated, what do you want to do? You want to either tell the user, oh, sorry, it's hallucinated, but the better thing would be to correct it.
Yeah, here's the answer.
So you have a specialized model for that, which is really cool.
That's very cool. I imagine that hallucinations and getting it right, making sure the language model is returning the right answer, is a particularly large, important deal for large corporations. And you work at, developers large and small, but specifically for big companies. The transition from RAG from a proof of concept to production at a large company, what do you recommend? What are some pitfalls? What do you recommend developers look for in that transition?
Great question. In fact, I am in the last piece of writing a book about this.
Great, another plug.
By the way.
Can you show the title of the book?
It's not available yet.
Yeah.
It's with O'Reilly. It's called Hands-on RAG in Production. So it targets exactly this problem. So I'm saying this it's fresh in my head, right? Yeah. I'm writing about this every day. But to answer your question more directly, there's a lot of challenges, right? Like putting together a chatbot with my 1 PDF or 10 PDFs is kind of easy.
Yep.
But I think when you go to enterprise scale, the main things that you want to think about is, one, how does it scale? And scalability becomes a problem, not just from a systems perspective. I need more machines and I need to have fault tolerance and things like this.
Yeah.
But also from the RAG platform perspective. For example, we talk about retrieval, right?
Yep.
Retrieval starts to degrade as you have more documents available. Just a simple exercise is, if you want to take your top 20 chunks of data or documents into your LLM in your RAG pipeline, there's more competition for what will be in those top 20.
Totally.
So by definition, if your RAG retrieval is not that great, you'll see more degradation in performance.
Yep.
The other issue is, how do you measure RAG performance anyway?
Yeah.
Right?
Okay.
It's a big problem. How do you do that? How do you continuously measure that as you add more data sources, as new data comes in, you keep and maintain the same quality, right?
So how do you measure RAG performance?
So yet another plug,
Yeah.
but this is actually something really interesting. I'm really excited about it. We launched this thing called Open RAG Eval.
Okay, cool.
About 2-3 months ago.
Cool.
So I want to talk about RAG Eval. It's something that exists in the market for a while.
Okay.
And I encourage everybody to look at other things too. But one of the challenges we've looked at this space for a while. And RAG evaluation means okay, I got a set of questions. Let's say your top 1,000 questions for your organization that are most important.
Yeah.
And usually what you do is you would use either open source or commercial solution to take these questions, run them through your RAG pipeline, figure out the answers, and figure out if the answers are good or not in some way. So you want to test your retrieval. You also want to test the answer. You want to test for hallucinations, all these things.
Yep.
The problem was you have to write your sort of ground truth answers.
Yep.
And that's really difficult.
Yep.
Even if you're imagine you're a big bank, like a JP Morgan or Citibank or whatever, and you have lots of resources. You can say, I'm going to put 5 people to write these answers every day.
Yeah.
Still, they may not know the answers.
Yeah.
So one of the really, really cool things about Open RAG Eval is it's a project we did in collaboration with University of Waterloo and research they've done to do what I call reference-free RAG evaluation.
Okay.
So in other words, you don't need your golden chunks or your golden answers.
Okay.
It still gives you really good metrics about how to do that.
Huh.
That sounds like magic.
Okay, it does sound like magic. Maybe I'm asking to reveal some secret sauce.
No, it's not. It's all in open source.
Okay, so how does it do that? Yeah.
It's not a secret sauce at all. We decided to open source it to the community, and and I encourage everybody to take a look at it. If you like it, please give us a GitHub star. We're trying to spread the word around, and it helps.
Okay.
How does it work? I'll try to do it briefly, and maybe I can share later on some resources about this. But I'll give you an example for retrieval, which is really hard, right?
Yeah.
Who's going to write golden chunks on the retrieval? That's really hard. But there's a metric called umbrella.
Okay.
Okay. What it does is it takes your chunk that came out of the retrieval.
Yeah.
Let's say you take your top 20 chunks you want to do. You take your chunk, and you essentially use LLM as a judge to give you a score between 0 and 3.
Okay.
0 being it's completely irrelevant to the answer. 3 is like it's complete answer to the question, right? So it looks at the chunk and the query, no answer involved.
Ah, I see.
Now, you can say, and it's a good prompt, but the trick is like, why would you say that? I mean, anybody can invent a prompt with a scoring system like this. What's the big secret here? The big secret is that the researchers or university, whatever, and again, to give him credit, Jimmy Lin and his team, they're amazing.
Talk for Jimmy.
Yes. But so if you want to work in this research, go talk to him. He's a great advisor, professor for you guys. What it does, they've done research to show that a particular prompt they use in a particular way they created it correlates highly with actual human annotation of the same thing.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Right?
Cool.
So you know that this particular prompt, this particular way, if you use an LM as a judge, you know, I think the correlation numbers are like really high, like 80, 90%. Like it's the correlation coefficients there. So it's really powerful. Not just like anybody can invent it, yes, but go do this research and do a lot of manual analysis, collect a lot of data, and show that. Similarly, there's another thing called auto-nuggetizer, which does this on answers in a little bit different way, but that's the thing. So.
I love the fact that you one are taking research and have a practical implementation of the research, and also the fact that you've open sourced this for the entire developer community to use.
Yeah,
it's really cool.
Please take a look at it. I love it. It's really, really powerful.
Very cool. We are here at a hackathon. Sorry for those of you who are live streaming who are not here in person, but for those who are kind of online and also those in person, folks have the next 5 hours to build something.
Yeah.
In that short amount of time, especially for developers who are new to RAG, any advice in terms of what they should build like right now, like in the next few hours, versus things that they can worry about and solve for later on?
Well, first of all, I love the idea of the Buildathon because of coding agents. Like I've used them a lot recently, and I feel that's the first and foremost thing is like use those coding agents. They're amazing. Yeah. I think Andrew said earlier that move fast and be responsible as opposed to move fast and break things. I like that too. I would say my personal experience is that use them, but be careful. They're not that great yet, to be honest. They make mistakes. Yeah. So kind of the role becomes like watch over them. Generally at Vectara, if you want to use Vectara for building RAG or agents, that's a great thing because again, if you build it yourself, even with a coding engine, you have to know the infrastructure pieces and you have to code them up and build them up, and that's not always easy. But in a 5 hour thing, I mean, it's kind of really hard anyways to do stuff. So the coding engines are amazing. In fact, one of the resources I shared on the Discord server is for today, I actually prepared Claude MD and Gemini MD or whatever. They have these things that you can add.
Yep.
So I created one for Vectara. You can integrate into your Claude MD that helps Claude, for example, do the right thing from the start.
Okay.
Right?
Cool. So you share this on Discord?
I shared it on Discord.
Yep, so look it up.
If you're building something with Vectara, you can integrate that piece into your Claude MD, or Gemini if you use that, to just help it make less mistakes, right?
Cool.
So think about that. I think you could definitely, if it starts making mistakes in any application you develop, think about what mistakes it made and add it to your Claude code. That's a really, really good, helpful thing to do.
That's very cool. I think one of the things we heard from the panel earlier today is also asking Claude Code, for example, tell me about the code that you've written. Why are there mistakes in it? And you can learn as a developer
100%.
What's happening too.
And I also like the idea of unit tests, right?
Yep.
That was discussed earlier too. I think if you add a unit test for something you want to develop, it's much less likely to make a mistake because it'll run the unit test, it'll check itself. A lot of times it gives you a solution. So it gives you a solution that's like more than what you've asked for, maybe go in a different direction. But if you specify what you need more precisely, it'll do a better job.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. Just maybe looking forward, I feel like you've shared a lot of kind of insights and some secrets. To the extent that you can share, what's on the roadmap for Vectara? What are you excited about what Vectara is going to be releasing in the future for the developer community?
Sure, yeah. So we're two things I wanted to mention. One is, of course, AI agents is something that I'm really bullish about. We're all really bullish about it at Vectara. We have a lot of stuff coming in that area, both for developers directly, but one of the interesting things we call the Guardian agent.
Okay, nice.
Which is kind of the same mentality of what we have with hallucination detection and correction, taking that to agents. So agents, I got to be honest with everybody here on the thing. They're wonderful. I've built many of them.
Yeah.
They don't always work correctly the first time. They take a while to figure out. So the demos you see online are great, but they usually took a while to figure out, right?
Yeah.
That's where we are. This will change very rapidly. But one of the areas, if you think about failure modes, right? They fail in the tools coming directly or from the MCP servers being wrong.
Yep.
Which is where hallucination correction could be applied really well. That's kind of basic. But then the tool calling could be wrong too. It could call the wrong tools. It could plan the wrong plan. It can use the wrong arguments with the tools. A lot of failure modes where it could go wrong. So we're building a mechanism to control that and be able to guard against failure to get to the right answer faster and more reliably.
Cool.
And that's a really, really good thing. The second thing I'm really excited about is we call it enterprise deep research.
Okay, nice.
Right? So deep research, I'm sure everybody knows. If you haven't tried it, I really encourage you to do it. Gemini has a version, ChatGPT has a version, I think Perplexity has a version, maybe Anthropic has a version. Everybody's got a version of that. And usually it's a kind of a meta agent, sort of like goes deeper than just a question and an answer. It goes and researches websites and looks up on the web and tries to give you a more deeply researched sort of answer that's usually longer. Very powerful tool. I use it all the time. If you're not using it, please maximize whatever the vendors allow you to do. It's really, really helpful. Now, the question we ask is like, so how do you do that in an enterprise context where you want to target the enterprise data sources? And it turns out it's not as easy. You can't use the regular Gemini tools, whatever, for at least not now to do that.
Because the regular Gemini tools are outward facing as opposed to inward facing, right?
And think about it also, the planning could be much worse if they don't know anything about your internal data. So we'll build this enterprise deep research, and there's so many interesting use cases. For example, one of my favorites as a developer is like, I've been in many companies and you go in the first day and you have this onboarding week. Okay? Like go learn about everything. I'm sure you've seen that.
Everybody's just super lost the entire time.
And it's like, what do I do? And maybe there's an old document 3 years ago that sort of tells you how to log into systems. But other than that, you're kind of lost.
Yeah.
And usually the answer is like, well, talk to the previous person who just came in 3 months ago. So imagine now that with enterprise deep research, you can take all the documents of your team from Google Drive and emails and Slack in the last few months and sort of build a kind of dynamically generated onboarding guide that has all the latest information for you, right? That's a really cool use case.
So you do not need to talk to the last guy. You can just talk to the guy right now, actually.
The agent, exactly. Yeah. And then the other one, and there's many of them, I can talk for an hour about this, but I just mentioned one more, which is a big pain for big organizations is RFP generation, RFP responses. Yep. So sometimes,
RFP being request for proposals.
Yes, RFP. So your company, your salesperson gets an RFP, and then they go to like ask everybody about what to do with that. Where do I get all these answers? 150 different questions. Yep. And the answers keep changing. Yep. Nobody knows where the answer is held, which document it is, which version. Maybe sometimes I have to ask a person something. So again, this could leverage all of your internal resources that are connected to Vectara already, and you just 20 minutes later you have, I don't think it maybe doesn't do 100% of the questions, but if it does 95% and you ask, so you can turn it from weeks and months to a process that takes days or hours sometimes.
Amazing. And knowing RFPs, turning weeks into days or hours is magic.
It gives you a competitive edge, honestly, because you can respond to 3 of them and not 1 of them. Yep. It's a really cool thing.
Super excited about all the things that Vectara is going to launch Thank you so much for spending time with us today.
Of course. Thank you for having me. This is great.
Great. All right.
You guys are sounding great.
Thank you.
Yay! Oh God. Long-time graph lover, long before my Neo4j days. Yeah, when when Neo4j called, I was very excited because I've always loved graphs.
Oh, I was imagining pre that. We're talking graph paper.
Oh, no, I will be honest with you. When I was in high school, all my notebooks were graph paper notebooks.
There you go.
Legitimately. Like even middle school, I think, actually. So I was born for it.
I mean, the funny thing is, I feel like it just similar because I would always prefer that where if there was a need for me to create a diagram in my notes, I could do it.
Yes, yes.
If only.
Oh, it was great when I finally got to physics and our notebooks had to be graph notebooks, right?
Right.
So, yeah.
So, all right. Okay. So I guess perfect segue from graph paper into chatting with you, Allison, here.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it seems like you really make companies safer, smarter using graphs and the tech behind Neo4j. So if you've never touched graphs, perfect. We'll keep it simple and practical.
Yes.
So I guess maybe to kick things off, what is a graph in the context of AI in plain English? Let's start there.
In plain English, I like to go with what people know. So when you think about your social media feeds, whether personal or professional, you and I are now connected on LinkedIn, right? And each of us have different connections. And so if you imagine, we always use circles and lines between them. So in a graph, it's really an entity or a thing and how it connects to another thing. Very simple.
Simple
and
as
then
that.
just all those little circles and lines connect together to show communities. So if you think about even your community where you live, you know some of your neighbors, but not all of your neighbors. And so if you just sort of map out those connections, that's what a graph is.
I love it. I know. I think it's been easier for me to understand. I think my brain always thought about graphs and connections visually.
Yeah.
So I have thought about how, in general, folks who think in that visual realm, it's probably easier to think about graphs from that standpoint.
Oh, definitely.
I guess for the folks, I'm curious, maybe giving examples of everyday problems that graph solves can help, ground it in reality for folks. What could be some examples that come to mind for you?
Have you ever used GPS directions? Your Waze, your Google Maps, your Apple Maps, especially if you think about when it offers you the option for different routes. So you may have a route that's optimized for speed. You may have a route that's optimized for mileage. You may have a route that is more scenic. And so pathfinding is a really common one, and that's one that we use all the time. When we get into the business realm where it comes in, you'll see things like fraud detection. So for example, one of the elements that you can look for is you can look for like circles of interesting connections. So I worked on a project last year with Syracuse University called Election Graph, and they were tracking payments for advertisements in social media, Facebook, Instagram. And one of the interesting things that they found is when you actually tracked the entities who were putting out these advertisements, you could look, and if you looked from the outside, it would look like they were all these different separate entities. But when you started to connect email addresses and phone numbers and addresses, you actually found that there were many seemingly independent pieces that were all actually one base entity. And you wouldn't know it because if you think of it from a tabular perspective, you could say, oh, these two rows share a phone number. And then these other two rows share an email address. But when we actually start connecting them, what you find is you have two entities that share nothing in common. But because of those connections of email addresses and phone numbers, they're actually still all part of the same entity.
Right, like it had to exist in that graph perspective where in some ways you created new knowledge because the connections are new knowledge that wouldn't have existed in the tabular format.
Exactly,
And
that
so-
multi-hop connection
Right.
exposed something really interesting.
Because there's like a aspect of just matching on the content piece, but then there's the matching itself is data that the graph enables in some ways. So that's kind of cool. Also, this is kind of fun when you're talking about finding the fastest path. It kind of reminded me back to college days where I learned Dijkstra's algorithm.
Oh yes,
and I was
we
like, oh
use
my
Dijkstra.
god, right? Yeah,
I use that one all the time.
I know, it's such a throwback to graph theory days.
Yeah, I mean, and that's exactly what it is, and what I find the most interesting about graph thinking. like yourself, I think I'm natively a visual and a graph thinker.
Yeah.
And so for me, it's always been how I navigate the world is in graph. And I was going to say something and now it went away.
It's okay. Well,
sorry.
I'll give
I'm
you
sure
one
it'll
other
come back up.
idea that I had, now I think about it, I should just build this because we're at a Buildathon.
We are at a Buildathon. What are we building this afternoon?
So I've always had this vision for, there's Google Maps, which gives you the perfect shortest direction. And if they've optimized it towards being efficient to drive on the highways or whatnot. And now they've added this idea around EVs.
Yes.
Now, but what I love doing is I love going on road trips and adventuring and just exploring a place.
Yes.
And I want a path that's the most interesting path, the most aesthetically beautiful path.
Yes.
So why not create a new navigation system that optimizes for some of these other qualities that we may look for as humans?
Oh, I would love that.
Right?
I mean, how I would do it is I would be really interested in leveraging like Instagram landscape density.
Whoa.
To use that as, of course I just go right there, right? I'm like, oh, let's use Instagram where there's lots of landscapes and, we have that. I'm really interested in what I call AI gravity. So that's that type of thing. And so that could be one way because how do you define interesting, right?
Oh, wait, yeah, tell me more. What do you mean by AI gravity?
So something that's really interesting to me, and when we think of complex systems and we think of data, if you consider, everybody's probably built a RAG application at this point. And if we think about just that one use case, if we looked at the documents that are used the most often, the documents that lead to the next document, and that volume of use creates what I call AI gravity. So it's an area where there's a high concentration of data use, or in agentic systems, high tool usage, or if we look at when all of your AI ecosystem is connected, which pieces are the most influential across that complex system. So that's one of the things that's really interesting to me, and where my personal research goes is into really understanding those gravitational pulls from that data perspective. Because most of the time when we think of observability, we think of governance, oftentimes or even risk, we think in snapshots.
Right.
And the physics of the data flow, the physics of the tool usage, the physics of, risk increases or decreases depending on context, that's the part that I'm really interested in, is what we can find when we look at it in this temporal live perspective.
Yeah, no, I'm just like, so many things got unlocked when I think about it that way, right? It's another dimension to data at the end of the day, which is the temporal aspect of usage. And I'm even thinking, again, I know in a graph, but in that three-dimensional space where the usage and how the usage connects in various ways to other things.
Yes.
So yeah, that's fascinating. Well, I guess kind of building off that, a lot of folks have heard about RAG and a lot of times tune out when you really start there.
Yes.
But I'm curious if you can explain what graph RAG really means, and because I think that's one of the core aspects for Neo.
Yeah, it's one of the places that we've seen, in the generative AI era, that graph has actually found its way into people's toolbox, right? And it found its way into people's toolbox because, for folks who may not know exactly what retrieval augmented generation is.
Let's start there.
Let's start there. So retrieval augmented generation is generation. So you think you're connecting to your LLM, your ChatGPT, but we need to ground that in something factual. So we want to augment the generation, have it not come from just from the LLM, but have some facts that goes with it. And so it packages those facts together to generate that answer, right? So that's what retrieval augmented generation is. And that's where all of our chatbots started. And the way that it works is, not to get too deep into the math, but really what happens is when you write out words, we have something called vectorization or embeddings. And what it does is it creates a very long string of numbers that represents sort of where that topic lives in space, right? Just easy way to do it, right? So if I ask a question about I don't know, yellow labs. I love my yellow lab. And let's just say I have a question about how to train this dog goose. You know, what it would say is, how do I train my yellow lab to, I don't know, close the door? Which he actually does, which is fascinating.
Okay,
Sidebar.
we need to see a video later.
Okay, I will show it to you later, I promise. So how do I teach my yellow lab to close the door? What it will do is it will go into all the different pieces of documentation that you have, and it'll find the closest thing to that sort of what I call like topic address.
Yeah.
So maybe things that are in that area are, you know, special tricks, unique tricks, like something about a door, things that are in that semantically similar space. The way we do that is something called cosine similarity, big fancy math, but basically it says what is closest to this address of this question, right, in these spaces. So in GraphRag, we start with that. So we say, okay, I ask how I do that, and then it will go to those document chunks or those little pieces of information that are really similar. We know, though, as human beings, let's just say I'm the new person at work, and I am going to use retrieval augmented generation to answer a question about how do I do this task at this company.
Right.
It's almost like the visualization I like to use is, so imagine if you had a bunch of index cards. So every one of those little chunks of information is an index card.
Right.
And if I ask a question and you give me the index cards that have the closest to my question, it'll give me some information, but I don't know how it fits. Like maybe I know it came from an HR document, or maybe I know it came from product documentation, but I don't know how it fits together.
Right, like this index card that I have to answer the question, in some ways is helpful, but if I also knew which other index cards are tier 1 to that, then tier 2 to that, then it gives, again, like it gives me a better understanding of the one index card.
Exactly. So in GraphRag, what we do is we go to your chunk, your vector, your index card, and then we say, what else is it related to? So maybe if you know, certain cases, one of the ones that I use a lot is financial documentation, right? So SEC filings, and I can say, what are the risk factors that Apple is facing right now? I can go in and, you know, if I've got that as a relationship, I could do risk factors. If it's semantics, I can go into the document. But what if I'm concerned about entities that own that Apple stock? So if I say, which fund managers are most impacted by a lithium shortage, I can go into those SEC documents of those companies and find that information, but I need to have a structured connection to who owns stock in those companies. So what GraphRag does is it allows you to anchor in semantics and traverse across structure to get the full context of your answer you're looking for.
Right. Yeah. And I'm also, and this is more off the cuff, but I'm also thinking it's just actually using LLMs to their full potential too, right? Fundamentally, using just RAG on a tabular database for LLMs is not actually using the full potential where they can operate with the graph RAG in place, which gives that context meaning and the connections to them too.
Yeah.
So you can also improve the usage of the tools you're building on top of it.
100%. 100%. And there's so many interesting ways that you can use the LLMs. I know we're doing it in the Buildathon today, using the LLMs to actually create the graph.
Yeah.
How do we extract structure from this unstructured form? Right? So there's that interesting element, and there's the connecting to the structure that you actually have. So all of that together creates a really rich environment for using our natural language to really surface actual contextual information.
I'm curious, have you had I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the projects from today? Not yet?
I have.
You have?
I have.
Yeah.
I saw when they were released.
Any particular ones that caught your eye or would really be, you know, using the power of GraphRag?
I mean, we have, there's one that's really specifically focused on actually doing that. And I think for most people, I would recommend actually starting with something like that, because the thinking in graph takes time. Like it's a context shift, right? And so I really encourage people to start with really obvious projects with graph to just start to get you thinking, like when I do when I do workshops, it's always about, okay, think about your data. What are the natural connections? And it just takes time. And so starting with that structured project of, let me do this thing, I think is a really great way to just get into the world of connection.
Yeah, do you have maybe we could work through a quick example of something if folks, let's say, didn't have a project of their own but wanted to implement a simple project just to start using it. What could be a sample for them to get going?
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, I love GraphRag, and I think it's, I know we've talked about it a lot, but it's a really great place to start. I think more important than having a, like, oh, you should try this first, it's there are a couple of key factors that pop up that let me know that maybe Graph would be helpful here.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's a good point.
And one of them is
being able to recognize that.
Yeah, so it's really good at many-to-many relationships.
Okay. Yeah.
Right?
Right.
So anytime you have complex connections and complex intertwining, so many-to-many is usually a good place. If you have something where the sequence is important and the sequence could change or could veer in different places, think, our Waze app or your most interesting route to work app.
Yes.
So pathways are important. And the other thing is anytime that there may be non-obvious communities. So those are usually the first three that come up for me.
Just to summarize, so if there's many-to-many, if there's a kind of a pathway aspect to it, and if the last one was if there's certain communities, kind of like in fraud, the use case
the non-obvious community.
Interesting. Yeah, so when you see that in your use case, that's when it kind of jumps out like, hey, maybe now is a time to be thinking beyond just tabular, like moving into that.
And that's why the agentic space is really interesting for me, right? Like we talked about already, is moving around the tooling, moving around the agents. What are the choices they're making? What are the pathways that they take? Because it actually becomes really interesting to product development. Right? For all of the folks who are building these agentic tools, building AI employees, right? The understanding of what those pathways look like in the product itself can actually teach you a lot about how you want to mold it. So there's some really interesting things to be done there
I'm
too.
curious if you can speak a bit more about how has agentic kind of played with GraphRag, because I know there's, agentic at the end of the day is such a broad term.
Yeah.
It can mean a lot of things.
Yeah,
so I'm curious if there's a certain specific example to, again, ground our discussion that's really been foundational.
Yeah, I mean, we have, obviously we have an MCP, a Neo4j MCP server.
Okay.
But for me, and again, this is my personal opinion, is it's really about the movement and the physics of the agentic decisions that are being made that I think is the most interesting graph moment. So if you take, say, your OTel telemetry data, graph your OTel data, super interesting. Open telemetry. So something like, I know Dagger, Hypermode, a number of the different agentic frameworks have OTel like telemetry built in. So, and certainly there are companies that are focused on leveraging that, but even just in your own aspects, drop it into a graph and look and see what naturally comes up. So do you see common pathways? Do you see those moments of AI density in the tooling? Right? Those are the things that I think are the most fascinating.
This is, again, tangential, but I'm just going to throw it in there. I've been reading the book 1,000 Brains. I think it's Jeff Hawkins. It might be wrong, but I'll look it up. And it kind of alludes to how our brains have been very much structured around the concept of movement. So I love when you're mentioning that, because even our brains are at their core, all concepts are built around the concept of moving from one place to another, because that's where we evolved from, is understanding moving as a thing for our...
now I want to read this
book.
book.
My God,
You'll have
it's
to
amazing.
send it to me.
Yeah, and it really builds on this idea that that's a fundamental building block for, so to speak, our neurons' connection, is the concept of physical movement, but then that was the building blocks for all types of thinking. So if you're thinking about kind of apple red, you're moving through those spaces and you're
Yes.
actually using those neurons,
Yes.
which is what I love about kind of graph.
The graph pathways, exactly, exactly.
Oh
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Okay. So I'll send you that. But it was just fascinating. Even
Yeah.
as you're talking, I was making that connection.
See, it's
Building my
all about
own
connections.
movement.
You're building your own graph of the conversation, right?
I know. Yeah. Oh, we got to go back to our demo of as you have the conversation to build. The
Oh
light.
yes. To fill everyone in, we were having a conversation this morning as we were prepping for this, where we thought it would be fun this afternoon potentially to build a live graph build of the conversation as a visual to go with it.
Right.
So,
I think
yeah.
there's something there.
I've got some time this afternoon. Maybe we can hack it out.
I know. So I think going back kind of to Neo, I'm kind of curious when what are some examples of deployments that have been really successful and exciting? What are some of the current things that are happening? Wanted to go back and see
So
if
many
there's some
things.
examples you can share with the audience.
Yeah. Obviously, some of the things I mentioned already, fraud detection is a big one. Recommendation engines are a really common piece for us. IT implementations for tracking networks, IT networks, and things of that nature, cybersecurity. Some of the things that I think are fascinating is work that's done in bioscience and in the biomedical space. So drug discovery. So if we think about that community concept, right? The community of proteins, diseases, and drugs, right? So now you can find potentially something that isn't obviously connected, but maybe one hop out and maybe impactful. So that is something that happens a lot of time when we think of off-label use. Someone will be seeing a secondary effect of a drug in some sort of clinical trial or even in practice, and then that becomes the next element for that. So rather than waiting to see, we can start to see these communities, we can see these connections, we can see these tangential effects, and use that to start to look at interesting and novel either applications of those uses or potentially new ways of addressing something. We know this protein responds to this chemical this way, this tangential thing does that. What now becomes possible?
Yeah.
So oftentimes what we find is once you start putting something in a graph, the graph itself becomes the collaborator.
Right. Yeah, it's like kind of an active participant in giving insights to the
Yeah.
project.
I mean, and this is where the agentic moment and the generative AI of actually interacting with the graph and asking it to, look at this graph and show me what might be interesting or what might be new.
Right.
Right? So the data itself and the structure itself becomes part of that natural language collaboration.
Wow, I love that. Well, I know we're coming up at time, so
Yeah.
anything else that you think, the audience should know either about what we've discussed or about Neo that you'd be
Graphs are great. Everything's
Graphs are
connected,
cool.
obviously. Obs. No, but the other thing that personally I'm really interested in and where I think we're going is a concept of control native AI.
Yes.
And I think as builders, a lot of times what we see is we see guardrails that come in after the fact. And we're limited by, you think about testing, right? Test-driven development. We have to consciously think of, what might be an edge case? What might come up, right? Now with, AI-assisted coding, we can move into slightly different spaces, but we haven't had that same moment with guardrails. So guardrails are still very much, we put them in once something has already gone wrong. And so we have to create the bounds after the fact. And what I'm really interested in, like some of the work that Anthropic does on steering and mechanistic interpretability, just makes my intellectual heart so happy, because it is about that steering moment. It is about how do we build that inside? How do we allow, the analogy I like to use, and I know it's a lot of words, but the analogy I like to use is AI tools are like bowling balls, right? They're big and they're heavy and they're powerful and they have this one thing that they're going to do and they do it really well, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes they hallucinate or they do something unexpected, they hit the gutter. Okay, we put the bumpers up, right? We put the bumpers up. But when we think about agents, what happens if the ball starts to actually come off of, it starts to levitate, comes off of the plane? Okay, well now we need to put in a roof, we need to put in a guardrail there, okay? Well, what if then the balls are agents and they start working together. And so instead of actually getting onto the bowling lane, they start connecting where, where they come out of the feed, right?
Yeah.
You get a bunch of them and they say, well, the best way to do it is actually to just like destroy the pins once and then we don't have to worry about it. They'll be done forever,
Okay. Yeah.
right? All of that, then we have to wait until that happens to put the guardrail on. But imagine if there was a steering sensor inside of that bowling ball. If we could actually sense where it's going, we can see the directions that it's moving in real time and under real observation, right?
Interesting. So just so if I think about the analogy correctly, we're imagining the first example is we have to evaluate where the bowling ball would go or what are the guardrails we need to put in place. That's one approach. But the second approach you're highlighting is instead of looking at it from an observer standpoint, you're actually inside of the bowling ball as, like, let's call it the agent itself or the traversal mechanism, and being able to notice when it deviates from the prescribed parameters, and then you're more proactive in your guard creation.
Exactly right. So the idea is emergent behavior identification in real time.
Right. Huh. Yeah.
So that's where my personal research and joy goes.
Okay.
So, if anybody's curious about it, follow me on LinkedIn. We're happy to talk about it anytime. I'm so, I love technology. I love where we're going. I love this moment so much. And I just think there's so many people, even people here in this room especially, who are doing such incredible things. And it's super exciting.
I love it. Well, that was a great conversation. And we're going to be taking a short break, and we'll be back with some chats with some of the folks working on the Buildathon in a few minutes. Thanks, everyone.
Hey, we are okay. Yeah. Hey, how are you guys doing? I know it's lunchtime. Don't know if you guys are grabbing lunch and watching the live stream at the same time. But I got Muku here with me. Come on, closer to me. So Muku's actually one of the contestants. He's actually here with his brother and his wife, and they're working on the projects together. It's I love to understand, or I love to learn about how you're feeling about the event so far.
Yeah, totally. Thank you. Thank you all for this opportunity. When I saw a tweet from Andrew, like it was 3 minutes when I saw about this competition when he posted it. So I was like, hey, we are going to do that. So I ran out of my car, reached my home, and I told my brother and wife, okay, we are going to apply for this, and I want to meet Andrew NG. This is something which I wanted to do for more than 5-7 years, I'll say. So I wasn't going to leave this opportunity. We all are super excited, super pumped. Everyone is working hard, and the whole atmosphere over here, as we all can see, right? Very collaborative, very helpful, learning new things as well, and trying to build fast. Yeah, so fun.
All right. Well, yeah, thanks so much. And, it's great that you're part of the team. There are people here that are also doing participating on an individual team of one level. So let's go talk to some of them too. Thanks so much for your time.
Thank you. All the best.
Thank you. All right. So we're going to test the boundaries of live streaming by going further away from the live streaming base. All right. So a lot of the folks in this area are team of one, and they're, as you guys can tell, busy at work. And I've made the announcement that food is ready, but I think they haven't made it there yet. So anyway, let's pick somebody, and also take a view. Take a look at the view too. So, we are in the Snowflake's brand new Silicon Valley AI Hub location, and they're still building out more buildings, but yeah, we have a view of the bay, we have a view of SFO from taking off and landing. So let's see if we can interrupt somebody. Hey. So, you want to say a few words about yourself and why you decided to come to this event?
Sure. I have been in the industry for a long time, like about 26 years. I've typically run engineering teams. I wanted to come here because I wanted to see what people are actually doing with rapid engineering. Ostensibly with the best of the best, and so I'm excited to see like what kind of techniques people are going to deploy.
Yeah, all right, very cool. How's it coming along?
I took a bit of a risk, and it's not going that well, but we'll see what happens.
Well, every risk has its rewards, so you never know. And also, no matter what, you learn some new app or architecture or framework or whatever. So, all right. Thanks so much for allowing us to interrupt you. All right.
All good.
Thanks. Okay, so let's walk around a little bit. Let's see. Are we still? No? All right. We good now? All right. Yeah, are you guys okay if we ask you a few questions for a live stream? Yeah, it's okay? All right. So now, guys, a team individually? Separate? Okay. Give them. Maybe you can tell me a little bit about why you decided to join and how's it going so far?
Yeah, my name is Mehul. I came here to see what AI technologies people are using, and the energy and the vibe is good. I heard about it from the Deep Learning newsletter, and I'm excited to meet other people and see how AI is working for them.
Thank you. And how is your project coming along so far?
Yeah, I'm almost done with this. I'm almost done with the second one.
Oh, very good, very good. A lot of people have not done the first one yet, so I remember your name now, Mihu. All right. How are you? Oh. All right. Okay. Are you also from the Bay Area?
Yes, I stay in Sunnyvale. Yeah, so I just completed my master's recently and I just moved here a month back.
Oh, okay. Okay. How are you liking the Bay Area?
It's pretty good. A lot of innovation going on. Like you feel the need to work to get along with the people. So it's great.
Okay. Okay. And how are you coming along with your project?
I'm still on the first one, so I'm almost done with the first one.
Okay. Well, best of luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks so much. Okay. Let's see. Hi. How are you? Can we interview you really quick for the live stream? Yeah, sure. Okay. So just tell us your name and why you decided to join the Buildathon.
Hi, yes. My name is Nicole Wirt, and I decided to join the Buildathon like everyone else, I think, to see kind of what's going on and the technologies that people are using, the strategies that they're using to get the most value out of them. Yeah, and just any new tips and tricks that I can learn along the way. Unlike a lot of the people I see here, I'm a little bit younger in my career. I've only got about 3.5 years of experience, so it's really a great opportunity to learn from like a lot of more like mature engineers here. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for your time. I don't want to interrupt you too much. Lunch is ready in case you're hungry. Okay. All right. Thanks so much. Okay. So we have, I don't want to interrupt people too much because it's, they're still in the middle of building and it's not as easy as it's not as easy as people thought. But here's a lady who actually just grabbed her lunch, so we're gonna talk to her. Yeah, please go ahead, put it down here. Hi, Stephanie. Yes, Stephanie, you actually flew in from Texas, right?
Yes,
okay.
Dallas.
So tell us what made you and your team, because I remember there are 3 of you. What made you guys like be willing to fly to California just for this event?
Yeah, we have been really excited about this, and Sham, our one of the team members, he pointed out, this was happening, and we've been using a lot of these tools, and internally at Microsoft, we're using a lot of them with our clients and just for our own projects, and so the opportunity to compete and apply it in a setting like this, where we're actually putting it to the test of how fast we can deploy and build, was really exciting to our team. The projects are really interesting. We're crunch time, but really, really excited to be here. Of course, love Andrew and all of his work, and the partners that you have here are amazing. So we're really excited to keep it going, see what happens.
All right. And have you guys gotten any of the projects done yet?
We are close to, so it's like 12-ish. We have gotten close to finishing 2 of them thus far. So we're making good progress. I think we're hoping to make time at the end to, review, validate, look at a couple different options before we actually are ready to present. It is absolutely crunch time. So it's going to be great. It's going to be great. That's what I'm telling myself.
I'm sure it will be great. And so I don't want to interrupt your lunch, but yeah. Okay, thanks so much. Best of luck. All right, so, and we also have our sponsors here. We had 9 sponsors this time, and they've been wonderful. We can't make this event happen without them. So just a really quick plug for them, not in any particular order. SAP is here. They're doing a lot of really cool stuff with AI. I know that they've been around for a long time, and they're definitely using AI to transform themselves a bit more. Riplet, of course, also here. Riplet, I think, is a company that well known by many of the developers. Now, Neo4j, MongoDB, Trey, which is actually whose parent company is ByteDance, is also here, and also they just rolled out a new product called Solo. Vectara is here, and Quadrant, and of course Snowflake. So yeah, it's been really wonderful. Yeah. So Riplet. I don't mean to call you by your company name. So Cody, all right. Can we interview you real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. So Cody is representing Riplet here, and would just love to hear from you. You know what you thought of this event. I'm sure you guys have been to other hackathons. This isn't exactly like a hackathon. It's more I call it a buildathon because we're all building products from scratch, and we'd just love to get your point of view on how things are going.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, things are going great so far. So from what I've seen from people, they're able to spin up their projects, and like a lot of them are using Replit, which is great because you kind of just go put in like what you're initially wanted to do, and then it builds out the whole thing for you. And you there's no like local setup, any of that stuff. And so that's one of the things I've noticed is like as people use stuff like Replit and vibe coding and that sort of thing, is that they're able to get started a lot faster. So like in the first 20 minutes or so, you already had people who were building out and like riffing on their projects versus spending the first hour or so just setting up their dev environments and all that kind of thing. So I think it's going to be really cool what people end up doing by the end of the day.
Yeah, thank you so much. And Riplet also actually gave us credit to the Riplet core product, and thank you so much. Yeah, thanks. Okay. All right, so I was actually going to see if I can find Andrew, but I'm not sure where he might be at. Oh, okay. I think he might be out of range for the live stream because he's probably by the food. Yep, he's eating. Yep. So I wonder how far down we can make it. No, probably not very far. Okay, that's all good. That's all good. So anyhow, as you guys can see, this is how things are going on our end. I did want to visit maybe one of the conference rooms so we can talk to some of the folks. Come with me. So yeah, there are a lot of conference rooms here. So a lot of the teams that have, 2, 3, 4 people have occupied the conference rooms. And we're going to talk to one of the teams. Can I interrupt real quick? All right. See, this is all, this is what vibe coding is all about, right? A lot of, chips, sodas. That's good. That's good. Yeah. And they also was whiteboarding. I don't know if you're able to grab the.
We also share our work on the screen together. That's
very cool.
Oh, none of the other teams can see this, right?
No, that's.
They're probably not able to see this because they're probably. This is live streaming. Yeah. Oh, so you guys have someone on.
No, that's us.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just us, so that we can share.
All right. So, did you guys want to say a few words on how things are going? How far you guys gotten?
We are going good. So we are three working in parallel, and we are three working in parallel currently. Asynchronously, that's our team name, Async. So we are working as parallel threads, and we are still in sync. We just met her this morning. Yeah. We are on board, and it's great fun. We're learning so much.
Yeah.
And it's a great new experience.
Yeah, hopefully we can get something, and we do believe we can get something.
Yeah, so in addition to all the awesome projects that we're trying to build, we are also thinking that if we can, there is this really good sponsor about knowledge graphs, the Neo4j. We are also trying to see if we can build something meaningful there. It is very useful tool, and yeah, it's going great. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
No, thank you so much for allowing me to interrupt you guys. So, so you're working on 3 projects concurrently. Are any of the projects done yet? Almost. All right. So basically, you guys are going to get all 3 done, and then you move on to the next 2. Okay. All right. Very good. Well, best of luck. Thanks so much. Okay. Okay. All right. So there's Andrew actually sitting right in front of us having his wrap. So let's go and say hi, shall we? We are live streaming this, Andrew. So actually, the Buildathon came about because we were having a discussion one day about how to just, basically have some fun, do a few things a little bit differently. And, a lot of companies have hackathons, which was wonderful. But we wanted to do something a little bit different because AI Fund is a venture studio. We build companies from scratch. And so we came up with, a bunch of ideas, tested them out ourselves to see how long it would take. So Andrew actually was the visionary behind the Buildathon. He wanted to see how quickly we can rapidly engineer all of these ideas that we have. And so would you like to share a little bit more about that?
So I think, Linda and I, the FN team, we're excited that with AI-assisted coding, the world has changed, but not everyone is yet aware of how much the world has changed. And what we saw was that at a handful of elite teams, including, I think our team is very good, and a handful of our friends, the speed of coding is amazing, and the cost of coding is also much lower than ever been before. But a lot of people in the world just have not yet figured out the magnitude of this change. And so when we're brainstorming what to do, we thought we could run a Buildathon competition to invite some of the best builders from Silicon Valley and around the world to come and code, to kind of show everyone how fast it is now possible to write software.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Andrew. Thanks for the idea. I think people are having a good time. They're definitely very crunch time, heads down, working. Yeah. And talking about the world, we did get a lot of international applicants for this particular Buildathon. And, maybe one day we'll have one in a different country. Yeah, we'll see.
Just add one more thing to anyone watching this online, something that may or may not be obvious. See a lot of people kind of sitting down quietly coding, but the thing that strikes me when I walk around and talk to people is just how fun it is. Frankly, it's a Saturday afternoon, but with AI-assisted coding, a lot of the annoying bits of coding you don't have to deal with anymore. Frankly, don't need to fiddle with a CSS file and write these annoying React component details. So the whole mood here, people are focused, working hard, but it's just fun. I think for a lot of people, writing code is just way more fun than it used to be, compared to 2 years ago, because a lot of the annoying bits, right, AI will take care of it for you. And then you get to struggle with the intellectually difficult, really challenging puzzles, which is what, developers love to do. So it's just really cool.
Thank you, Andrew. And, it's been great. Andrew actually has been teaching us at AI Fund who did not have a technical background how to code. One of them. So my background is in HR and talent and marketing, and he's teaching me how to code. So I did code something, and it works. That's great. Somewhat. But yeah, I would love to do more with it because it's, it's fun, and it also helps take maybe some of the more mundane tasks off my to-do list. So yeah, thank you, Andrew. And I have to say, Andrew's a great teacher. Because when he explained things to me, I'm like, well, I actually understood that, and that was kind of complex. So that's because of the teacher, not because of the student, for sure. Thanks, Andrew. Sorry to interrupt your lunch. Okay. All right. So there's some more people coming from where the kitchen is. But we are going to take a little break. Oh, yeah. Okay. There's Pax from Anthropic, who's actually walking towards us. So
And some people have already wear their Buildathon t-shirt that they received today. So, hey Pax, can we interrupt you real quick? So, we're live streaming.
Oh, amazing.
So Pax, tell us a little bit about, sorry, let me take this back. So Pax, tell us a little bit about why Anthropic decided to sponsor this event.
Oh, well, the AI Fund is obviously one of the best AI-focused funds in the Valley. I think we, of course, are very passionate about the use of artificial intelligence for early prototyping, building new products, and seeing, all the amazing things that the contestants are building today. So it felt like a great synergy between the two companies, and we're really excited to be supporting everyone as they're off on their journeys trying to accomplish these tasks.
Yeah, and Anthropic actually gave us $100 credit per participant for this event. So thank you for your generosity. Thanks so much. Yeah, and later on, Pax is going to do an interview, and we'll learn a little bit more about what you guys are up to.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Thank you for having us here.
Thanks, Pax. Okay. And another person I want to talk to is Dan. So he is definitely my partner in crime. So Dan is our head of marketing and has been instrumental in helping me put this event together. He actually lives in New Jersey, so I actually flew him out just for this event. And so Dan, tell us a little bit about how you're feeling now that it finally is here and we're in the middle of our Buildathon.
So the energy in here is just really exciting. Watching everybody just brainstorming together and developing these applications. I'm seeing people talking in the halls. All of the conference rooms are filled with people. There's just builders everywhere. So it's really exciting to see everything coming together here and how everyone is collaborating and having fun while they're doing it. It's a contest, and everyone really wants to win, but I can see they're having fun while they're doing it.
Yeah, prior to the event, we set up a Discord community, and I know some people wanted to join the community. The Discord one that we have is for the contestants, and so if we do this again, we will set up another Discord community for the folks that are watching, so they can follow along as well. But yeah, so all of the energy actually from all of the interaction on Discord was just amazing. The team formation channel, just like have people going, hey, who wants to practice? I have access to the WeWork office in Palo Alto. Join me here. Let's practice and let's, win this thing. And so yeah, lots of great energy, just people wanting to have fun. So it's wonderful. And I'm actually going to hand the mic off to Dan so then I can grab some lunch.
Okay. All right, let's go find some more folks. It's lunchtime right now, so a lot of people are more interested in talking. Let's go find some people.
And maybe talk to Eli, because he's also the technical brains behind this.
No. Okay, let's go find some more people over here. How far can you walk?
So, yeah, we can't go past this wall too much.
Okay. And you guys can you talk about what you're working on for the live stream?
Well, I'm not like participating in the.
That's okay. You can tell us about kind of like what people are doing here, what you're seeing.
Okay, great.
So I'm joined here by Liam with Deep Learning. He's one of the great engineers on the team here, and he's going to tell us a little bit about what some of the projects he's seeing being built around here.
Yeah, I guess I wasn't even going to necessarily talk specifically about the projects, but rather like everyone I've seen here, it's kind of interesting to see how people are working in different ways. So I think if you went to a hackathon like just a couple of years ago, there's I guess much more like whiteboards out and like planning, and I've seen some teams doing that and talking out loud, but a lot of teams I think now are so enabled by AI that they can do a lot of that planning just like right in Claude Code, right in Replit. And so it sort of changes the way that people approach building. And I think like a lot of teams I've spoke to, they just basically, here's the different projects people are working on.
we're just going to send each person and trust them that they're going to plan with the AI and come up with a good solution and then get started on that prototype. So I guess the speed towards that first line of code written is just like so fast now. So it's interesting to see in this Buildathon format.
Yeah, and so many of our teams are actually teams of one too, which enables them to go even faster, which is great because they're building things in one day that would have required a team to do not that long ago.
Yeah, so that was like literally one of the thoughts I had was I saw a team they were one of the only teams whiteboarding, and they had like 5 people, and then I just walked down the hallway and I saw a bunch of people just working on their own, and it sort of just struck me where I felt that the people who are working on their own might have an edge because they can just move a lot quicker, and they're leveraging these tools to plan, like I just said. So it'll be interesting, especially once we see the final result, like what actually comes out on top. But it's pretty cool to see the different dynamics that teams are going after.
Kind of going back to what Andrew was saying this morning, if you can refine your intuition around what your users want, the more you can do that, the less resources it requires to build that product, because you understand what they're looking for, and then you don't have to have that intra-team communication to build whatever it is you're doing. You know what they want, you build it.
Yeah, so I think maybe like a couple of years ago, you needed a really deep connection with the product you were building to really have an edge and have that intuition and have it work, because otherwise you're sort of just guessing. And if you weren't deeply connected with the products you were working on, you spent a lot of time talking to people who potentially are. Whereas now, I think, as Andrew was saying, like you can prototype so quickly that even if you're not familiar with a specific problem space, if you can prototype quickly, get that in front of people really fast, it doesn't even have to be a lot of people. You don't need 15 people looking at something. It could just be like 3 people. Take their feedback and just do that really quickly. You'll start to build that intuition. And so I think you can do that at a rate at which you could never do before. And so I think a lot of people will be able to actually break into spaces and work on problems that you might not have been able to do in the past.
So one more question. What is your current favorite AI assistant coding tool that you're using right now?
It's a good question, and it changes every week. Pretty much bounces back between Cursor and Claude, but I usually have Claude Code open within Cursor. And I guess to be a little bit more particular, I like Claude a lot for planning and I guess broader initial feature implementations. And I feel like if I need to really get down into like some system design or specific stuff, Cursor helps me get a little bit more nitpicky. But I mean, they continuously improve. Cursor implemented a lot of planning features recently. You saw the checklist just a few weeks ago. And so it really just whatever one's working better at the moment, and also whatever one I have credits available for. So
thanks, Liam. Appreciate it.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Can we go off camera for just a second? I'll see if I can bring some people over here since you guys can't walk too far. How close to the kitchen can you walk?
We can't even pass that conference room.
Okay, so let me bring some people here for more interviews, okay? Thanks.
You want to pull some people over there, we can like just mic you up, and then it'll be a little easier for us to plan that. Or you want to float around and make it less formal.
Less formal.
Less formal. Okay. Cool.
I don't have someone to grab people.
We got somebody.
Yeah. Where?
Yeah, this was good.
This is good. Okay. This on? Okay.
It should be on.
Okay, we're back. I'm here with Ravi. Ravi, tell us a little about yourself.
Hi. Hi, I'm Ravi Advani. I'm into IT. I'm an enterprise architect. I consult with large OEMs and government agencies.
So, how's it going for you with the Buildathon so far? Is this a familiar format, or is it kind of new and something to stretch you to do all these projects so fast in one day?
Are you kidding me? I haven't heard of anybody doing anything like this, at least in the past decade. So absolutely, this is very new, and it's just exciting to think that how we have progressed. Like being able to think that we will be able to like develop 5 applications in a matter of hours. That's just amazing. So we are working through it, and it's a great experience so far.
Are you working on a team, or are you flying solo today?
Yeah, I'm working on a team. My teammate Ankush is here. Ankush would like to introduce yourself.
Hi, I'm Ankush. I'm a student at University of Massachusetts Amherst. I'm majoring in computer engineering, and I'm really excited to be here.
Do you fly in from Massachusetts for this?
I was in California.
Okay.
Already, but I came to Menlo Park only for this.
Glad you're here. Tell us, what has been your favorite project so far, and why do you find that particular one interesting?
My favorite one is probably the one where you upload your GitHub repo link, and the app basically summarizes everything for you, and you can also get to ask questions about the repo. It's interesting to me because I don't have to go through the README file and go through the entire code base myself to answer the questions I need. I can just type into a chat. I can just type in a chat prompt, and it does everything for me.
Yeah, I love that idea of the code-based time machine, and reading the README file is the last thing I want to do, even though that's what it's called. What about you? What project has been your favorite so far?
Well, I find the knowledge base project very interesting. I haven't been able to get to it as yet. I'm still stuck with the Slack, project. But I have a little history in working on knowledge graphs, and then the concept of being able to create a knowledge graph, like a generic knowledge graph, in a matter of hours is really awesome. So I'm just waiting to get to that.
Great, thank you. Ankush, what's your favorite AI tool to use in general?
I've been a fan of Claude since I started using Claude a year or two ago, and Claude Code just makes everything a whole lot easier. I also love GitHub Copilot, again with Claude. That's my go-to tool for everything.
Yeah, we're hearing a lot of Claude fans here today. Everyone likes it, including myself. I was a team of 1 marketing at AI Fund, and I've doubled my team capacity, but because it's now 2 of us, it's me and Claude. Well, thank you both so much. I wish you all the best. Good luck as you continue in your competition.
Sure. Thank you so much.
How do I make it not so weird and awkward to just walk out of the camera?
Oh, they put it on hold, so they don't see you walk off the screen.
Oh, okay.
So it's a screen.
Yeah, we got a hold screen over there. So
Yeah.
all right, I think we're good for now. We're gonna pause for lunch, and then you want to pick some more back up.
Yeah, come over there. We'll take a picture and then we can chat.
We could do that. Let's stand over here and do that real quick. Okay, he's gonna go. He's gonna just tell folks that we'll be back in a few minutes because there's nothing for the next 15 minutes, and so he wants to just kind of let the stream know that. Is that okay? Okay, let me know when you're live.
We'll be back in about 15 minutes, taking a quick lunch break for the film crew. We have lots more interviews coming up and looking forward to it. If you have any questions, please feel free to put them into the YouTube chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Welcome back, live stream. We're just wrapping down lunch. The teams are heads down again working, so it's my pleasure to introduce Daniel Kupal, who's a developer advocate at MongoDB. So we'll be chatting a little today about MongoDB, about some insights on the startup ecosystem right now, and MongoDB's work. So Daniel, so nice to meet you. How are you doing today?
Thank you, Catherine. I'm doing well. How about you?
Doing really well. How are you feeling the energy of the space?
This is amazing. Well, it's interesting we say energy because on one hand, there's so much brain power happening today, all these people working really hard.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it is so silent. If you go to the area where people are working, it's like you don't hear anything.
Yes.
So everyone is like really focused on their tasks right now.
Yeah, we were just saying at other hackathons, you were tripping over extension cords and there's people rallying around pitching their projects, but everyone is just so focused and heads down now because speed is the name of the game.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. Oh my God. Well, we'd love to get to know a little bit about you. How did you end up at MongoDB? You've been there for about almost 12 years now, so.
Yeah, it's been a long journey. I've done a lot of things in my career, mostly always related to software engineering. And I was an independent consultant for many years toward the end, and I ended up working on a project where we ended up using MongoDB. And I loved the product so much that I decided that once my contract was going to be over, I was not going to search for more, but I was going to apply to the company. And hey, it's been, as you said, I've been there for a long time and I enjoy the ride. And if I stay there, I still think we have the best product out there and we have a lot more to do. So yeah, looking forward for the next years to see what's going to happen with our company.
Fabulous. Well, help get us oriented on the MongoDB product for anyone out there who might not have heard of MongoDB before. What do you do?
What I do personally,
what the product does. Yeah.
Well, again, we've been in the business for a long time. So we were born as a document database with the new wave of modern database around the 2010, and that was like our niche for many years. But over the years, we've become more like a general purpose database, adding functionality like to support graph database, to support text search like Elasticsearch. To support vector search, to support time series. Yeah, and the big one really, in the last 2 years has really been vector search with the AI taking like all the energy in the world.
Yes.
We also went into it, and we were lucky because GenAI works really well with unstructured data, and this is what a document is, and this is where we store the data ourselves. So adding the ability to store vectors with the document, all the information about what you try to vectorize in the same location is a great asset, and it's a great way. So great benefits for us to that. AI is going that direction.
Absolutely. Well, you touched on this a little bit, but I'd love to just get a sense of how the ecosystem has changed around MongoDB. I would say rate of change over the last decade, but then more specifically rate of change over the last 2 years.
Yeah, the last 2 years, all has been around AI.
Yeah.
The message has changed. We still have like a lot of other functionality to keep care of all the existing applications there that are not ready to go to AI, but performance is important. MongoDB has always been like one of the main product for those. People who want to develop very quickly, MongoDB also is one of the best product for that. So that's been or like kind of for pillars in the previous years, but AI is changing the world. So
yeah. So what is MongoDB's best use in this new AI boom?
In the new AI boom, I think that having a data platform where you have everything together is going to be a big asset. We are, because we support a vector database, but there's other solutions there, and I think a lot of the solutions that do vector database are kind of similar. But the fact that we can offer a lot more than that through our product, through our hosted version in Atlas, where we have additional tools to do archiving, to do querying, to do if you have time series, if you have a lot of other things that you want to do with your data, which is going to be the case. I was talking to someone this morning, and that person told me that in their solution, they're a startup, they have a database for the vectors, and they have another database for the query part. And I was like, yeah, we do both.
You could do it all.
She said, I know, but the person who started that didn't know MongoDB, but we're looking into it. And I was like, you should certainly look into it. It's going to be much simpler for you.
What kind of efficiency do you think that person would find if they centered at their two solutions?
Well, you get to have all the data in one location. You don't have to write this pipeline in between, which always has been a drag on the data community, between the world of transaction processing and analytics. It's still not resolved. There are still a lot of people trying to look for the solution there, but this concept of having to write code that's going to transfer data from one location to the other one is very expensive for most of the customers, and everyone who would like to avoid that, will probably do that solution. But I never realized that some people also now do it with their regular database and the vectors, and so that's why using MongoDB would make it so much easier for them.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense. So what's one lesson you've learned about building really the technology or community around it with MongoDB that's really kind of stuck out to you?
There are two aspects. I work a lot with a large organization. I take care of the top 50 customers at MongoDB. And we do have a lot of people who have a lot of experience with relational database, and it's twofold. The first is sometimes they're a little bit reluctant to go to a new technology because they're going to feel they don't know as much as what they knew. But it's true or not. The first part is there's a lot of things that are simply just database stuff. If you know you model data, entity relationship diagrams, this still apply even if you're going to another database type. How transaction work, how you interact with the database and connecting and getting cursor and all that. So there's a lot of knowledge that just transfer. What you need to do is to be able to understand what is different to the new technology you're going to go to, and put more emphasis in learning those things. So this is what my team is doing, is we go educate our customers, and we try to put the emphasis on what we think is really different, where if they don't do it right, it's not going to be good for them, that they should really know those aspects.
What are a couple of those big things to know?
I was very lucky because I think the one that at the beginning was not very clear for MongoDB because we didn't put much emphasis on that, was about data modeling. Without that, you didn't, because people were saying, you don't need a schema in MongoDB, just go put your data in. But we quickly realized that doesn't really work well. The people who have a good schema are going to have a much better solution. So this is what my team is doing is a lot of training around data modeling. So we do presentation on it, but we also do a lot on one-on-one projects. So if you're a large customer of us, you can just ask for a design review. It's totally free service. And we're going to go work on your model and help you figure out things that you could do better to have a much more efficient model, which may reduce by an order of magnitude the cost of your cluster.
Yes, and when we talk about cost of compute these days, we're hypersensitive to that. Well, you literally wrote the book on MongoDB schema. Can you give us some of the major insights from the book that would be helpful for teams building?
In data modeling, one of the motto that I have is what you're using together in the application should be stored together in the database. So when you model in MongoDB, you always have the choice to either reference the data, which is the relational way between tables and foreign keys, or to embed things, which would be taking two tables and putting them together, the result of a join. And the question you ask yourself is, am I using the data? And it goes back to what we just talked about, the costs. If you're going to do an operation and it's 90% of all the operation you're doing on your system, and that operation has to do 3 reads, if you can take these 3 pieces and put them together, you're going to be doing 1 read operation. You may just have reduced the cost, the number of operations of your cluster by a factor 3. You may just have divided the cost of your cluster by a factor 3. So doing the right model is going to save you a lot on the performance. But then you also have the balance. You shouldn't try to over-optimize for something that performance is not as important versus agility. And MongoDB is very good to help you develop a solution very quickly, migrate your schema and all that. So if this is the most important aspect on your project, optimization are good, but also be careful about what your main goal is.
Yeah, that makes sense. So you do a lot of big company work. When is MongoDB the best tool, let's say even in this environment where you're starting truly from scratch?
Yeah. Well, I'm a little bit biased because I've been at MongoDB for so long that now my mind is always thinking in a MongoDB solution.
Yeah.
So there's very few cases where I don't recommend MongoDB.
Yeah.
Pure analytical, analytic data. Yeah, data warehouse do a better job, and for those, I want to be careful that the customer is not going to use us in a bad use case. Again, because we work with the largest customer in my team, we want to be sure that we're not going to tell them that MongoDB is a good solution if it's not, because bad news go probably faster than good news in that organization. I'd rather that you don't take that project, but the 50 next teams are all using MongoDB because everyone is super amazed and they like it.
Yeah, wise. I would say when Andrew taught the AI Fund staff how to code, MongoDB was the database that we used to start. So that was cool. And now it's my home solution, my emotional safe place is MongoDB. So you talk specifically about the AI products that are starting to build. Can you talk about MongoDB's role in that? So early AI products, how can you set yourself up for success for building to a scaled solution?
Yeah, I think one of the things that databases are doing well these days, to complement the LLM, is having this the vector database part.
Yes.
Because the most important thing, it's going to be faster than if you ask the LLM if you have a reduced set of what you're looking through. That kind of makes sense.
Yep.
But the other very important thing is you're going to get more predictable results. So I can go through my vectors in my database, get the piece of information that belongs to my organization, which could be answers to questions that I may try to get you through the system, or service I want to offer you. But I can put that in a prompt, and then I know my answer first will be within what I want to answer.
Yes.
But also it will be more predictable because the LLM will build an answer out of that will be the same all the time. And we know also right now that the system are not very good about reproducing the same answers.
I mean, that's the core new part about a lot of these LLMs is they're non-deterministic and an enterprise need often.
If it's you and I asking Google a question and we get a different or slightly different answer, it's fine. But for an organization to get a different answer, sometimes that would not be acceptable.
Yes, we've been talking a lot about use cases, let's say like insurance, where if you're offering, policies to customers, it's really important that you're doing that on a consistent basis and that the output is very similar. And
so vectors do very well for that. And that's been like the foundation for a lot of the databases right now. And what we're doing next, this year we acquired a company called Voyage.AI. Which has models, but also has re-rankers. As a matter of fact, they may have some of the best re-rankers in the market right now.
What's the importance of re-rankers?
Re-ranker will get you more precise results. So instead of just once you get the result from your vectors back, you can ask the re-ranker to re-rate those results based on the question again. And it gives more precise answers. So we're very excited with that. Again, it goes into a philosophy that we wanted to invest more in AI, and we got the occasion to acquire this company. As a matter of fact, some will be here later, me even being the judge.
Fantastic.
And and one of the goals we want is to make the whole system about doing this vectorization of your data in an easier way. So right now, people have to go to the database, and then they have to go call the LLM, get vectors, store them in. So we would like to make that simpler. So we'll have a bunch of announcements in the following months.
A teaser.
Exciting. Look
exciting.
for a big conference in September in New York and in October in London. Those are two flagship conferences. So we should have some interesting announcement there.
Okay, I'm tuned in. Curious, really for how the tools, like modern day coding tools, kind of what we're seeing here, have they changed your work internally? Have they changed the way that you're approaching your teams? And
I think AI is changing everything you're doing. Every single task you have to start looking, can I can AI help me do that?
Yeah.
It's right now, things are going to get better. Some people may criticize a few things, but it's just going to get better.
Yeah.
But right now, you need to understand the limits. So I think right now you have to be extremely good at describing what you want. And Andrew said this morning, this is going to still be one of the most important skills even in the future.
Yeah.
And the other skill that I will say, let me get back, because I had this discussion with a friend who also just published a book on AI recently. I think a task is three things. You describe what you want to do, then you execute it, and then you validate it. And sometimes you may have a third party that does it for you. And if we look at the state of the AI today, it's really good at the middle part. It's really good at replacing you and just doing it for you, doing the code and all that. But you have to be good about describing what you want. That doesn't go away, not now. And you have to be good at verifying if the result is good. Because we know there are some things the AI is still not doing very well right now, and they could be better. So have this understanding of something being good or not good is still important. If you're a junior programmer and you can't tell if the code is good because you've never used these technology or whatever, it's going to be more difficult versus someone who has the experience.
100%. Well, we're just about wrapping up here. So is there anything you can leave people with of kind of what you're most excited about in the next 2 years or next 10 years coming from MongoDB?
Coming from MongoDB, well, in general, I'm not even sure if I want to make any kind of prediction in the next X years. I would have been so wrong a few years ago with what's happening today. It's just exciting. But I just hope that we're going to get this growth that I'm expecting, because as I said, I still believe we have the best product out there. Still have a small share of the market. Relational databases like Oracle still grab most of the revenues. One thing we're very excited, and we already had some success with some companies, but we just need that to become even easier and better, is helping companies get out of their relational solution. For example, there's a bank in Australia, we helped through a professional service to get X project out of their relational solution in a month.
Wow.
And everything was done through mostly AI.
Yeah.
So we use AI to generate tests at the beginning. We work with them. The product we're probably in good shape to start with, which is pretty important today. But generate tests, and then we put the code in the system and ask to make the translation to the model in MongoDB. And then get the code, get the replacement code for their store procedure and all that. And then they were able to replace all that, rerun the tests, and then by the end of a few iterations, they were on all these projects, they were passing 99% of the tests automatically.
Wow. That's huge.
Just have to work on the last little bit.
Yeah.
But if we can get that to the next level where it's so easy and anyone can do it, we think that we're going to see a lot more of these old systems being refactored. And I've also heard from some people predicting that you may just take a software project and ask ChatGPT to extract the requirements of it, and then from the requirements regenerate me a solution into something else. So the world's going to be changing a lot for us in the next few
Extreme rate
years.
of change. Well, thank you so much for chatting with us today, and so excited to hear what you guys are announcing in September.
Okay.
Edge of my seat. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Pleasure. All right.
right, okay, we're back here in the live stream. We were just chit-chatting about San Francisco, so we'll stop our chit-chat and transition over. But we're here with Paxton from Anthropic, and he's gone from doing a lot of interesting things, from surgical robotics to IVF, and now scaling Claude with partnerships. So maybe I'll start with you just to introduce yourself and what brought you to Anthropic and what's been your focus today there.
For sure. I had somewhat of a circuitous road to Anthropic. I started my career as a biomedical engineer, then worked, as you said, in the medical robotics space, building surgery systems for lung cancer detection. I'd lost several grandparents to the disease, and it was a very impactful mission for me. That company ended up getting acquired, and so I went back and used my winnings to pay for grad school, where I did a master's in data science. And then I started a company that did artificial intelligence for embryo selection. So in the IVF process, a big decision point is you've created these embryos with the parental genetic material. How do you know which one is the best one to transfer for likelihood of pregnancy? And so we built convolutional neural nets back when that was all the rage in Silicon Valley, and was the new AI to assist doctors in that clinical decision. And then after running that as CEO and founder for about 5 years, was incredibly excited around, obviously Anthropic's mission. It was pretty much the only place I actually applied. And there I get to work on kind of two things. One, outside of healthcare, all our relationships with the top venture firms in the country, and try to work with them to help support their portfolio of portcos and help them get the most out of Claude. And then the other side is I get to spend some time on our healthcare strategy, which has been a lot of fun.
I love that. Oh my God. Yeah, you throwing back CNNs into the mix. I feel like that was the thing to say, and now it's totally gone with Gen AI completely replacing.
I think they'll come back. I mean,
right.
You worked in self-driving cars
I know.
for a while,
Being in
right?
self-driving, it was very much the foundational piece of the building block. And I do think that, I actually, speaking to that, I do think there's this big rush towards Gen AI, but how do we bring that and then connect that back to some of the foundational technologies is the next pivot that'll help make those mature products, I'd imagine.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we're seeing kind of all these discrete building blocks get created, and as we go up one more level, we're starting to see the orchestration or integration across these different things. So initially we just had one agent doing things, and now we have multiple agents all coordinating, and then we've got MCP servers, that create context protocols across all our workflows. And so I could totally see there being either like a side agent that is just CNNs running on images or whatever, the architecture demands. So I totally agree.
Yeah, I'm excited to kind of see how the architecture shapes up around that. I have a question around that, but before we get into more serious topics, maybe start with some of the fun things you've been doing. I feel like Gen AI really unlocked what we're doing today, which is a Buildathon that is really reshaping the traditional hackathon to be acknowledging it's so much easier to build. Instead of building one thing that hackathon really does, we're here where teams are building 10 things in one day. So I'm curious, what has been for you fun personal projects you've been working through?
A bunch of different things. I mean, I can tell you the areas that I'm most interested in. I mean, one is how these are affecting kind of foundational science and research. There's a lot happening. Obviously, we've seen on the biology side, but there's some really cool work I've seen coming out of folks in kind of theoretical physics and using LLMs to predict particle locations and trajectories and compare that to more traditional heuristic or algorithmic-based solutions. That's one area. Obviously, coming from healthcare, I really love the applied side. So spending a lot of time around mental health, behavioral health, psychiatry, psychology. Actually, this morning I was sitting over there. I created an MCP server to catalog DSM-5, which is the psychiatry handbook with all the diagnoses. I was just wanted to build an MCP server, so I did that this morning, and it worked out great. Claude crashed when I tried to load the whole thing in there, and it was able to answer all my questions. And what I've been using it for is interpolating and extrapolating between different diagnoses and kind of trying to expand it for categories or the ambiguous areas of mental health. And then in terms of just my side projects, it's a lot of random apps that I'm building like everybody else, trying to build an AI therapist and or companion or chatbot I think the thing that's really shocked me the most about Claude, and especially Claude Code, is how much it's helped in my non-technical work.
Yeah.
So, you know, my current role kind of spans a lot of different things within the company, but, you know, specifically, you know, we do a lot of market analysis. We're constantly integrating, you know, different SQL databases and looking for, you know, how different spending patterns or market numbers are looking. And I've found so much, you know, new kind of capability within my own role to do these types of things that previously would have taken me hours to kind of figure out and debug these various databases and pulling it all together, creating dashboards and stuff. So it really is cool to see the applicability, not just within inside like the developer community, but also across all the other different functions within a large company, finance, marketing, whatever else.
I know. I will say the question was fun, and your answer was particle theoretical physics and DSM-5, which I'm very familiar with. My wife's a psychologist, and there's the DSM-5 is like a big, you know, on the mantle.
yes, all volumes of it. It's like 900 pages of PDFs.
I know. But that's amazing. And I guess as a power user, do you think that there's some like fun tidbits you could share with folks that really unlocked for you in your personal workflows and such?
Yeah, I shared a little bit about this earlier on, so I'll try not to repeat myself too much, but I have found that there are these like really funny niche phrases that if you just put at the end of your question, it does make a big difference. Don't break anything else has really gotten me a lot.
Honestly, I'm going to start using that one.
It really does a good job. I'd say that's one. I think getting really thoughtful around the steps of development. So what I mean by that is not just jumping in and saying, build me Tetris, but you know, really forcing the model and Claude to think through its implementation, its planning, do a lot more upfront work. And what's interesting is we've been having this debate, I think, as a community around, okay, now that we have these models that are so good at coding and getting better every day, does that mean that software engineering is going away? Like, do we not need software engineers anymore? I think the more that I go deep with the coding capabilities or these other agentic, you know, functions, the more I realize how valuable, you know, kind of core basic architecture, you know, development is when you're structuring these things. And so, you know, I still think there's going to be a place for technically minded folks in the future. And I think those that have that kind of foundational knowledge of basic traditional CS are going to be able to use these much more effectively than others.
I have been thinking a lot about that too. And one thing what you said reminded me is, well, one, there's this concept of how do you translate what's in your mind to the model itself, and that is a skill on its own. And I feel like there's this question of how much is that on the model to just interpret and understand versus what are UI components we should build to support that, right? For example, Claude Code is, I would argue, keeps it very open where you are still text-based, but what role do you imagine UI playing in providing that structure so that in some ways you can have that alignment with what you're trying to get across? Do you imagine that UI will come in and say, you should really provide who your audience is and what you're trying to build, or keep that still abstracted away? What's your take?
I think you're calling out a great opportunity and a deficiency today. The irony here is what you're talking about it's a lot less to do with the Claude side of the interaction and a lot more to do with the human side of the interaction.
For sure.
And how to coach them to get where they need to go. And I find myself, I'm guilty of it too. Like, I'll type in something that is, you know, very vague, or I'm requiring it to really read between the lines to understand what I'm asking at. And obviously the more prescriptive you can be, the better. I think the more, as you work with the tools, you start getting better at using, you know, creating your own spec.txt, spec, you know, architecture documents, things like that, saving stuff into memory. I think the really funny thing is that I often find myself asking Claude to do that work for me again. So it's just kind of this like recursive, okay, I figure out what I need to do, but I'm too lazy to do it. I'm just going to have Claude give me an architecture doc.
And that's
and
the
it
challenge.
does a great job.
That's the challenge, because I feel like this is going against the fundamental nature that if humans want to avoid that work if we can, but in some ways you have to do some degree of work to be able to communicate what you want. So I do really go back to, at least my mental framework is, if we were to do this iteration recursion to its extreme, what we really need to get to is how do you, as accurately as possible, articulate the pain point or the use case you're trying to solve towards, right? As opposed to giving it engineering spec or anything. Right. Like, how do you communicate that? That's the question.
I think we're all learning to speak Claude a little bit better over time.
Yeah, that's the new language.
And you know, it is a little bit of a language, but you know, the thing that keeps coming up for me is, what is the differentiation for a software business now, right? As this gets better and better, internal large enterprise teams that you used to be selling our dashboard into or whatever it might be, they're able to just build these things on their own. And even non-technical people, high up managers, are saying, hey, I want to be able to see this revenue forecast, or I want to see what our breakdown of work is this quarter. You know, they're able to build that now by themselves, as opposed to historically paying a subscription to a third company to have that dashboard be there. And so I think the differentiation in business model for the next wave, like the bar has just gotten higher and higher of how do you show ROI, and that make versus build decision is getting easier and easier to say, well, let me just make it, you know.
How you may not be able to answer, but how do you think about the strategic direction of Anthropic? Obviously the core is the foundation models. Which areas do you think Anthropic needs to still operate in to continue to build that versus focus on just then models?
You know, I think one of the things I think Anthropic's done really well is, you know, one, we're hyper focused. You know, we're trying to build, you know, safe, compliant artificial intelligence, really for the enterprise, you know, customer. And I think that has been a very smart strategy to differentiate. We've been very friendly in the market. We don't, you know, we aren't out there trying to build every application that all of our customers are building. We are letting third parties do what they're going to do best, and kind of arm them with that underlying you know, capability and functionality that they need to build on top of. Over time, I'm sure Anthropic will slide into different territories. We're seeing some of it in the PubSec area, which I know you know we may talk about. Obviously finance, we just did a big launch. We're doing more in healthcare, hopefully eventually, and so, you know, there are going to be kind of industry verticals, but I think in general I like the strategy of kind of arming everyone with the picks and shovels, and not you know, outwardly competing with them directly.
Go with the picks and shovels. Speaking of that, I know that was a big news release around giving access to Claude for the government use. I was kind of curious, how do you imagine that playing out? What would you like to see that improve with that access?
You know, there's good parts and bad parts to this. I mean, obviously it's no secret that our legislation and the opus or corpus of you know, laws and is astronomical and is continuing to expand. And so allowing our government to have tools to summarize those things and be able to, you know, do their work with these types of adjunctive, you know, capabilities that Claude can deliver and process huge, vast amounts of information, I think is going to be awesome. The worry I have is that eventually so much of our laws are going to be written just like everything else with the help of AI, that no one will have actually read what's in the laws. And I kept having this funny situation happen back when I was, you know, running my company, where I would have an idea and then I would feel like I need to put together a memo or a deck to summarize that idea and share it with my board. And so I would have Claude write this entire memo out, and then I would share that memo with my board, and I realized my board was just taking that memo, putting it into Claude, and then summarizing it. I was like, we're just burning tokens for no reason here. So I worry a little bit of that with our federal government uses, but obviously, you know, it's incredibly important for the strategic viability of the United States, and for us to be on the forefront of cybersecurity and all these different areas that obviously AI touches. So in that regard, I'm very excited.
I also think it'd be exciting. And one of the things I also noted is with the 1 million context window, there's a lot more you can do. So I'd imagine that that's going to be a big unlock, especially with all that corpus. I'm curious, you know, again, as the expert, what have you seen as that really unlocking for folks and customers? What's been new, if you can speak to that?
I mean, the 1 million context window has been something I've been excited for a while now. You know, one, just the ability to process an entire code base to you can feed, I don't know if you've tried Claude projects before, but you can feed just immense amount of information into it at a large scale, and that's critical for lots of enterprise use cases. I think, I've seen some really funny things happen with it where I've seen some folks like just give a designated Mac computer physically to Claude and just let it build whatever it wants for days and days and days on end. And so, the complexity of what it can do with that new scale, is just kind of pushing forward kind of the capabilities and the variety of projects that Claude can handle. But we'll see. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be some really cool things.
What was the outcome? Do you remember?
It built all these random apps and things. Like, it was deciding what to build also. So it started building its own scheduler. It started building, its own like little game sequence. It started building like all this just random stuff. And some of it worked, some of it didn't work. But, that idea of like what happens when you put an LLM, an agent, just in its own VM and just let it run, let it be completely self-directed. I think that's the craziest part is like when you truly don't give it any context or any recommendation and you just see what it wants to do, it starts getting fuzzy with free will in there. And I think that's going to be an interesting research area.
I would love to, veer off on that, but we should keep on track.
We should keep it together.
But I do love that it went off and made a game for itself.
It did, it made it like this little asteroid game or something for itself to play. I was like, all right, there we go.
Yeah, here's Flappy Bird for, for Claude to just, I need a break from my scheduled tasks.
Exactly.
Well, I mean, kind of speaking to how, Claude is being used at enterprises, I know that a lot of enterprises, there's this shift balance of some are adopting it quickly, some are not. I'm curious how it's being used in Anthropic in more unique ways and what that could inform some of the enterprises that are slow to that adoption, so to speak.
Yeah, I mean, I said this earlier, and at Anthropic, everybody is really encouraged to try to automate their own job away, which is really fun. There's the old adage, right? If you do it once, do it bespoke. Once you do it 3 times, you should probably automate it.
Right.
And so we have that kind of mantra internally. I think, as I said before, I've been really surprised at how useful it is for non-coding tasks. So just like across the organization, our sales leaders are using Claude Code. Our sales reps are using Claude Code. Our marketing team should be using Claude Code more. Everybody is leveraging this in their day-to-day to interact with our data sources, draft emails, do outbound, analyze our conversations internally and externally. We have some very cool internal tools where Claude has access to a lot of our different types of internal programs and applications, and you can kind of query it across the entire organization and things like that. We actually have this thing called Ask Claude, and it just rapidly accelerates onboarding for everybody. You show up, and instead of me having to ask my seatmate, hey, where's the copier, you just ask Claude and it tells you everything you need to know. So that stuff's been cool. I think the things that I get really excited about when I hear is talking to some of our core research staff, and as I mentioned, like they will say, I haven't written a line of code in a year. Like Claude's just doing stuff, and it's wild to see people that are at that frontier on our reinforcement learning or alignment teams or whatever it might be, just totally relying on Claude. We talk a lot about closing the loop, so leveraging Claude to improve Claude. And I think it's kind of an exponential, right? As Claude gets better, it's getting better at helping us make Claude better. And so you get this kind of recursive improvement trajectory that it's just going to be wild to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I definitely am very excited about seeing how that plays out. And also, I'm curious, how do you, or I know this is a big question, but how do we navigate visibility and interpretability? What are some of your takeaways on how that's being done successfully and us maintaining that alignment and understanding of how it's changing and improving? Are there best practices you've seen to be able to continue to have that human in the loop and be successful?
I think it's a really hard problem, and I think it's kind of the problem of the day, right?
Exactly, that's why
Anthropic's approach, and I do think that we are kind of at the forefront of this, is around our constitutional AI, which is really meant to be, a set of values that Claude has to follow. And I think it does a pretty good job of that. And then we do a ton of red teaming, making sure it can't build nuclear weapons or chemical weapons. That's obviously a really important, critical safety measure. but we're all trying to figure out where the lines are. We certainly see this where we may have very strict parameters for what general consumption can look like around safety, and then we'll bump into a premier biology lab, and they need it to do some of these things that we've said we don't want the general public to have access to.
Right.
Or when we give it to a 3-letter named agency in the government, they obviously need a less safeguarded version.
Right.
So I think there's the safety and compliance thing is a big piece of it, and then around when you start just letting Claude go and fixing Claude, there's a lot of supervision that happens there, and I think that it's hard to do that in a very thoughtful way, but I think it's where you're going to see some of the most important breakthroughs in the field come from.
Yeah, that and I've been just really thinking about that interaction between the human and the agent as such a big field that's going to continue to blossom, so to speak, as different people focus on different niches of that. So we talked about earlier on the UX side, but even on coding side and understanding what it's building, just that interaction and when is the right time to do the check-in with the human, what is the context to share or not share.
For sure.
I think will be fascinating.
Well, one of the pointers I've been trying to give folks here is using Claude to generate is great, but then you have this black box code base that you have no idea how it works. And so I spend a lot of time in VS Code or whatever IDE you're using, or Cursor. On the side, I've got the Cursor agent in ask mode, and I ask a million questions about what's going on in my code base. Why did we design it this way? How does this feature work? Blah, blah, blah. And then I have Claude actually building, implementing, planning, architecting the code base. And so I kind of use it as like a question and answer situation between the two. And I found for myself, we've talked a little about how do people get better at these things. Claude teaches you how to use Claude. It's like a crazy phenomenon. It'll teach you how to code. It'll teach you how to use Claude. Teach you how to build MCP servers. Teach you how to multi-agent work. Like, it's so amazing because it has all these capabilities of web search and doc search and everything else. So it's really an instructional tool as well as a development tool.
That's so true. I mean, I was just thinking about just the method of learning, right? This concept of hands-on learning is so crucial. And I feel like when you're operating in natural language with the tool you're using to create things, you unlock that ability to have feedback from what you're building and the users. Then the second level is you get feedback from actually building the thing, so the app that's created, you're getting that feedback. But to your point, the third level is just the fact that you can get feedback from the tool itself, like what am I doing and how I should do it. So they're just like layers of input and interaction
100%.
that are kind of unlocked, more so than just the typical as you build, you get input. So I really appreciate that multi-layered feedback system.
I mean, I remember when I was doing my master's, this was pre-Claude back in 2019, I used to have to ask like classmates all the time, like, what is going on in my code? How do I fix this bug? Like, what does this mean? And now Claude is that person for me, and I don't have to bug anybody on my team. It's amazing. So, I think we've always said, I think once the internet came out and YouTube came out, you could teach yourself to code. That is just on a completely different stratosphere now. Anybody can figure this out just by asking questions.
Well, I know we're getting at time, so is there anything else that I feel like you feel like I haven't covered that you want folks to know about Claude, Anthropic, or what we've discussed?
We should definitely use Claude Code. I think that's
Remember
number
that.
one. No, I mean, I think, one, I'm super grateful to be here. Thank you to the AI Fund for inviting us to be a sponsor. I'm super excited to see what everybody comes up with here and builds. I think as the AI community continues to grow and the population of folks that are technically literate thanks to these technologies, the sky's the limit of what humanity can create here. So thrilled to be here, and thanks for hosting.
No, thank you so much. And thanks everyone for joining. And we're going to be walking around and talking to some of the teams next. So stay on in 5 minutes. You'll get to see what the teams have come together with. So thanks everyone.
remind me of your name?
Catherine.
Okay.
Yep.
Just blanked out.
Terry DeMiva.
Yes.
All right. Hey, live stream audience, welcome back. I'm so excited here to have Terry DeMiva with me here. You're a developer advocate for Quadrant.
Yes.
I would love to just start by getting to know a little bit about you. You're both a data scientist and an advocate.
Yeah. So I started out as a data scientist for the Department of Homeland Security, and I was
wow.
mostly working on models, pipelines,
Yeah.
data engineering kind of stuff.
Mhm.
And I really enjoyed it, but the part of the job I enjoyed the most was actually teaching people and talking with people and presenting my work.
Yeah.
So after I finished with that gig, I was looking to get into developer advocacy,
Mhm.
and I built something called Semantic Cache, which we can talk about later.
Yeah.
Quadrant reached out to me, and now I'm a developer advocate at Quadrant. And the cool thing about being a developer advocate is when I solve a problem for myself or for Quadrant, I can also share that knowledge with thousands of developers. So it feels like you're almost kind of doing some mass healing, or you're casting a spell. So it kind of feels like magic.
I can definitely relate to that.
Yeah.
Definitely just talking about some of the magic of AI and some of the projects that we're working on
Yeah.
is more fun than really getting into
Yep.
the day-to-day
Yeah,
pipeline.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, can you get us oriented a little bit to what Quadrant is?
Yes. So Quadrant is a vector database.
Yeah.
If you're not familiar with vector databases, it's a way for you to store things like embeddings as well as metadata that's related to whatever kind of documents you have. So if you can imagine, you have pictures, video, PDFs, audio. To run those classical machine learning techniques, you need to turn that into numbers.
Yep.
So when it's turned into numbers, traditional databases don't handle that very well, which is where Quadrant comes in. You can kind of think of it like a memory layer or a search engine for your
Yes.
data. So you could just upload, for example, 1,000 pictures, 500 of them cats, 500 of them dogs, without labeling. You would be able to search for cat or dog and find the relevant pictures.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm going to include 5 photos of Cat Dog, the Cartoon Network, in there and see how it handles
Classic.
that. So how does Quadrant fit into the larger network of vector database companies, and what makes you different?
So the big differentiators for Quadrant is definitely we are open source.
Yes.
We are focused on speed, and we are developer friendly.
Yeah.
So going through those three, Quadrant is fully open source. So if you have any concerns with data privacy, data sovereignty, and also you can just go on GitHub and start using Quadrant today. So the code is completely open, as well as all our demos. And then in terms of performance, we're really focused on being the fastest vector database. We like to think of ourselves as a steak knife simply for vector search.
Yes.
So the only thing that we care about is how we can improve the experience of vector search. And given that, it allows us to really prioritize so that we have the fastest product as well.
Yeah.
And then finally, developer experience. That's part of why I'm here today.
Yep.
We want to make sure that the product is easy to use, easy to get started with. And if you have any questions or concerns, you always get an answer. You can look at our Discord today and you'll see that even our C-level executives are in there answering questions. So we just have a culture of really helping developers get started.
Yeah.
And when they're stuck, getting them unstuck.
How would people find your Discord?
So if you go to quadrant.tech, you can find us on Discord. And if you just go to any like Google Quadrant Discord, you'll be able to find it.
Fabulous. So could you walk us through maybe a really good example that you've seen of a project that leveraged Quadrant and really specifically those features around speed, low latency? What makes a good project?
So there's a lot of examples. If you're on the internet, you probably have used Quadrant without even knowing, because we are under the hood for a lot of products. So if you're on social media, there's a good chance you're using a website that uses Quadrant for recommendations, for example. So if you click a post or if you click on a profile and it says, hey, can I see similar profiles or similar posts? That's the kind of things that Quadrant powers.
Yeah.
As well as if you're on a video streaming platform and there's going to be recommended videos. That's what Quadrant powers. As well as if you're on an e-commerce site. And you get those recommendations. But in addition to that, Quadrant also can do the search part. So you can imagine if you go to a clothing website and you type in something like funky 70s outfit, it might not understand your query.
Right, you need
Quadrant
a semantic
will.
layer.
Exactly.
Yes.
And then in terms of like a specific demo, we're working a lot with legal companies as well as e-commerce.
Yeah.
So for legal, you can imagine it's very dense language, very jargony. They've got tons of documents. It's multimodal.
Yep.
And they need to be able to get that information quickly.
Yeah.
So we're helping a lot of legal companies do that. And then for e-commerce, it's just how do you convert more, right?
Yeah.
So for example,
Totally.
if you type in a search for red shoes, what do you expect? Nike. like a sneaker.
Right.
Other people will say, well, you should show me some red high heels.
Right.
Other people will say, you should show me some burgundy loafers.
Yeah.
And the question is, what should we show the user when they type in red shoes? And
Yeah.
the answer is, of course, it depends.
It depends.
Yes. So Quadrant can help you out, make sure that you get the relevant results to your users.
So if I were an e-commerce website producer and I wanted to solve this exact problem, right, getting a little bit of understanding around that semantic search and recommending to a customer, how would I go about that?
So,
Quadrant.
like, basically what you want to do is you want to start thinking about how you can relate your user's behavior to the content behavior. So we actually have a case study online with, I believe it's Dailymotion, where we talk through this process of combining metadata filtering with collaborative filtering. So collaborative filtering is, for example, if I know Catherine likes watching Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Cat Dog, and then she goes to watch Shrek, well, if I know someone else has watched Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Cat Dog, I should recommend them Shrek.
Yes.
But then we've also got the content filtering, right? So for example, Cat Dog and Shrek are both cartoons. So if you watch Cat Dog, maybe I should recommend you Shrek.
Yeah.
So by combining those two, first, you're not going to have, when you're first starting, you got the cold start problem. So you won't necessarily have that user data. So you're just going to have to recommend off of content.
Yeah.
But as you build more and more data, you'll basically be able to recommend based on the user as opposed to the content.
Yeah.
And then you can combine them to really get the best of both worlds.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And I know that specifically those stuff like recommendations during e-commerce has a huge lift in terms of basket size and propensity of customers to convert.
I mean, how often have you clicked that, let me add that thing that they recommend, right? It's like...
You got me.
I got a few packages on the way.
I can be convinced. One thing about me, I can be convinced. So curious about the open source nature of Quadrant, how that really makes you different from other vector database companies, and how it shapes how you engage with developers. We talked about your Discord, but
So Quadrant was started before the whole LLM wave actually started, which gives us a huge advantage because we were building it before it was cool. And as part of that mission, we built it open source because the creators of Quadrant, the two Andres, they actually...
the two Andres?
Yeah, we've got two Andres. It's actually a very cool company.
That's awesome.
One in Russia, one from Russia, one from Ukraine. They met in Georgia and founded the company.
No way.
And we're currently based in Berlin, so we love the international community.
That's huge.
But they decided to make it open source because the idea was we want to build something that improves the industry, right? It's not just for us. It's something that's actually going to raise the standard, because they were working on these search products that use AI, and they just didn't find any databases that were able to keep up. Because of the changing dynamics with the embeddings and the vectors, there wasn't a product that existed that did that. So when they went out and built this, they were basically building it for themselves. So it made a lot of sense to just share it with the world. And we've kind of continued with that mantra where we're open source and we love our community. Our community is our backbone. And I think, especially in 2025, people really gravitate to open source because they can feel like they're a part of the community. And oh, by the way, if you make a good PR on Quadrant GitHub, it'll get accepted. Right? If you go look, you'll see that some of our users have improved our product. So having that, as well as, of course, the data privacy and data sovereignty. So if you're working with any kind of sensitive data, whether that's medical, legal, financial, government, you're going to need that. So we're SOC2 compliant, HIPAA compliant, all that good stuff. And the open source really helps with there. And then finally, since it's open source, anyone can go out and try it on their own, right? Obviously, we have our enterprise offerings that give you more features, more authorization, more security, etc. But if you just want to get started and see, hey, how does my data look in Quadrant? You can go on GitHub today and get started.
So we've been talking a lot about RAG here, and a lot of RAG-based projects around. From your perspective, what do you see as the biggest opportunities for developers building with RAG?
So I actually have a bit of a unique answer to this. I think that the RAG era has been a little oversaturated, and that developers should start thinking outside of RAG. And we're actually currently running a hackathon that is a think outside the RAG hackathon. It's like a no RAG hackathon because we want to see what kind of stuff can people build that isn't just a chatbot. So to give you an example, RAG over video. So imagine you have video of a basketball game and you want to find out every time number 11 passed to number 13. You could have a human watch it. Or you could just do RAG over the video, right?
Mhm.
Because we can split that video into chunks, and
Mhm.
then we can describe each chunk, and then we can say, hey, we found 5 instances of 11 passing to 13.
Yeah.
Now you can imagine something like if we have that in a parking lot,
Mhm.
and we know that at 4 a.m. the parking lot should be empty.
Mm.
Now all of a
Mhm.
sudden at 4 a.m. there's 7 cars in the parking lot.
Mhm.
We can create a system where we alert security to say, hey, there's something weird going on here.
Just a heads up.
Exactly. So I think
That's
the
fascinating.
future is actually RAG outside of chatbots, right?
Yeah.
Being able to implement it in things like, for example, that fun 70s outfit.
Yeah.
And then create an outfit for you, or
Yeah.
cooking recipes, or other enterprise use cases that aren't just a chatbot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. Video over RAG.
Yeah.
I
We're
have-
working with 12 Labs on that.
Yeah.
They're a really cool video embedding platform. And as I mentioned, you can literally do video over RAG, and you can also search by different modalities with Quadrant because we have named vectors. So if you upload a video, you can search by text. You could upload an image and search, or you could search by audio.
Oh.
Or you can search all of it combined, right? So if you have a video and you know that you want to make sure that there's no, let's say, logos or no, you want to make sure Will Smith isn't in it.
Yeah.
Maybe you have beef with Will Smith.
I do.
You could upload a picture of my good friend Will,
Yeah.
and then tag every moment in the video that he may or may not appear.
Oh, that's fascinating.
Yeah.
Okay, that's got my mind turning on a lot of potential applications.
Yeah,
there.
yeah. No,
Oh, that's really interesting.
That's kind of the fun thing with vector search is like
Yeah.
there's going to be a lot of different industries that come out of it because it's so new and so fun.
Yeah.
And it feels a little magical
Yeah.
because the information retrieval world has been plugging along for a very long time, right?
Mhm.
And these concepts have been pretty solidified,
Mhm.
but I think the idea of embeddings have really changed the game, right?
Yeah.
And as they get more and more advanced and more and more powerful, it's going to
Mhm.
be even cooler.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. So you've spoken recently about choosing the right embedding model
Yes.
for applications.
Mhm.
What's one thing that builders often overlook when they're making their choice there?
Your priorities.
Yeah.
So a lot of
Mm.
people, for example, just want the most accurate embedding model.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, do you care about speed? Do you care about cost? Also, how are you defining the most accurate, right?
Right.
Usually you just want your users to like your product.
Mm-hmm.
So you kind of want to think backwards and ask yourself, okay, do I, for example, if
Mhm.
you're running a AI to detect cancer based on images of biopsies,
Yeah.
you really care about accuracy,
Yes.
right? You don't
Yeah.
care if it takes a week for the results to come back. You want the results to be accurate.
Yeah.
On the flip side, let's say you're recommending videos to people on a short form video platform.
Mhm.
You need those right away, right? The user's not going to sit there for 5 minutes for you to recommend the perfect video.
Yeah.
So thinking about what your use cases and what your priorities are is
Mhm.
probably the most important part.
Yeah.
But then on top of that, I would really recommend like actually try stuff in a practical way because often in the benchmarks, what you'll see is this kind of sterilized, there's dependency soup. When you try to run it yourself, it doesn't actually work.
Yeah.
So you might go to those benchmarks and say, hey, I want to use that, but when you actually try using it in practice, you don't get the same results and then you're going to be frustrated. So
Yeah.
I'd recommend just starting off with a simple model, right?
Yeah.
And Quadrant actually just introduced inference.
Hmm.
So you can do it via the Cloud UI.
Oh, can you dive more into that?
Yeah. So we just released our Quadrant inference,
Uh-huh.
which basically means that in the past you would have to send your embeddings to a different service or maybe build a back end and a front end that talk to each other.
Mhm.
Now you can have it all in the same application so that when the user submits a query,
It's huge. Uh-huh.
we can embed that query for you automatically and then
Mm.
get you the relevant results.
Wow. Okay.
So we made it a lot easier for people to basically build AI applications.
And is the primary benefit there for the builders of the AI, or are you seeing improvements in latency as well? Like, does having all that happen in one
so
place?
having
Yeah.
it all in one place
Yeah.
definitely is going to improve the performance.
Yeah.
But the biggest benefit is just for developers. We're making it easier for them to get started with their apps. And then
Mhm.
also, even in production,
Yeah.
now you've got less microservices you need to worry about, right? So we all know
Yes.
the mode parts that are involved, the easier things are to break, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you for explaining that, for talking me through that, and really thinking about we at AI Fund talk a lot about getting user feedback, building quickly, getting user feedback. So what I'm hearing there on the embedding model as well, what I would encourage people to do is to put a basic model in, a simple model,
Yeah.
and then go out and put it in front of your users and have them show you and tell you where their values are.
Exactly. And I'm also a big believer in pairwise ranking. So what you can do is basically compare two embedding models and then just see which result you prefer more, right?
Yes.
So do kind of a blind test where you give two embedding models and then say, hey, I prefer this answer.
Yeah.
And then compare it against another. Oh, I prefer that answer. And that's a really easy way, because when you give people like a 1 through 5 score or even a thumbs up, thumbs down, it's kind of hard to know sometimes, like what if both results are thumbs down, right? What if they're both thumbs up, etc. So it's easier when you just say this one's better than that one.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So for folks watching the live stream who might want to dive into vector databases but feel intimidated, what's a good first project that you'd recommend just to get the feel of using a vector database? What's an easy project to start with?
Easy project to start with is just grab some text and see if you can search through it.
Yeah.
So just go online, find an open source text like Sherlock Holmes or something that's, out of copyright, and then just see if you can build. Exactly. Yeah. Don't get sued. And then see if you can build something that allows you to search it. Right.
Yeah.
And that, I would say, is a good way to get started, or even a PDF. Upload a document to Quadrant and then see if you can search through that document.
Yeah. Okay. That's a good first project.
And then I'd also mention that we have our MCP server. So if you're just getting started, or even if you're more experienced, I would definitely recommend checking out the Quadrant MCP server.
Yeah.
Because that's going to make it easier to get started.
Oh, that's awesome. Here in the room today, we're talking about speed to product, building as fast as we can.
Yep.
Have you seen Quadrant be really helpful in that kind of speed to market situation?
Yeah, because one of the cool features of Quadrant is we have our cloud deployment, we've got our local deployment, and we've got the Docker deployment. But you don't need to change any of your code to swap between those 3 deployment mechanisms. The only thing you need to do is change one line of code where you say, hey, the client is local, or the client is cloud, or the client is Docker.
Yeah.
So when you're prototyping in local mode, maybe with a sample data set, you get your system up and running, all you have to do is change that one line of code and you can go to prod.
That's huge.
Yeah.
It would personally reduce my penchant for making mistakes.
Yes, exactly. We try to make it as easy as possible.
Scaling is scary.
Yep, and then we also do support auto scaling.
Yeah.
So if that's something that you are worried about, or you're not exactly sure how to size your cluster, we can just handle that for you.
Oh, that's fabulous.
Yeah.
This is a little bit of a meta question, but what's one trend in AI that you think people are underestimating right now?
I would say definitely mobile AI.
Ooh, say more.
I think a lot of people are currently frustrated with the offerings that phones offer in AI, and I think just have a little patience, people out there. There's some really cool stuff coming. We just released Quadrant Edge, which allows you to run Quadrant on mobile devices.
Yeah.
And I think that that's going to be really big, because now all of a sudden you're going to start to see a lot of these applications actually taking advantage of AI on your phone.
Yeah.
Whereas pretty consistently now people have frustrations about how the AI works on phones. And I think that's going to really improve now that we have things like Quadrant Edge.
Yeah. That's something that we've been watching very closely as well, both from like enterprise scale applications where you might be working in low connectivity environments and need that edge deployment on all devices, but then in phones. I mean, just a large language model, we're starting to get those, smaller parameter models.
I think it's kind of cyclical, right? Because there was that really big mobile first wave that came maybe like, I don't know, 10, 15 years ago.
Yeah.
Where everyone wanted to be on, I have to get an app, I have to be on mobile, etc. Most people still spend more time on their phone than their computer.
Yes.
But they're not really using AI on their phones outside of perhaps apps.
Yeah.
They're not using the AI to make their lives on their phones easier, right?
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be the next step, is increase your quality of life basically by using AI on your phone.
Yeah. And we've seen a lot of the major, I'm on the Apple ecosystem, we've seen some slowdown in terms of the deployment of some AI features on device. Where is your optimism there, or like what's your timeline?
I don't have like a timeline, but I think what you're going to start to see is just little features that make your life easier. So for example, let's say you have a reservation for dinner. Your phone knows that you have that reservation. Maybe based on your preferences, it might recommend what to order.
Yeah.
Or it might send you a text when you need to leave. Things like that. I think that's the integrations that we're going to start with.
Yeah.
And then from there, the sky is, of course, the limit.
Yeah. What are Quadrant has been around since before the LLM era. We obviously have seen a massive pace of change difference. Are you guys experiencing that as well? And kind of what do you think? What are your projections for the next 2 years, let's say?
Yeah, definitely. Like LLMs are changing the game, right?
Yeah.
I think if you're not using AI or IDEs and those kind of things in your life, then you're going to fall behind. On that same token, though, it is very important to actually understand what's happening when you ask Claude Code or Cursor or whatever your preferred IDE, GitHub Copilot to do something for you.
Yeah.
Like, if you don't actually understand what's going on, then when it's time to debug, you're going to kind of fall down and be like, hey, what's going on here?
Yeah.
But we definitely have adapted AI. I use it a lot in my work. And as I mentioned, we do have that MCP server. So if you're looking to use Quadrant, you can basically use that to search relevant documentation.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You mentioned your own work. How is AI impacting your work?
I would say it's been a huge unlock.
Yeah.
I'm actually here today inspired by the Buildathon. I'm building anomaly detection on New York City taxi data. So I built an app basically looking at yellow taxi data for 2024 in New York City. And then I vectorized all the rides and then I analyzed which ones were anomalies. So I built that app, it's fine. I then threw it to Claude Code and I said, hey, based on this app, what are some suggestions that you have? And Claude gave me 4 or 5 different suggestions. For example, one of the suggestions Claude gave me was, I had all the rides already mapped out. Claude said, what if there was a play button that would allow the user to actually follow each ride on the map? So things like that, where it's just improving the demo, it's not necessarily code. It's just oh, that's a good idea, and I didn't think of it, right? Let's make it a movie instead of just a picture. And I'm like, yeah, that makes sense. So things like that, I think, are the big game changers. And then also just being able to plan better. So you can ask, for example, hey, I have this New York taxi data set. How do I embed it? How would I do best retrieval on it? How do I do anomaly detection on it? These kind of questions, I think, is where AI comes in really powerful.
Yeah.
And then, of course, just trying to stay up to date with everything that's happening right now. There's an app that's powered by Quadrant called AskNews.app. And that's an app that allows you to actually query the news. So Ask News has deals with New York Times, Washington Post, etc.
Yeah.
And you can also forecast the news. So this is the kind of stuff that Quadrant's powering, right? You can go on their app or on their Discord and say, hey, what's the S&P going to be in 6 months? And it'll give you a prediction, it'll give you a confidence interval, and it'll give you the sources and the reasoning behind the prediction.
Yeah.
So those kind of applications in conjunction with domain expertise, you can imagine, asking the right questions, getting the right answers, and now you have the information and you can actually build something that people want.
And where can people find that tool?
If you just go to asknews.app, you can find that. Yeah. So that's a Quadrant product we're really proud of.
Yeah. We've been thinking a lot about exactly this kind of type of news aggregation, personalized news world. And it seems really exciting, right?
Yeah.
And potentially ability to impact kind of the bubble, some of the news bubbles that we find ourselves in.
And it's also a really good way to introduce people to AI because I know, for example, there's people in my life who were very scared or reticent to use things like GPT or Anthropic Console or whatever your preferred AI platform is. But when you're like, hey, you can ask this about the news that's going on back home, and I'm from Africa, so things like that. Now it clicks for them. They're like, wait a second, I can ask what are the chances of there being an attack in the next 6 months and plan my travel around that.
Yeah,
now they get it, right?
Yes.
So I think just showing people the different ways that they can take advantage of the technology to improve their life has been really powerful.
So it sounds like you're not only a developer advocate, but then also a liaison to the to the non-technical AI afraid community.
I think that's happened. I don't know if that's been on purpose, but yes, I think that happens to everyone who works in AI.
Yeah.
In your friend group, you kind of become the AI guru, right?
Yes.
So yeah, I get a lot of questions about, hey, what model should I use, or how do I do X, Y, Z, all those kind of things. And
the should I be afraid of this?
Yes.
Should I? Yes, I get a lot of those texts.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is awesome. Have you seen any really cool magic moments of somebody, seeing AI work for the first time and really changing their mind?
So I built a demo that basically allowed you to search house pictures based on the features. So if you go to Zillow, you can't, you have some features that you can do, but what if you want a house with a huge island, but white tubs and deck on the roof?
Yeah.
Zillow doesn't really have the capabilities for you to do that at the moment, but with semantic search, you could just type in what you're looking for, and we're going to return relevant results. So I have a
Yes.
friend who works in real estate,
Mhm.
and when I showed him that demo, I think that's when it clicked for him, because he's basically spending all day going through the manual filters trying to find these different things. So the idea that it could be automated into just semantic query was kind of an aha moment for him.
Yeah, we've been getting really excited about this component, just essentially in user decisions kind of across the planet.
Exactly.
E-commerce, house searching,
Yeah,
highly
yeah,
considered
yeah.
purchases, moderately considered purchases. I'm shorting the filter menu, like a filter-based search, because I think that people really have a lot more nuance to capture in their search, right? So instead of just going to a filter menu and saying, you know, I want a deck on the roof, but not being able to really find that quality of Big Island, you're able to, you know, really focus on that. And then we've been building a lot of systems that then come forward and ask you the questions that surface information from you that you might not think to specify, or you might be, what we find is like assumed in your head. Like a car search, if I were to ask you to describe your perfect car, you probably wouldn't specify that it has 2 doors or 4 doors, because in your mind you just have a picture of a car in your head.
Exactly, yeah.
So
And one of the cool things about Quadrant is with hybrid search and metadata filters, you can get the best of both worlds.
Yes.
So you can have those filters in there for things like price, color, garment type. But then you can combine that with the semantic side. So if the user wants to say, hey, I only want items below 50, then they can do that as a filter. But if they just want to type in a query and say, give me a linen shirt, that works as well. So we kind of give people the option of both, or combining them for the best of both worlds.
Yes. Also then capturing nuance, I think, in context. I was riding alongside a user who was making a search, and as he was talking through his filter search choices, he was for cars, he was saying like, oh, I really want an electric, but gas is fine. But that filter representation search is equal weights.
There's no way
electric
to say,
and gas.
you know, gas is fine. It's just, yes, I want gas.
Fine. Exactly. But it's a 50-50. I care equally about gas.
So that nuance, I think, is kind of like the sweet spot, right?
Yeah, 100%. Okay, we're getting ready to wrap up here. What can we expect to see from Quadrant in the next, coming up? What can you drop? What can you tease?
We're always going to be dedicated to vector search, always dedicated to speed, but specifically Quadrant Edge we just released. So keep an eye out for that.
Great.
We've got the Quadrant Inference that allows you to just use inference via Quadrant, which we're really excited about. So now you don't need to worry about your embeddings. And third, I would say Vector Space Day, which is going to be our event in Berlin. So that's going to be at the end of September. If you are able to get out to Berlin, we'd love to see you there. If you're not able to, as I mentioned, we're doing our hackathon right now, so get involved in the hackathon. But those are the things I would say we're really excited about.
And what can people expect to find on Space Day in Berlin?
So Vector Space Day is going to be an event that we're hosting, and it's all about vector search. So we've got some really cool partners like AWS, Microsoft, Mistral, Neo4j, a lot of people who are here today, actually. So, it'll be fun to reunite in Europe. And we just got a full day of programming all about vector search. And then, of course, we're going to have, some fun after and before.
Fantastic. Well, fun after and before in Berlin. Sign me up.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah.
Well, Terry, it was so great to meet you.
Yes.
Thank you so much for chatting with me today, and thank you for being here.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Catherine.
All
Enjoyed
right.
it.
Let's get back to the competition.
Yes.
Fantastic.
Sounds good.
Thanks, everyone.
Yep.
viewers, welcome back to live streaming of Buildathon, hosted by AI Fun and DeepLearning.AI. As our contestants right now focusing on building, we are super happy to have Natalie Han from SAP joining us to chat about AI and SAP. Welcome, Natalie.
Hi, Jill. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. Very excited to be here.
Okay, great. It's definitely a very super exciting event. So Natalie, let's start from, first, tell us more about yourself and your journey in AI and what you are working on right now with SAP.
Yeah, happy to. So, hey, I'm from SAP Business AI team. I'm the location lead also in the Bay Area. So very excited to be here and see all the energies on the floor. So a little bit about my background. I have electrical engineering background in PhD, and also I did a postdoc at Stanford, all focusing on brain MRI image processing. Feels like a long history ago, but that's where my journey with AI and kind of coming started with image processing, signal processing. And then in the past decade, I've been working at LinkedIn, Google, and those companies in the Bay Area to really leading the data science team and AI effort, focusing on consumer product and enterprise product. But I'm really excited right now. This is the moment where SAP is really bringing AI into the enterprise use cases. We're in a unique kind of position right now to really make a real business impact.
That's super exciting. And you are basically a data person.
I'm a data scientist converting to a product manager, you would say, from an AI space. So we have a lot of Gen AI product. My focus at SAP is mainly bring innovation research to product in a very fast pace in the Bay Area. So I'm mainly leading the Joule for Consultant product from the product lead perspective, but I also oversee an agent and how do we quickly bring these ideas from innovation, all the fast pace of learnings of LLM to production. So I'm very excited to be here to share more how we're using AI in SAP products.
That's great. That's great. So for viewers new to SAP's Business AI, tell us more about what is Business AI.
Yeah, first of all, SAP, if you don't know, it is the largest enterprise software platform in the world. It does power everything from your ice cream and grocery logistics to building the plane or to managing AI chips, for example. Everything you don't see is kind of very magically powered by SAP, I would say. So from a business AI perspective, this is overall SAP strategy that we focus on suite first and AI first. So SAP is not new to AI. We have done a lot of traditional AI, a lot of prediction, a lot of recommendations. So this is not new to SAP, but we're in the era of new generative AI space where we're bringing much more capability. So I will talk a little bit more about Joule, which is kind of our unified UI for Gen AI in terms of our unified UI front. And that covers all the product lines. And under the Joule UI, we also have a lot of SAP product, powering from SuccessFactors or S/4HANA ERP system to finance, procurement, all the business suite, the entire business suite app and product. So that's in between. So Joule is sitting on top of all the product.
Okay. So you mentioned Joule, and I like the example of ice cream, powering ice cream that I can relate to.
Yes.
So can you tell us an example how Joule help your user to have a concrete business result?
Yeah, so Joule is the overall UI. You can ask questions on Joule. So right now we already have almost 1,800 Joule skills already available, built by SAP, and that covers all the product I just mentioned. So the product, for example, you can say informational, like, hey, what is SAP BTP? That is a business technology platform for people who don't know, to want to get started. That's a really good starting point to ask any informational questions. And Joule also have navigational experiences. For example, because all the products are all over the place, and then you can ask Joule to say, if I want optimizing my business process, where do I go? So Joule will help you to navigate into the right page. And Joule also have transactional capability, which is more advanced. You can say, I want to give a spot award to my coworker. And then Joule will help you very easily in the UI chat to help you give this spot award, where previously you have to go to different pages and click. And lastly, I think is the analytic capability, which is also very exciting, that you can ask Joule, what are my team's top 10 deal closed last month? So really help we go into the deep SAP system to really get all this information that we want to help the user be more efficient, save time, and get more work done, and remove kind of the manual process.
Wow. So it's like, for example, SAP, like you mentioned, is the largest enterprise solution in the world. And so there are, over the past 50 years, you have all those different SAP products where, a newcomer, joining SAP might not have the idea of where to go find the right things. And in this case, Joule can be a great
Exactly.
help.
Just for internal use cases where we also using Joule internally, kind of like customer zero, where Joule can help us with new user onboarding, also creating your goal and your performance goal. Actually, we have a lot of agents also that I can share a little bit more.
Yes, tell us more about Joule's agents.
Yeah, this is a very, everybody's talking about agent, right? But is it just a hype, or is it actually in reality? I'm very proud to say SAP has really bring this AI technology into product very quickly. So we have, I can give some example. For example, the performance and goal agent I was talking earlier, not only for our internal users to use, but also we already launched this in beta. As a manager, in performance review time is very stressful. How do you take all the peer feedback? How do you take the goals and all your conversations, all this information, so the agent will be able to do all the prep work for the managers, and where, help also remove bias, make the conversation very objective, action-based, and also creating this meeting invite and follow-up actions. And as a manager, it really saved them a lot of time. And so that's just one example on top of the SuccessFactors product that we have to managing the human capital. But obviously, SAP has a very broad product suite. So another one, which is also kind of one of my favorite, is dispute resolution agent. So SAP, runs a lot of business processes, supply chain. So you have suppliers and vendors, you have all these invoices. So one of the agent called dispute resolution agent would go through all your invoices and see what does customer complain to have this dispute. Hey, you sent me this invoice for this $1,000, but I don't want to pay this because you didn't ship the device to me, you were late. So things like this could be very manual, takes a lot of time for human to go through. So our dispute resolution agent look at all the dispute, opening the cases automatically based on the email, and go through all the process to figure out why this customer is complaining, and go through shipping, go through inventory, and go through all the underlying services to provide recommendations. And this is where human in the loop to really review this, because finance data is very sensitive, and we want to making sure we provide this responsible AI. So human would be always in the loop to review and provide, okay, this makes sense to me, I want to write this off, or we want to create a new invoice to the customer. So this is just some example. I think we already launched the beta, so you can find more agent. And from a partnership perspective, this is not just within SAP that the agent ecosystem can deliver value. We also have an open system with third-party vendors. For example, if you want to write an email in this dispute, you can also send this email to the customer to say, hey, I already provide this update, can you please review? So we partner with Microsoft and all the other third parties to make this more seamlessly integrated rather than an isolated agent for only a specific task.
So yeah, so Joule's agents can work not only within the SAP's product suites, but also can work with non-SAP products, across the board.
Exactly. I think this is where the agent is really grounded in the data part that we have, because SAP has so much data and so much information. Some data are outside of SAP, right? This is where we bring business data cloud in this middle layer. If you find our strategy diagram. So you have AI on top, you have all the product, and then business data cloud is where really the foundation. Because without good data, AI is also kind of can garbage in, garbage out. So with this, we have SAP data and non-SAP data together, where we really grounded the business to understanding kind of which agent should I call, which API should I use, so the agent can have overall the orchestration, kind of like a multi-agent system, where human in the loop is one of the tools, but all the third party can also become a tool for Joule to use. And all the 1,800 skills I mentioned in Joule are also be the tools that for Joule agent you can design and you can build on top of that.
Oh, that, excuse me, that's great. So you mentioned, I like the dispute example. So you mentioned that Joule agents can go look through all like emails and shipping systems and all that and kind of come up with a recommendation, but you still need that human in the loop to kind of go through them. Where do you draw the line of, some tasks can be 100% automated by the agent and some tasks you need the human in the loop?
Yeah, I think that's a great question, Jill. I think we're still very early in this kind of research and LLM capability to full business. I think we're in the process. We're really proud of the pace we're at. But SAP system is it's the bread and butter of supply chain or your procurement. You don't want to, at this point, fully automated. So human in the loop is very important to us. And then we have this very thoughtful design process based on different use cases, different agent, where you wanted to insert that tool. And we also have an agent evaluation system where we trace all the agent, not just like a black box. We have all the traceabilities of what tools, what reasonings are happening to really give our end user kind of this confidence before they activated this agent.
So basically you are vetting the agents constantly.
Right.
Make sure the agents are improving.
Right. I think we're still very early to give the agent everything at this point.
That's true.
I mean, some kind of the under the hood agent, they can still run for like behind the scene, but agent, the human in the loop is always there to make the final yes or no. Even the agent can give all the recommendations.
But at the same time, the agents are taking the load of human beings, those manual work, those repetitive work, which do not require like creativities or innovations out of humans' hands, so that to make human beings more productive.
Yes, I think a lot of people are worried this agent will take over my job, but I think we're not quite there yet, but it's more to make people more efficient.
That's right.
In every aspect of the business. If you think about, I'm reading all my invoices, all the things my invoices are delayed, so I will have over a month, so I do not get paid. So this agent can actually reducing the outstanding days that are not paid and really improving kind of the account receivable or business process, right? So this is where we see agent work well with human. It's not replacing
That's
it.
right. That's what it's like what Andrew said about 10x professionals.
Yes.
Right. That's what we're headed. That is great. And you mentioned and I mentioned that SAP, one of SAP's unique value is the over 50 years of data and business knowledge, and which is a gold mine. Especially data is the key to AI. So do you tell us more about what SAP is doing with the data, and how does that extra context that can provide, make UI suggestions more reliable?
Yeah, happy to. I think, we are all talking about LLM in this space where really, really good at processing text and documents, right? But ICP is building a lot of the product on data, so which is the tabular data, tables, and APIs. How do we actually make progress on tabular data from? This is where, from a research perspective, I'm really honored I'm part of the team where we have hundreds of data science research working on different topics and the foundation model for tabular data is one of the core research topic, where we have all these information about tables, about your customers, about vendors, about the information that you're trying to talk to a customer. Maybe you don't have all this information. How can we bring the narrow AI, which you used to do a prediction on churn, prediction on upsell, or recommendation system, those narrow AI applications to generalize that with a foundation model, building on data and building on different tables, multiple tables. This is where we have innovation research papers, and we have a lot of very active engage on open source to really contributing to that front. And on the other side, we also have this business knowledge graph where all these tables are interacting with each other, what's the join keys and all these APIs. We actually have all the metadata for them. So how do you describe this purchase order table? How do you describe every single column? What do they do? This is where business knowledge graph really bring this value to connect each other, to really easy to help developers to find the API in real time, in runtime, to construct so they can easily finding what's underlying services I should call, and how do we powering this more quickly with foundation model and knowledge graph on top of our business data cloud. So it is a lot of research happening, but I see a lot of path into production in a very speed way. So that's very exciting, because then we can ground it at our AI offering from our internal proprietary data and tables and metadata on one side. On the other side, we also have our SAP proprietary content with document grounding, with all the kind of domain expertise sitting on your S/4HANA system, for example, to really bring the real value that's which are relevant and reliable.
Oh, that's super exciting. You have like over 100 of data scientists working on research and bring the research to production.
Yeah, I'm also new to SAP. I'm here for a year, but we have a lot of very active partnership with universities like Stanford and a lot of other very prestigious universities globally, and we partner with startups. So we really very actively engaging in this community in terms of model evaluation, model kind of new ideas. So this is a very exciting space where SAP open up this broader ecosystem, not only with all these large enterprise partners, but also with hyperscaler providers to co-innovating ideas, and the academic industry and the academic side is very I would say proud of the effort.
And you were like, with your background, you were at the focal point of research, PhDs, and the commercial side of AI technology. So it must be super exciting for you.
Yeah, it's changing every day.
It's changing every day. That's true.
DeepLearning.AI keep me grounded to learn.
Andrew's courses.
Yes, I think we actually partner with DeepLearning.AI to bring some courses into SAP. I think there's a huge appetite within the company, and we feel it's very important to not just have data scientists know about AI, the latest and greatest, but also the product managers and the engineers, and then the broader kind of go-to-market, even sales, right? You should know what is AI. So it has been super helpful to having this kind of learning sessions. We have a learning day, and internally we also have hackathons. So I was very honored to be the judge or sponsor for one of the hackathons for Agent in San Remo, one of our Bay Area office. So we bring engineers, like 70 engineers from the global, like the top engineers that come together, kind of like this Buildathon here. And then we have all the business problems, like customer give it to us. And then we develop Agent very quickly in prototype, and then we have a path to production. So those things keep me really energized and keep me up at night. And to really see how do we bring research to production is not just on the paper, which we also contributing a lot to, but the production size and the business really landing the value is very important.
Right, that's what actually brings the value to the society and human beings. That's for sure. And I totally, hear you and agree with you. Like within AI Fund, we're doing the same thing. Like if Andrew is, encouraging everybody, he mentioned that our CFO learned how to code, and then she can, our CFO Ellen, she can also make herself a 10x CFO. Think about if everybody within your team can be 10x, then as a team, you can be like how many times more efficient and productive.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. I will stop
Right.
saying live coding. I think he doesn't like that term.
He doesn't like that term.
We do not only building AI product. I would say internally we use a lot of AI tools and to bring the efficiency. And this is where you can see do for developer. For example, we have a offering dedicated to improving developer efficiency, kind of to really bring the value faster, right? Not just like we building to our customer internally, we also have this tool to help us to be all overall very effective.
Yes, we briefly were chatting about Joule for consultants and developers. Do you want to tell us more about it overall, how it helped to speed up?
Yeah, I think Joule is overall kind of the UI, and it has different families, a whole family of personas. So Joule for Consultant, we launched GA in Sapphire, which is back in May this year. And we have a really good kind of problem to solve, I have to say, because SAP is very complex. And we're in this stage of cloud transformations. A lot of the enterprise, if you think about it, SAP is a 50-year company, so a lot of customers adopting SAP are still on premises, and they're still not able to reap the benefits of AI at full. So SAP has this strategy for cloud transformation, partner with those customers to bring them on the cloud. So we have this RISE methodology and GROW methodology, but the idea is basically how do we help all the customers to be on cloud so that they can get more AI much more easily. So in the process, we have this tool chain, so we can help those consultant or customer to move this transformation as efficiently as possible. So Joule for Consultant is helping answer all these different questions for a functional consultant or system integrators to say, hey, I'm working with this customer, they have this need, what is a clean core principle? So we grounded with SAP knowledge to really provide an expert in instructions and step-by-step guidance. So that has been helping the consultants saving so much time, on average about 90 minutes, to finding information all through the web. You used to go to community, SAP help, and all this. Now you can go to Joule for Consultant to really getting all your answers summarized and aggregated and grounded with SAP knowledge. On the other side, with Joule for Developer, this is a AI-enabled IDE. So you would say what kind of coding they do. There is a programming language called ABAP, A-B-A-P. This is SAP programming language, which is all SAP product and any customizations you want to do are built based on ABAP language. So this native AI-enabled IDE can help our ABAP developers, I think worldwide we have millions of them, to really be much more efficient. And within SAP, we fine-tune this ABAP model on top of general coding model with our own code line, because we own this. We have a lot of domain expertise on ABAP model. So the model can powering in the IDE code generation, code explanation. If you want to dedicate it a specific component you want to customize, we will just do that, boiler alert all the code automatically. And also it can natively integrate with your S/4HANA system where you can find all this error code. Oh my gosh. So a Joule for Developer would be able to explain that error code and provide recommendations. Of course, the usual ones like the unit testings and code migration is also coming as well. So really excited to help the developers for a BAP system to be more efficient.
And you're pretty much looking at end-to-end
This is kind of end-to-end because for large customers to do cloud transformation, it's a huge effort. It usually take multiple years and hundreds and thousands of people working on this. It's not an easy journey. Anything we can do to cut the cost for to bring the win-win situation, because nobody wants a transformation take multiple years. So we'll bring value to our partners, bring value to our customers, and it will help people the customers to really having AI as fast as possible and all over, because Joule is everywhere. We're developing these capabilities for powering enterprise everywhere they go. So this is where I see the value of SAP Business AI to not help the customer, but ultimately help end users.
It's great to hear that SAP is also helping to bring speed into enterprise, because like you said, if the transformation is going to take 2 years, in this era, in the AI era, in the Gen AI era, we don't even know what's going to happen in the next 2 months. let alone if the transformation is taking 2 years. We cannot wait for that. So it's great to know that SAP is also bringing speed into enterprise transformations.
Exactly. I think we have this idea enterprise will take a long time, right, to do anything. But I'm very happily engaged right now with all the partners within SAP and also some startups in the area to really. I feel like we're functioning like a startup in some way. Like we have this idea and then we're prototyping it and pretty quickly customer verified this from an early adopter program, then we launch. So this is the speed I'm super proud of the team across engineers and data scientists and design to really bring this in the enterprise level, which I don't want to bore you with all the details of like privacies and product release process, but it is quite a learning journey. But we are operating at the speed of a startup, in the Silicon Valley and beyond.
That's great. That's great. And how, speaking of startups, how can if startups out there want to partner with SAP, what would be your recommendations? How they can do that, partner with SAP?
Yeah, I think first of all, SAP is a pretty broad ecosystem, has a pretty broad ecosystem. We have customers, right, which are usually very large customers. And then we have this consultant or partner, like consulting companies, to implementing the system to the customers. And we also have these hyperscalers that we work on top of AI Core, where all the LLM models are available. And of course, everything is all-in-one developer platform is our BTP platform, Business Technology Platform. I think for startup, I think it's first to see is there any specific kind of industry or domain you want to go in? Because it can be very different. Within SAP, I would recommend go to feature the Discovery Center. You can discover over 400 different AI use cases that we already built to give you a flavor of what that is and how are you solving for supply chain or solving for finance or procurement or human capital. So based on your use cases, finding those existing embedded AI use cases on top besides Joule, because not everything is a chat function. Some are natively embedded into the product. And then to explore. And then also, startup mode, you can also go to BTP, set up your own account, explore our offerings from AI Core, where I mentioned we have all the LLM models. We also have a responsible AI component built into this, where we will provide you enterprise grade level of the applications. So we also actually have this SAP build on BTP, where you can build your own Joule skills. This product is already GA, so you can check it out. Not only in the 1,800 Joule skills we already have, based on your use case, you can contribute into that and building your own skills, and you can test it out. So that feature is already available, and we also have Agent Builder, where you can build in agents. So powering by all those Joule skills and powering by all third-party API, you can bring your own tools. This is where the startups can contribute in very quickly to Joule skills and Joule agent. So this feature is already available, and we have a very I would say very good experience center in Palo Alto over here, and we also have experience center globally as well. I know our MD are here, our managing director locally will be here, so happy to answer any questions because we are very excited to working with a lot of startups.
That is great. So for viewers out there, please do check out all the excitement happening on SAP's Business AI and Joule agents and Joule skills, and see what's out there and what you can contribute more. And do get in touch with SAP if you have any questions. And thank you again, Natalie, to spend the time with us. Thank you for being here.
Very excited to be here. Let me know if you have questions. We are from hype to reality, so we're just at the beginning. So explore more and let us know.
Great. Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
What's her name? Linda? Natalie? Linda. Here we go.
So whenever you're ready.
Okay.
If you find your first subject.
I'm gonna interview Eli.
He doesn't.
You're stressed, right? Okay, we will not interview Eli. Okay.
So let's find somebody.
There was a girl. I need to find that girl, Jenny. Where was she? Let me. Don't follow me yet. Because I need to find her first. Hey, welcome back, everyone. I hope you guys had a wonderful Saturday and seeing how much fun we're all having here as well. I've got Jenny here, who's actually one of the folks that completed all 5 projects on time. So there is another 5 minutes left before we're actually going to move into the semifinals, which she is a part of. So Jenny, I wanted to find out, what did you find really challenging? Or did you find anything surprising about the projects today?
I think since I'm like traditional backend software engineer, so today is my first time to use all of this coding tool, AI coding tool. Give a lot of prompt words to build the app. So usually my working style is to design the architecture and design the everything, make it perfectly, and then I can start my coding. Today is totally different because for each project in my team we only have 2 teammates, and for each project we need to finish it in 1 to 2 hours for each people. So in this way, I have to think how to make everything very fast and finish it as soon as possible. Instead of design as an engineer, I more think about how to finish the product requirement and give the correct prompt words to all these AI tools. So that's a different coding experience for me today.
Okay, all right. Well, so for the semifinal, you will be given one more project. So you will work on it by yourself, and your teammate will work on it by himself. Okay, and so basically, we're only taking the top 5 fastest. But if you're on the same team, then we're only taking one of you, okay? Just whoever gets done fastest. But
So we just got where the stream just froze. I think we're a little too far away.
oh, okay. We should. Okay. All right.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Well, maybe we could go over there.
Yeah, let's just go back.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
You're not sticking around for the panel?
Yeah, I will be here.
Okay. The next panel's at 5:30.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. All right, so I guess we were a little bit too far from the live stream base, and so I don't know how much of what we just said was captured, but my last question is, for the semifinal, you have to work very fast because we're only taking the fastest 5 teams or individuals to be part of the final. And so given what you were saying, that you had to work a little bit differently, what's your confidence level in being one of the fastest?
Yeah, I have my strategy how to write in the prompt during today's experience. I feel like if we give like very general requirement to these AI models, it will be very slow for them to think, take a long time for the API give a response back. And instead, I have some strategy. I probably will split my requirement into pieces. So then, in this way, it will be I will get the response very quick. I think I have confidence to finish it.
Yeah, so for the semifinal, we're really focusing on the speed rather than the quality of the code, as long as it's deployable. And whereas the first 5 projects, we are going to be looking at the quality when you demo the product in front of all of our judges. So that's basically how that would work. Any questions or any other thoughts about today?
Today is a good opportunity for me to break the way how I work usually. And since my experience usually work for the big company, we have our own framework and it's not like today. It's all small projects. We can use a lot of prompt and AI to write them. I think in future we need to think about how to integrate our big code base with our AI tool and thus make our developer speed faster and more efficient.
Well, thank you so much for your time. So we're gonna need to make an announcement about the 5 o'clock timeline or deadline. So thank you. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. Hello. All right, so for those of you who are available to watch our next panel, please have a seat. And I don't know what I don't know where Tang is. Can you go around to all the rooms and let them know the 5:30 panel is gonna? Yeah, if they're not coding, have them come.
If they're not coding.
Where's Tang Yu? Everybody is still trying to petition up.
Could be a streaming audience, but
Also, we don't know where Tang Yu is.
Oh wow, that's a big one. So that's more important.
Yeah, I don't know where.
Well, I can talk about
No, he was supposed to just show up for this session. Did you get this? Did you get this message? I guess you did.
Ask it for the archiving instead of like changing my mailbox. Can I just put it locally, or it has to be through
archiving? Sorry.
For the semi-final, the email needs to be archived.
Yeah.
So if I hit archive, it's going to go change my email mailbox actually. Do you actually want that functionality, or just save it locally?
It should be archiving using the Gmail. Yeah.
Okay. You change my mailbox.
Yeah.
But okay, sounds good. But you don't want the Gmail keys and stuff. I didn't get a chance to clean out the env files, so all the source code I gave you has all my keys.
Oh yeah, I will delete them later if you organize.
Just a heads up.
Can you send anything about this like this if nobody?
No? Let's see.
Yeah, sure. Like we should be doing it. I've been waiting for the last 6 years.
Do you have to finish it?
Wait, did Tang Yu show up?
No, did not see him.
Because his sponsorship badge is gone.
That's right, but I did not see him. He's one of the panelists, right? Okay. 你刚刚有广播过了，对不对？有吗？
那边听得到，这边全部听不到。
我刚刚有跟这边都讲过了，对，大家。
All right, so for those of you who are no longer coding for the semifinal, come on back into the main room so we can go ahead and start the second panel.
Hi, everyone. I'm Eli, and we're going to talk about AI coding in enterprise. Today we have Teng-Yu Ma, Chief AI Scientist at MongoDB and former CEO of Voyage AI. And we also have Yad Oren, Global Head of Research and Innovation at SAP. Perhaps you could start first by doing an introduction of yourselves and what you're focusing on in this area.
Okay, sure. So I was the CEO and co-founder of Voyage AI, which was doing embedding models and re-rankers, which are two components for the retrieval system, which are used in retrieval augmented generation or just agents. When you're implementing a memory and you have to access the data, you have to use a retrieval or search system. And then we got acquired early this year by MongoDB. So now I'm the chief AI scientist at MongoDB. We are still kind of like having the same mission and also having a bigger kind of like role here, which is building this embedding model and re-rankers into the MongoDB ecosystem together with the vector search and the MongoDB database.
Great, and my name is Yad Oren. I've been working for SAP for 20 years. And I have two roles, actually. One of them, I'm the managing director of all the development in USA. SAP, as you probably know, is a European company that's the leading vendor for enterprise application. And everyone is welcome to any one of our 26 US locations. But more related to this discussion, I'm also the global head of research and innovation, which is kind of a research and incubation unit. We are looking to different technological pillars to pave the way for the next IT and business reality. So we're looking for advanced AI, impact on enterprise application, future of data, immersive. We have robotic and quantum as well practices, and many exciting things that can shape the future of enterprise software.
Thank you. Let's start with some deep dive questions. Teng-Yu, what is the hardest part about getting AIs to really understand your internal code base? Is it about embeddings? Is it about traversing your symbolic graphs? Is it about processing documentation? I'm curious to hear your thoughts.
Yeah, I saw the questions on the list. It's a great question, but unfortunately, I don't think I know everything here because I think when I have done research in these areas. I'm also a assistant professor at Stanford. Some of my teammates in the lab or some of my students in the lab are doing research in these areas. But I think it's a kind of a pretty nuanced question, right? So it depends on the code base, depends on the particular use cases. And of course, I think, if I have to name one, I would guess it still is the large language model's capability of understanding code and generating code, especially when you have a complex situation. And apparently, from what I see, when I talk to people from some of the research, it sounds like we do need a multi-agent system to kind of like to work with very complex code base, so that you can have like maybe one agent doing some special type of kind of like coding. Like maybe you try to first analyze the code base dependencies and then build a graph, and then maybe the second agent comes and maybe do a component. Maybe there's one agent which is kind of like an architect for the whole project. But to be honest, I don't really know exactly what's the right solution, because you could also argue that some of these multi-agent parts is really just because the models have a limitation on taking the entire code base and just taking all of them in a long context, right? And just be intelligent about it, right? So it's just because the context window is not big enough, so on and so forth. So you have to deal with this multi-agent. You have to use the multi-agent system to do better. So yeah, so that's my answer. Like I think we will see, like as we are doing right now, people are using multi-agent system for sure. But which direction we go, I don't know.
Any thoughts?
No, I think this. I really relate to the agent need to check codependency. This is something that help a lot with the adoptions we see in enterprise as well, and understanding the different decoupling that need to be made to make sure the code can run in production without any challenges.
All right, I have a question for you, Jan. Are we still early in the journey to apply AI to coding in the enterprise? what's next?
Yeah, so one of the research topics we are doing together with Stanford as well and other universities is regarding code generation. And I think we're relatively still early. And from functional perspective, AI for code generation work pretty good. And I'm always surprised how much you can go up the stack and have more and more complex tasks. You know, we have the MCP now that also know how to scrape very well metadata from all data services, creating their own knowledge graphs, and they're great work for many companies, Netflix and others, about how to progress development tasks and semantics further. So I think it works very well, and there are still ways to go in some functional area. Where we are less ready, I wouldn't say very far, but pretty far, is the non-functional area. Of course, there is the trust of enterprise in the technology. SAP, 90% of the corporates in the world run on SAP. So if you are now, the German government or the American army or BMW or any one of those big enterprise, you need a lot of trust in this technology. And in order to do so, of course, a lot of security features and data privacy and other things that might sound boring, but they're very important for all the startups working on this, is very simple term and condition to understand what you can configure and what you can not use. For example, many of the models of AI tools are learning from your proprietary code. They're putting a wrapper, and then you find yourself, hey, someone learned from my financial application or what. This is a thing that can be configurable. This is a thing that are not always that trivial, but you need to simplify this in order for companies to work with this. So if I summarize, I think from the functional perspective, it works as a developer myself and someone who runs this with few people here from SAP on the crowd. It works well, and there are still ways for this to get improved. But the non-functional area, if you want to get adopted by enterprises, the privacy or the ability to audit it well, or just to understand what the models shouldn't do in very simple manner, this is, and of course the trust in the technology itself, this is something that still have some ways, but the market is getting educated. Events like this and thought leaders like Andrew really help, and I think it's only a matter of time until it will totally be a paradigm shift and there will be masses of these tools I say in enterprise corporate, not only the cool kids on the block and the small startups, but the common enterprises.
Anything to add?
Yeah, I think so. I guess when we are at Voyage, like as a startup, most of the engineers are using code assistant, ChatGPT, Gemini, or maybe at that point Cloud. So and then after we got acquired, I think one of the first thing I did is try to get access to some of this, including Cursor these days. And what I see is that at least in my team, almost everyone is heavily using it, and they got addicted. Once we cannot use it, it's actually people feel like their productivity got reduced by a lot. And I don't code that much these days, but we do see cases where like I see a lot of comments in the Slack channel when we discuss technical stuff. Someone says, "Oh, this is my idea, and this is endorsed by ChatGPT in some sense." Or maybe like, let me ask ChatGPT, what they think. And in the meetings, I've even like in the old days, like I still have a lot of meetings on just later engineering projects discussing the technical details. And 2 years ago, we say, oh, we don't know, right? So like we don't have an idea. Let's think offline, or let's find some experts. I will find your friend who may give you some ideas. Maybe I have some friends, back in old days, who is a staff engineer somewhere. So, but now it's like we never say that. We never take it offline. We just, once we have this kind of question, we say, let's ask ChatGPT right now. And we just do literally on the fly, we ask ChatGPT and we do multiple rounds and until we exhaust ChatGPT or maybe Gemini. I'm just using ChatGPT as an example. And then after we exhaust that, and if Gemini doesn't give us any useful idea at all, then we say this is too hard. If Gemini give us some good ideas, we start from there and then investigate. And sometimes just Gemini to solve it, right? And sometimes and now sometimes with even its changes, you say, let's take it offline, just ask Gemini offline because this one Gemini for sure will answer it for you. So I think I see the changes over time.
Tenyu, as AI coding becomes more agentic and is able to take on long horizon tasks, how do you keep human in the loop in user experience, but also for trust and verification? Especially this is quite important in the enterprise setting.
Yeah. I don't see all the big pictures, but from what I see so far, it sounds like every code that committed has to have someone who sign off, right? So actually, like from the management perspective, as an engineer manager, of course, I give you those examples where Gemini shows up in the discussions. But at the end of the day, whether they use Gemini or not, whatever they do, the code is written by humans, right? And endorse, we don't say like this part of the code is committed by Gemini. We just say this is whole commit by this person, and if it has any problem, it's still the person's responsibility. So in some sense, from my feeling, it's just like all my engineers now have a SDE tool. Like so everyone has SDE tool, or maybe 10 SDE tools, and like you don't need nobody need interns anymore. Like Gemini is their interns.
Yeah. So I think it's a great augmentation for the skills, and many of our juniors and interns definitely use this as well to augment, and certain tasks can definitely be now handed over to the AI. But we have it's a very important. Going back to corporates, we have innovation framework and blueprints how to put the human in the loop. Of course, we have the AI IT Council and all the other things that need to make sure human is there for compliance. But it's very helpful for a big organization like SAP and all the other market leaders to pave the way and also advise where you want to put the human in the loop. And it's go beyond coding. Like there are areas when you have now auditing responsibility or capability or some compliance with some executive order, or if you work with the Europe. So SAP invested a lot in those blueprints for innovation. So you have best practices, if you will, where you want to put the human in the loop through development process, even if theoretically it can be all automated. I mean, I guess many of us are familiar with also Andrej Karpathy models that you can now automate most of the process all the way to full autonomy. But you want to dial down certain places where human need to be involved for other reasons, not only technological reasons, for compliance and others. And SAP invested a lot in this blueprint as well to make sure the human is in the loop and it's reliable and responsible, deliverable eventually.
Lots of enterprises think that using AI for software engineering is required to be competitive. How do you think about making this engineering culture change in an enterprise? Does it require change management programs, or can you let teams adopt this technology organically?
No, it's required a change management. If you want to do it at scale, it's definitely required a change management, because also we are aiming very high. It's as I said earlier, it's a paradigm shift. And as was mentioned before, it can also disrupt the formation of a team. So I think we can divide it into several aspects. First of all, there is the culture part. Yes, there is education, and I think many companies, especially here in the Valley, help a lot to make sure that this is becoming the new reality. But from change management, it's a very important question, because it's not only about, hey, how does it impact, the culture, what am I doing? The entire team setting can change, right? We can have some teams who is not anymore like a pyramid shape, like juniors, smaller layer of seniors, and a GM. You can have a diamond shape that certain tasks does it maybe need less intern and juniors, but can be more with the senior and experienced folks and have a little bit less even of a management. It depends how the task is there, and the entire team structure can work. You see companies like Perplexity and others, they built multi-billion project using those tools with the size of a company that 5 years ago needed to be 10 times more, right? And this is all public information. So the team structure as well required change management is very important. We talked about also, and maybe just saying one other thing about the culture. I mean, here in Silicon Valley, and one of the reasons why SAP invests so much in the US as a European company, we have this what we call developer pride. Yeah, I guess here in the room we have some of the best brains in the industry. And this, let me use the word ego, needs a little bit to change as well across developers, because the development process began a dialogue with the AI. As a developer, I don't throw, anyone who code with this tool, it's not like you throw tasks and it's come back. It's a dialogue. Oh, you need to correct this or there. It's like a conversation with the bot. Depends what kind of task you want to do. But in production code for enterprise, for the foreseeable future, it's going to be a dialogue and talk with the body, about doing this. And this is kind of, we need to be open for this. We need to to make sure that it's me and the AI working together and nothing wrong with this. This is the future. And this is another element that we need to maintain our developer pride by now embracing the AI and not say, oh, I can do it better and kind of, be in my silo. And we need to be open for this. So change management from team perspective, from the culture perspective, for the way we work, the dialogue with the AI, not only sole developers. I think this is the main point we need to do and definitely necessitate the big programs if you want to do it at scale.
Yeah, I guess from what I see, I think culture changes is probably to some degree required in the sense that at least 2 years ago when I was encouraging my engineers to use this code assistant, at the beginning they were kind of like reluctant. They say, oh, you are a professor, you know these models hallucinate. I say, yes, they hallucinate, but let's just give them a try. And also, I was very critical, right? Basically, when they hallucinate, I say, no, you are wrong. So please think again. And that requires, I think I had a few sessions with my engineers to show them how I'm critical with GPT-4. I think that point is GPT 3.5, and I still get something useful out of it. But I think it's going to be easier and easier because these days I don't have to do that because it's so good. So it becomes more obvious that you should just use it. Otherwise, if you use it, you save a few hours a day. Otherwise, your manager's expectation, if it's high, then you may not meet their expectations. So and I see that at least at Mongo, I think it's more bottom up. It's like the engineers wants to do it. I apply for Cursor, and now we can use Cursor, and then you can see the number of users the number of seats we buy from Cursor is growing, and I have to approve it, using some budget where I don't know where it come from. But but it's growing pretty fast without even any kind of top-down demand. So my feeling is that maybe what happens is just that the management don't have to change that much. It's just like from the management perspective, everyone just becomes more productive. And that's it. I don't know.
Tenyu, what are the biggest challenges still to be overcome for AI-assisted coding to be really part of the norm in the enterprise?
My guess is that it's bottlenecked by human now, right? So the tools are so good so that humans are the bottleneck. So whether the legal team wanted to use it, allow you to use it, whether the managers want to use it, or maybe whether the managers have enough kind of like sense of urgency in this new world to reduce cost or improve velocity, right? So I suspect that if at least, I think one of the reasons why I cared so much about it is because I have a small team. I want to move as fast as possible. I cannot just hire like 100 engineers. I only have like 4. So that's why I need every engineers to be a super engineer. So basically, I need to trim engineers to use the ChatGPT to make their productivity increase by 5x, right? So, but maybe some other companies don't need to do this, right? Maybe their velocity is not bottlenecked by engineers even. Their velocity might be bottlenecked by bureaucracy, right? So, so my prediction, is probably a controversial one. And my prediction is that those companies who move to code assistant faster will be those companies either there's a culture thing, or maybe there are AI companies like Anthropic. Of course, they use their own code assistants the most, or those companies that feel the urgency to either cut costs from engineering team or improving the velocity.
Biggest challenges.
Yeah, this is a very interesting discussion because I think this is definitely, I totally agree. I mean, if you don't adopt these tools or at least have an opinion, then pretty much you're, I wouldn't say dead in the water, but you're not part of the new IT and business reality. But there are so many flexibility needs to be around it. I mean, I remember, if there is now a new executive order coming or repealing, just remember the executive order from President Biden that you also need to report all the data sets and others. So if you're totally going on autonomy as a large corporate, startups, of course, need to be nimble and move fast and are and not public companies as well. They have some other, maybe more freedom. then you need to report things, you need some compliance, then you put a wrench sometimes into this tsunami of fast movement. But this is definitely where things are going, and even the most conservative customers that we have on regulated industry, pharma, space, government, army, all of them have at least early adoption or at least an opinion what to do with this. And the challenges for me is still I go back to the privacy and responsibility. You cannot hallucinate, or there is no room for error if you need to close your book and you are a multi-billion public company. The CFO is out. There is no yellow card, red card, you're out. There is no room for if you now want to sell as a construction company to Europe and you didn't comply with some sustainability requirement, legal infringing. And those things are so important. So I think the reliability, the lack of hallucination, I keep it very short, but there is a solution for this. The data quality needs to increase. There are many other ways. There are companies here doing reg as a service as well. I mean, there are many ways to do this, but the reliability of the software is very good for code as well, in production grade for several industries. Still way to go to make sure the model's accuracy and you can totally unleash the machine.
Okay, final question, Yad. How do you measure, what's the best way to measure the impact of AI in coding in an enterprise?
Yeah, so there are, how much time do we have? No, but just kidding. But we are, of course, eventually we want to manage two things, or even three. The one is increasing productivity, and also we want to reduce cost, whether it's labor cost or product cost. And there is also another thing where theoretically I can help. You want also to mitigate risk to some extent and help to prevent all the non-functional thing. And for me, it's a very interesting because we measure many things. We measure, first of all, compilation rate of the code, which is very important. Not everything is getting accurate and doesn't have bugs that you later on need to handle. I'm talking about large production scale, huge code. AI work very well, but sometimes the automated tools are still not coping to compile them very well. We'll get there, I'm not worried. We also use, of course, LLM as a judge and others to measure the quality in other ways. But something which is very important beside the productivity and the cost reduction is maybe 2 points. It's important to manage the productivity across the entire software developer lifecycle, because sometimes I see what I believe is a mistake. Amount of backlog item created. But if you later on, once they roll out, get some more tickets and some more support work needed from them, because it didn't include a library that now mandate translation for 42 languages like you need with global organization, then you need to come back and measure if it was that efficient in the loop. So code to production and backlog item created sometimes is not sufficient, and you need to measure a result also with what you get from the end of the software developer life cycle. The last point maybe that I'll mention that it's very important now with all the reasoning, like the model became very well to explain the reasoning. If you see MCP and others as well, what they're doing, or of course other model, or Gemini and others. And we also measure the number of accuracy of the reasoning as well, because back to all the auditing and others, you need to track this. You need to understand that this is not a black box. Eventually, you need to understand that you do something, and now you perform. So this is another aspect to make sure also we measured, and the measurement need to make sure everything is auditable and clear as well to understand for public companies. So if I summarize, it's about the productivity that eventually you get a reduction of costs. It's very important to measure across the software developer life cycle how many backlog and productivity you did, but how much customer ticket came back from your debugging because you forget something, as well as how many test cases are being, let's say, failing. And as I said as well, it's very important to measure the reasoning as well and have a good telemetry of data so you can make sure that there is something later on you can explain and understand how you measure things and report as well if you need to the authorities.
I think I agree. I guess it also depends on how why we are measuring the impact. I guess for the companies to measure the impact, I guess productivity, velocity, the reduction of the labor. Maybe one thing I would say, which is sometimes AI can actually be safer. Like the code AI wrote, right, is actually have fewer bugs than the code a human write. So I think there's even a chance that we can reduce the number of bugs. So I guess that's probably what I can think of. Yeah.
we're at the end of our panel, but thank you so much. After hearing you all speak about AI coding in enterprise, it feels like the change is actually happening, and we're starting to really feel the impact. So thank you.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you all.
you.
All right, thank you guys so much, and thank you to the panelists as well. So the next thing that we are going to be doing actually is taking a look at who actually made it into the semifinals and then who were actually the first 5 to finish the 6th project. Now, because of some of the technical difficulty with people not being able to upload their first 5 projects, some people had to direct message Eli to submit their files. And so therefore, please allow us a little bit of time so that Eli is able to check his direct messages, because we need to take a look at the timestamp of the folks that had to submit their 6th project through direct message to Eli instead of through the app, because the app was not working the entire time. So we do apologize for the technical difficulty and really appreciate your patience with the app. But I did hear from many people that they did have a lot of fun. This was the first time that we did the Buildathon. I think I can represent the fund and also deep learning in saying that we had a lot of fun. It was a little bit stressful when people can't upload their final projects, but I think we were able to find workarounds for that situation. So, and that's what happens when when things don't work perfectly. As long as we know how to fix it, we figure things out and we get it done. So. Okay, so for those of you who are ready, please come on back to this room. I'm going to have some of our staff kind of go around to the other side and basically collect everybody to come back to this room. But in the meantime, any questions from the audience? Don't leave me hanging, guys. Any questions from the audience? I'm just kidding. Okay. So how many people finish all 5 projects on time?
In terms of what definition of definition, they can all are running, but some of the feature we complete, but not all features. We had a lot of fun.
Okay. Okay. All right. Yeah, so with the 5 projects, we will be evaluating based on the completion and how polished it is. So there are multipliers, so that's okay. I think the key thing is to get it into the app as soon as possible, or get it to Eli as soon as possible. So. And we also, live stream, I think, almost, not the entire time, but a good chunk of the time during the entire day. So I hope for those of you who participated in the interviews, thank you very much. I hope that was fun for you guys as well. And I think people are still coding, but actually they don't need to anymore. Yes. Yes, so the demo for the finalists is actually supposed to start at 6, but we did get started it a little bit later, so I'm giving people a little bit more time to, come back to the room. And yes, if any of you guys want to take pictures against the Buildathon background, feel free. Or if you guys want to take a picture with the beautiful view of Silicon Valley in the back, that's great too. So feel free to do that while we wait for Eli to take a look at all the timestamps. The question is, when are we going to have the next Buildathon? So how many people would join the Buildathon again if we had it? All right, looks unanimous. That's great. And I promise next time everything will work. I think that's going to depend on Andrew. So I am hoping to have another one before the year is over. But, the end of the year is a little bit tough with Thanksgiving and Christmas.
This is a really good sort of give people to think about what the vibe coding or rapid prototyping is. When you see what the project look like, and you start thinking about, what a stack we're going to use, what Gen 2 we could use, right? So is it possible for us to see the demo and give us some summarize and the best practice people can learn from each other? I think that's also very critical. This is a really good experience.
So thank you very much for sharing that. So I think in essence, what the lady was saying is if people, when they are demoing their product, maybe the judges can also make some comment. Okay, so yes, we can definitely ask the judges to do that. And we might not be able to go into depth for every single project that's being demoed, but hopefully they can offer up some suggestions and advice.
Because there's not normal, there's no more right now. It's the early stage. People come up with different ideas in terms of how to do that. Because people not writing code anyway. So how do you come up with the right solutions, best practice? Because that's a key.
Okay.
That's a very good point.
Wait, I'm going to have to give you guys microphone. Okay. Go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very good point. I was like, as she was saying that nobody is coding like in traditional manner. But what was like thinking process? What was the points of efficiency? Is it like thinking enough before doing anything or taking break or what was the, I would say like, what is the art here? Because just asking is not enough. So I know it's equal parts science, but we never thought that writing software will be more art than science. And it seems like it is the case. So it's definitely like knowing how people came to the best of the solutions. What was the manufacturing process per se? Knowing that is more educational for everybody who is not able to complete, for that matter.
Okay. Thank you.
And I just want to add, so when we think about the agent, we, like earlier this morning, Andrew was saying that the modularize, we think of it as a module, like MCP and prompt, this kind of thing. Eval is very important, right? Now I'm thinking about we should do eval for agentic coding process. So very interesting in our team, the other two team member. They're very young. They think they're not gonna any word, they just go back. But I think they have a really, they come up with a framework. They come up with a framework and they just develop their own agentic tool. And we try that tool. And we actually did 5 projects. But the thing is very important. This agentic tool, it's not consistent. For first project, the second project, that's done really well. But for the third one, the code-based one, that case, we run the whole process, but we found we only picked only 5 feature. We just got 1 feature out, and then we need to figure out the rest of the 4. So, what is the best practice? Can we do some evaluation for this whole process, and then we can come up with some sort of a norm or something? This is really intrigued me, I think.
Would you guys like Andrew to answer some of these questions?
Of course.
Andrew?
It's not here. He's there. Yeah, it's not here.
He's talking to someone.
Yeah, that's really great experience. Yeah.
Who's brave enough to go grab Andrew? He's right there.
Where's Andrew?
But he's talking.
Yeah, he's talking.
Hey, Andrew? I have to say the sound system is like really cool here. Like only people in this room can hear me, and once you go past that wall, they can't hear anything. It's like really good. Hey, Jill, would you mind getting Andrew for me, please? Thank you. But I think you guys are bringing up some really good comments. Really appreciate that. So,
like me, I seriously thinking about learning coding 2 years ago. And I have been building 30 plus agents, all by agentic coding. So that's impossible for me to do without that.
people have questions for you, Andrew. They're asking some very cool questions. So some folks have questions. They really want to know best practices. And also, yeah, like should there be evals on, go ahead. See, they all get very shy once you get up here.
Yeah, Professor Ying, I'm so grateful to be here. I'm from Stanford GSB, so I'm from a business background. I have zero coding experience. I seriously considered coding 2 years ago, and I write many agents. And today I had a great experience because I have no idea what a project would look like until I see it. And when I was really resonated when you this morning talking about the modularization of the agent. We think about prompt, we think about MCP, we think about all kind of things, right? Eval. So I'm thinking about there's evaluation for agents. Is there evaluation for agentic faster programming? What is the best practice? Because everybody using different tools, everybody use spec-driven, and people talking about context engineering, not prompt engineering, right? And we come up with our own working process, but sometimes it's turned out very good, but sometimes it's not. So we really want to hear your your perspective in terms of what we can, make us, do it better.
But so maybe let me share. I think best practice of AI-assisted coding, frankly, is evolving so quickly. Even today, listening to the panelists or chatting to people in the hallway, I'm learning as well. So I don't know that there's any single world best experience because best practice is evolving so quickly, right? But I think some of the best practices I know about, test-driven development. But one thing I found is there's some components we know we build on top of, so test those much more rigorously. The things that you're not building on top of, like front end, I test that less rigorously, but back-end database, I really test that because to avoid really weird bugs I can't find later. The spec is important. I find that fast iterations really helps drive product progress. I don't know. I think the question of how do you orchestrate multiple agents to work together, I see lots of different people doing lots of different things to coordinate. It feels like Wild West, very exciting Wild West. I think there's a lot of issues with MCP was a great step forward. The challenges of MCP is a long flat list of APIs, and so I think eventually we need to evolve the protocols of more hierarchical discovery. So there's a lot of this going on. But so I think the AI. So one tip I have for AI-assisted coding. Actually, one thing I do a lot is try to read other people's prompts. It turns out that one of the ways I learned to be a decent, prompting, hopefully, is whenever some, system prompt is leaked on the internet, I will go and read that. Whenever there's a research paper, a really cool result, I will sometimes go and download the open source and just go and read the prompts, because I find that a lot of people, the only way to be good at prompting is try yourself and also read other people's prompts. That's one tip. One other thing about evals, so on agentic workflows, which is a little bit more mature, one of the biggest factors that determines your ability to build an agentic workflow is the ability to drive a disciplined error analysis process. And this is surprisingly hard. But the best practices is some agentic workflows. You have an AI agent that, for example, download a PDF, extract the text, do a web search to check if you're working with someone that's sanctioned, compliance link, look up a database of pricing, send email. So these agentic workflows, I find that the ability to quickly build an end-to-end workflow and then have evals of the end-to-end workflow, and then to also do error analysis so that when the AI agent doesn't do what a human expert would do, to really carefully attribute the gap between the agent and the human to which component is misbehaving, so you can focus attention on the right component to work on. Right now, I see still very large differences between the team's skill at driving a disciplined error analysis process. Then you're not guessing what to work on. You have a complex agent, you can diagnose where the hotspots are for where's underperforming and really focus attention on that. And it comes from having an eval set and being very systematic and looking where's the AI agent falling short of what human experts would do and using that to focus attention. It just makes I wish I could teach that to more people, but it makes a huge difference to the velocity of a team. Watch that, yeah.
What are the limits right now for this AI coding? Like we can see it's creating SaaS applications, which we have been seeing. But what about like large backend softwares, like how a RDBMS is made? Do you see AI? Because it may not take like decades to make databases now. I mean, do you think it's possible like to get a lot of help from this?
So I think Paxton from Anthropic, right? I think he said that a lot of Anthropic researchers haven't written a line of code by hand for a long time. So I think we are seeing really serious software, being written with AI coding agents. What I'm seeing is that, I don't know, for the more common tasks like normal front-end, back-end development, there's been more training data, and so it's really great at that. For writing really weird research code, it turns out, by the way, it's pretty good at implementing a transformer neural network, right? Because there's enough data on that. But for really weird corner cases or some types of low-level GPU programming, there's less training data, and so they're actually less reliable. Or for the weird corner cases with building very weird research algorithms that no one else has implemented, you need to go low level in your prompting. Whereas for a front end, there's so many React front ends, right? You can give a high level prompt, it's usually pretty sensible at some reasonable interpretation. And then it turns out that, I don't know, if you look at a lot of the recent progress, the models are getting really good. So I think Claude 4 is an amazing model, GPT-5 is an amazing model. But I find that a lot of the power of these is not just a model, it's an agentic loop that, the Claude Code or Gemini CLI or Replit or whatever is wrapping around these models. But I think there's an interesting study showing that I don't remember the citation, but it's a really interesting study showing that if you look at tasks that humans can do, kind of 2 years ago, AI code autocomplete could maybe complete tasks that humans would take, 30 seconds to do, and AI could do that reliably. And what's been happening is tasks that take humans a minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes has been kind of doubling of how long how difficult the task is, as measured by how long a human needs to do it, that now AI can increasingly autonomously do. So that has been a very exciting trend, that kind of a doubling, rapid doubling of how much code can a human write in a certain amount of time that now AI could do autonomously.
Cool, thanks.
All right, any other questions, please?
So from like agentic coding, AI is the new electricity, all the way back to deep learning on deep unsupervised learning using graphic processors. What's another Andrew Ning belief that the world hasn't caught on to yet?
By the way, part of me misses the days that I would say something and then nobody would believe me, right? And then I remember when I said we got to scale up, machine learning algorithms, more data. A lot of people did not believe me, right? And then I just worked on it quietly for myself for a long time, and eventually people came around. Now I actually worry that I might say something dumb and then people believe me. I don't know. Yeah, I think for the next few years, there's a lot of work to be done to take a lot of enterprise workflows and implement them as agentic workflows. There's one thing I think is exciting. I think people still underestimate the power of the voice stack. I think in the future, there'll be a lot more voice-based applications than is widely appreciated now. I think visual AI is also coming a little bit slowly. Landing AI is seeing that agentic document extraction. Turns out, surprisingly, the most valuable type of image is images of PDF files. Someone told me that humanity generates more than 1 trillion pages of documents per year, and so agentic doc extraction is really taking off like that, right? The ability to extract stuff from PDF files for downstream processing, like really seeing kind of classic, really rapid growth, organic, right? So it feels like a lot of work to do. Maybe one other thing. One thing that people don't believe me on yet. I think everyone should learn to code, not just software engineers. That one, yeah.
Thank you.
Right. I'll repeat the question. So people should learn to code by hand or with AI assistance. Learn to do with AI assistance. Yeah, but just on my teams at AI Fund and DeepLearning.AI, everyone's learned to code. I see a lot of people whose job function is not software engineer do things that are much more effective. They're not becoming software engineers, and nor do I particularly want everyone to. But when non-technical people in non-technical roles learn to code, you're a better marketer, you're a better recruiter, you're a better HR professional, you're a better finance professional. So I think the world will still need quite a bit of time to figure that out.
Thank you, Professor. So a lot of these models that are used today have been trained on software that's already been written. Now, in future, how will new patterns of software building emerge and propagate into these models and become widespread? What's that mechanism going to look like?
One thing I wonder about. So in computing, we build layers of abstractions, and then sometimes there's some low-level abstractions that are, okay, right? Not great, like pretty good, but we just leave it alone and we just build on top of it. So for example, I think Linux is amazing. On the other hand, I don't know, we're probably stuck with it, maybe in perpetuity, right? Like it's okay. Maybe there's an even better OS to be invented than Linux, but there's so much built on top of it, probably not worth trying to change it at this point. So part of me wonders, like a A0, A6 assembly, right? Frankly, like we're probably stuck with it for a long time, but it's okay. So part of me wonders, with so much code on the internet, on Python and JavaScript, will Python and JavaScript, be the abstraction layer, and maybe C++ and Java or whatever, for a long time? Or, and I think it'd be okay if it is, because it's not that bad, right? But if someone invents a new programming language, that's okay too. I do see what I mentioned just now. A lot of LMs struggle with low-level GPU programming because the data isn't there, and so yeah, I think that'd be interesting. One interesting thing. So the Llama paper, the Llama 3.1 or 3.3 paper, sorry, I forget. talked about using an earlier version of Llama and an agentic workflow to basically generate coding puzzles. So you have AI think for a long time to generate coding puzzles and solutions, and this generates data to train the next generation of model that where the goal is to solve the same coding puzzle very quickly, right? To just generate the output directly without as long an agentic loop. So I think that as AI systems with agentic loops can take a long time to solve puzzles, this generates data to train the next gen of AI to try to solve that more quickly. So there's a path to synthetic data generation that I think is quite exciting as well.
Thank you, Andrew. I have one question. It is very open-ended. So when we talk about LLMs, on a very fundamental level, it is the prediction of next token given the previous tokens, right? But when we talk about AGI, okay, nowadays people are like raving about AGI is coming. And when I sense and when I compare it with the human minds, okay, we basically think based on gut, based on beliefs, and there are a lot of other factors involved. But in order to reach AGI, where my mindset goes and like basically the bottlenecks arrives, is the consciousness. In terms of like LLM or evolving it to the AGI, how do you think that this bottleneck, where it is right now we see it as a next token prediction, is going to be evolved in a way where model can surpass this bottleneck of just predicting the next output into predicting something that we as a human do based on belief, guts, consciousness. Like, are we too far?
Did you say conciseness?
No, consciousness.
Oh, consciousness. I see.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
Oh, got it, yeah.
So this is something like very like to me it interests a lot. But at the same time, when we think of the current AGI or trend in the market, it always saturates to the point where no matter what we are doing, we are always predicting the next token based on the previous ones. So so it's open-ended, and I wanted to know your perspective.
Yeah, so let me speak about AGI, the concept, and then talk about progress in AI as separate things, right? So I feel like, AGI has become a term of hype rather than a technical term. I think the original definition that I knew of was AI that could do any intellectual task that a human can. And most of us can, learn to drive a car in a brand new environment, like the Safari, right, with a few minutes of training, or most of us could probably learn to fly an airplane with a few dozen of hours. And I learned to, pilot a boat, right? So these are all tasks that humans could do that are actually pretty far from AI being able to do. So I think actually very far from AGI as originally conceived. But for various economic or business or PR reasons, a lot of companies have been, tossing out alternative definitions of AGI to generate hype or PR or whatever. And what has happened is there are now so many inconsistent definitions of AGI that it's very hard to know what people are kind of talking about when people use AGI, which is why I suspect that when some company announces they've reached AGI, I don't think it'll be a technical milestone, it'll be a marketing milestone. And part of me, I feel like, if I look back at the sequencing of the human genome, it turns out that there were two groups that were competing on PR, rivalry, blah, blah, blah. And eventually decided, let's just declare success. They held a joint PR conference, declared success, and then they got back to the real work of actually sequencing the human genome. So part of me is tempted to say, why don't we just declare we reach AGI? I don't even know what it means anymore. And by some definitions, I think we got to AGI decades ago. So I'm actually really wondering, all right, this might get me into trouble. Should we just encourage companies? Let's just declare success, and then let's get back to the real work of building AI. It might take some of the hype off the table and be a more healthy ecosystem. I don't know. I may get into trouble for that proposal. We'll see. Now, in terms of actual progress toward AI, consciousness, I don't know how to measure consciousness. Consciousness is an important philosophical question, but it turns out in philosophy, there's this sense of how do you know if I am conscious? How do you know if I have a sense of self? Or in philosophy, there's a concept of zombie. Maybe I am not conscious, but I just act as if I'm conscious and you can't tell. So I think we've decided in human society, none of us know if each other are conscious, but it's considered polite to just pretend the other person is. And I think that's, and I think I feel the same toward computers. To me, whether a computer is conscious is a philosophical question as opposed to a scientific question, because there is no test for consciousness that I know of. I'm not dismissing the importance of philosophical questions. They're important, but it will be a question that people can debate, for, I don't know, centuries without ever reaching resolution. And so the engineer/scientist in me, I'm just gonna say, I don't know if a computer is conscious, just like you don't know if I am conscious. And so if we look at the behaviors of computers relative to the behaviors of what intelligent humans can do, there is still clearly a gap, but in some places we vastly surpass humans, in some places we're vastly inferior to humans, computers are vastly inferior to humans. And so I think completely closing the gap to humans seems really difficult. I think it'll be many decades, mainly because computers are designed around very different principles than biology. And so the human brain just has some advantages that computers have a hard time matching. The computers have some amazing advantages that humans have a hard time matching. So I feel like what I end up doing is, just focus on building stuff because.
Yeah. Thanks, Andy. I have a question on the topic which you previously touched upon. What does it mean for computer science people who are getting educated in colleges and universities? I know, of course, the obvious answer is everybody should start using these tools, be more productive on whatever they're building. But my question is on more fundamental stuff like, will it change the focus on what to learn in terms of computer science basics? Like, do you still need to know how to do the recursion of, say, Tower of Hanoi problem or how to traverse the graph? Do you still go down the over the wire to learn how the compiler design works? Or maybe question is maybe the programming or the languages being written now or in future will be specifically written for LLMs and not for humans to be learned and code. So I was wondering how a kid who is in college, his focus should be, in addition to using these tools, also building the fundamentals so he can extend the field of computer science itself.
So I feel like the things I learned as a computer science person, some of it is now obsolete, but not that much. So I think computer science degrees still teach a lot of valuable, useful information. The bigger problem I see with a lot of computer science programs is they don't teach the new thing that is super important. The curricula hasn't adapted yet. And some stuff is obsolete. So for example, frankly, don't ask me to memorize JavaScript syntax anymore, right? I just so there's stuff like that I think is much less important. But a lot of the computer science fundamentals, like understanding how is data stored, what is the database schema? How do these things scale or not scale? What is networking like? What is the abstraction layer? What is the stack that you're building on top of? I think a lot of these fundamentals allow people with a deeper CS knowledge to still steer AI systems to architect and build much more robust, scalable systems. I think, I don't know, many of us have had the experience of, AI coding agent do reward hacking. I don't know if it's happened to you, right? Delete all the tests because it's the fastest way to pass unit tests. AI coding agents will do stuff like that. And I think people with that deeper computer science fundamentals are able to better think through problem solving. So I find that very valuable. And I don't know, my gut is of the stuff taught in CS departments, 2-3 years ago, I want to say 70-80%, well, maybe 70% is still, 70-80% is still highly relevant and worth knowing. But we also really need to add on this new knowledge that is incredibly valuable, which I think many universities are kind of relatively too slowly adapting to.
Thank you.
Hi, Andrew. Thank you for your keynote. Earlier in the day, you talked about the PM bottleneck, that problem of testing with the people and users and strangers. So I was wondering if you envision that we will use AI to actually resolve that bottleneck as well, like, prompting LLM to act as a product user persona and testing the app and things like that. So do you envision, and if yes, then how?
Yeah, so it turns out there are a lot of efforts on this. Actually, just now, Ash was grabbing me and showing me some product that does this. But turns out there's actually a lot of research on using simulated agents to do user studies. And so a lot of the questions are, I could simulate 100 persona and even run a survey against a persona and even get answers and have them tested my products. So a lot of active, exciting research is how can I calibrate my crowd of 100 simulated agent persona? I can say, like a system prompt, right? You are this year, this type of person with this job, like tell me what you think. So how do you build this collection of simulated agents so that the answers you get back are well calibrated to what the population of users would do? I think is but I think as a first cut, I think many of us, if I have a product idea, brainstorm, get a first cut of feedback from just one default personality is actually already pretty good. So I think that research hopefully will continue. Oh, but there's actually one other thing. A lot of product feedback is that the information, it doesn't exist on the internet. So for example, when AI Fund, when we're building a lot of B2B products, we're working with, finance professionals or shipping tariff compliance professionals or something. And there just isn't a lot of data on the internet on how they will react to different product features. So in this case, the public LLMs, they just don't have the context. They just don't understand this weird job that we're building software for. And then having some way to go and get feedback from the real humans with domain expertise is still important. Will we ever send AI agents to interview them instead of asking them to talk to them? I don't know. I think it's actually a very exciting dynamic space. But given the product management bottleneck, I think I'm pretty motivated, right, to see if we can find ways to alleviate this bottleneck.
All right, thank you so much,
Thank you.
Andrew. I know you guys probably have more questions for him, but we're going to move on to the judging piece. So would the judges please come on up? Andrew, go ahead and grab a seat. We reserved the first 8 seats in front for all of our judges. So go ahead and grab a seat. So I think Andrew goes without introduction. And then we also have, just next to Andrew, we have Gary, who is representing Trey, Ofer, who's representing Vectara. You guys heard from Yad earlier from SAP. And of course, we also have, I hope I'm not butchering your name, Jawarak, who's a VP and head of AI engineering for Snowflake. Jason Koo, who came all the way from Japan, representing Neo4j. Audrey Zoe, who is representing Voyage AI and MongoDB. And then last but not least, Michele from Riplet, president of Riplet. Thank you guys so much. Now, we were going to use the app so the judges can score our top, our first 5 teams. We are now going to be using Google Doc. So if you have it on your device, that would be wonderful. I'm going to actually call up the first team that was one of the top 5. So, and basically what they will be doing on stage is actually demo the 5 projects that they completed. So, first team is, I hope I'm not getting their name wrong, 2 coders and a finance guy. So 2 coders and a finance guy, where are you? Yes, we need to plug your computer in. Oh, do I just switch out the laptop?
Yeah, that's all just.
So can I get the finance guy up here real quick? So See, I knew he was a finance guy. In fact, for those of you who is active on Discord, he actually was wondering if he should come today because he said he was a business guy and wasn't 100% sure if he was, what did you say, over your skis or something like that? Over my skis, yeah. Yes. And he's up here as one of the finalists. So while your teammate's getting set up, do you want to say a few words about the experience and your learnings today while he's doing that?
Sure, happy to. Thank you, Linda. Yep. My name's David Schuster. Pleasure to meet you all. It was a great experience, actually. It was very insightful. I think that being able to use Replit, it gave me insights of how I can potentially use this for applications and other ideas of businesses. I'm a serial entrepreneur myself in healthcare and in finance, so I think anybody can learn to code with using these tools, which is great, but you need to have people like this to actually keep you in the lanes as well. There's definitely other things here I didn't know the heck I was doing.
Did you want to mention your teammates' names? And
Guys, let me introduce yourselves here real quick.
Hi, everyone. My name is Manvik Pasula, and I'm a high school senior, so I just started high school.
Woo!
And then, I came out here to meet new people, have fun, and build stuff. And so far, I think I've achieved all of that, right? My team is wonderful, and I'm really thankful for the opportunity to be here. And I mean, just about the entire experience, I think the one thing that really blew me away was, again, Replit. I mean, I tried it, I think, a couple years ago, and honestly, it was, but really, amazing job with how it's transformed. I think this might have sold me into getting the membership. Yeah.
Wow. Great endorsement.
Awesome. I'm Massimiliano. I'm also fairly new to the Bay, doing research at Stanford right now on computer vision. So not at all a full stack guy, but also was very much blown away by Replit. We really coded up some really cool prototypes, and I think I also consider getting a membership at this point. So yeah, also came here to meet other people and just have fun, and I think totally did that. So yeah, let's see what we built, if this works.
Okay, and you guys actually formed the team today, or?
Yeah, just in the past few days, yeah.
Yesterday, they formed their team yesterday. They did not know each other before. So.
And I was a last minute ad, and actually for the record, these guys developed 5 of the apps, and I developed 1. So,
Hey,
for all fairness.
That's fine. Right, so who's going to present?
We're going to alternate.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, so let's start with the first one, the screenshot analyzer. So we have, of course, we can choose our images, either by uploading a folder or images one by one. We can see, where is it, that's a screenshot, or we can upload the entire folder at once. Then, yeah, this loads, and we can then chat with our screenshot. For example, I have some screenshot about the latest Dino v3 that came out the other day, so I can maybe look for Dino v3 stuff, and this will extract the text in the screenshot, as well as generating a visual description of what is represented. So we have this kind of 2 ways of describing an image. One is very, very strict, and one is very just describing the overall visual content. Then we also extract keywords from the description to do a more kind of standard, let's say, information retrieval type of query, in parallel with our embedding-based approach. And yeah, that's pretty much it. We see this one might be retrieved because of there is actually Dino v3 here, or also because of the file name, I guess. This one is a bit tricky. For example, yeah, just the only place where Dino appears is in the text, so we see pretty good. And this one also, there might be a screenshot of Dino v3. And this one, there might be a proper dinosaur. So yeah, pretty cool. We see also the confidence, and yeah, there is also some, for example, I guess window. Yeah, this is a segmentation mask of a window, or there is, we screenshotted some news. Yeah, there is a wildfire, and again, this is purely based on the visual content. So yeah, that's kind of the first one, and I guess we switch to the second one.
Yeah, all right. And then our next one is going to be the voice to slideshow. And so it's called Easy Slides because it makes making slides very easy. And so we have two functionalities. I got to make sure to keep this in front of my mouth. And so we can either record our voice or use a audio file in these multiple different formats. So for this demo, I'm just going to be recording my voice on a slideshow about the highest mountains in the world. So I'm going to move this mic away so it doesn't echo. Make a slideshow about the top 5 highest mountains in the world, ordered from shortest to tallest, and on each slide include information about fun facts and the location of the mountains. All right, and then we can generate these slides. And so as it generates, I'm just going to describe a little bit, right? So we use the Google speech to text to really get those live text descriptions, and it's going to use that description to come up with the slides in our format. And so when we actually do see it, it's going to generate a preview. We can just double check everything's great, and we could get to either a HTML or a PDF, as well as the speaker notes, which you're going to be able to view once this generates. And then, yep. Oh, we've had some issues just with the API kind of falling out, and then we've had to hit generate again. And so it should just start working, hopefully. I promise it did work before. But yeah, I mean, some of the stuff that we integrated was kind of using some, so they generated. We're using some emojis just to give some cool extra details, as well as, it didn't choose to do it here, but we've enabled it to kind of reorganize the thing. So if I were to ask do pros and cons as well, it would kind of split it down the middle and have like pros on the left side, cons on the right side, just so you can really integrate that in a more aesthetically pleasing way. But you can see there's a preview as well as speaker notes. Scroll up a little bit, I can export as an HTML file, which I can open, and we have this whole slideshow type of thing. I can use arrow keys as well as the next and previous buttons, and I can hide the speaker notes at my leisure, as well as the PDF functionality, which I can export as a PDF, and boom, right? So we have the slides in that nice 16:9 ratio. All right, and so the next one that we have is going to be the team sentiment analysis dashboard, mood monitor. And so this is directly linked to a Slack that we just made for this purposes. And so I wanted to kind of introduce you guys to the 3 special channels that we have. Let's look at that one last. So this one is going to be very happy. Right, I'm very excited for today. You know, lots of personal talk as well, which doesn't necessarily need to be in that Slack. But also, I love walking in the rain. Christmas is the best time of the year. This project is so fun. If we look in the social channel, it's just going to be some general, like, neutral questions. And if we look in new channel, I'm going to kill myself. I think my boss hates me. I feel alone. And so very negative stuff that we don't want to be seeing. And so this thing is going to help people really do that. And so let me make sure if this is connected. Yeah, so you can see this connected to the Slack, and we can see the names of those channels, and we could basically view the analytics, and we can sort when the time frame of the messages we look at, and so we can sort between these. It's just that all the messages are from today, so it doesn't really matter what we select, and we can choose which channel to analyze. So we can do all of them like combined together, or we can do channel by channel. And so you can notice in that very positive one that is all cool, we can do the analytics, and you know, pretty happy sentiments, pretty good. And then we can see some insights for managers that kind of describe what some recommended actions are, some of those reasoning behind that, so that they know these decisions are pretty informed, as well as individual team member analytics. So you can see for me and then for David. And it also mentions that we're talking on our off hours, which could be an indicator for burnout. But because most of it is personal messaging, that shouldn't be that significant of a factor as well. Then there's this urgent as well, which will be like trigger ones. And so let's do another analysis where we're going to go over to that new channel portion where there were concerning messages. And so you can notice that a manager will notice that there are some danger signs that they should probably look out for, such as I'm going to kill myself. And so it gives some options for that as well. And we plan to integrate that the bot can actually message people on Slack with some helplines or some guidance materials as well. And just had an issue with permissions for that. All right, so we can see the urgent, and in the team condition, it's a little different. And then we could also do a whole clusters approach, and you can notice how the sentiments are much lower because someone is not very happy. Yeah.
All right. No, the sugar as well. Then we go over to the code analyzer. Yeah. So yeah, let's take GitHub URL. This is, for example, a repo about computer vision stuff. So we can paste it in here. Of course, we have a problem. Let's try to reload. Yeah, okay, perfect. So we see we have the basically history of the commits. We're able to get that. And now we get in the meantime kind of the trends and some kind of AI inside of it as well. We see it's a very concentrated amount of work and kind of, yeah, a bunch of that. But yeah, let's start chatting with this code base. For example, oops, need to go back here. For example, let's say who owns the visualization part? This will take a bit. Yeah, so we see, for example, I mean, the message might not be the best message you've ever seen, but we see, for example, the visualization part is owned by me, and because of these reasons, there's like a bunch of commits at this time, main commit that started it all, and multiple other commits that kind of went to improve that area. We can also ask, I don't know, what, for example, yeah, who owns the authentication model? There is actually no authentication model in this repo. Let's see if we don't hallucinate there. Based on my analysis, there is no authentication model, so really nice. And I don't know, we can ask to show the complexity over time, for example. Let's see what we'll have. And is it submitted? Okay, yeah. So again, we need to interpret this a bit, but the idea is that start as simple commits, minimal files. We start integrating TensorBoard and various other kind of, there was some major feature addiction. And we see there's like, this is kind of related to the amount of changes that we did to the code base. And finally, at the end, some kind of smaller, more focused changes. And yeah, so this one was kind of really developed in the matter of around an hour towards the end. So it doesn't have maybe all the functionality that we wanted, but it's still a really good prototype. And we go over to the final one.
And I just want to mention on that last one as well. Massimiliano was able to integrate a cool summary function as well as for the commits as well. He was able to get it to work with over 1 gigabyte worth of commit information, and so he spent a lot of time optimizing on that. And I just want to shout him out for that.
There we go, perfect. All right, so this one's kind of interesting for my first coding effort. I don't have my reading glasses here.
This one. And just put my close.
This one? Yeah, there we go. All right, so we use one of the other, this is right initially, what? Oh, it's off.
Oh, really?
Right now, does that work? Okay, there we go. All right, so this one here, we chose a few, it's very easy just to request to be able to take into various different text files and URLs to create a graph. So we just use one of the, sorry, there it is.
Yeah.
Yep. Go in, this pulls in, goes and shows you the status. We pull in a text file we pulled together. We did use one of the chat engines to create these various different text files, but it shows you the status being pulled in. Different ones related to different sources. We did have a problem here as it expands, it adds a lot of different data fields and trying to get the engine to condense them, to pull them out. But you can cover over and actually look at the specific detail and the research that's being pulled together. I added a few more here. Wanted to make it different here, so there's differences of skiing, surfing, and walking in different areas around the world. Water skiing has different variability. So it gets to be very complex, pull together on it. A little more time trying to coding would pull together. I added websites in. Just do CNN. Hang up, there we go. It doesn't like my URL. Well, at any rate, it will work for center URL here. Wonderful news today. It did start out to being a political analysis tool, and then we went back. That's why it has skiing and surfing on it. Thank you.
There we go.
There we go. Thanks.
No.
So it pulls in all the various different fields. And you can ask your question here is, let's just say, skiing. Going to filter out the details of how many relevant fields do you have, details of the various different text. You can drill down into the different concepts. So the relationship, because there were multiple fields added to this. You can reference back to where they came from. And then give you a few little key relationships relating. That's the fifth one. Oh, we don't have to do the...
All right, thank you so
should
much.
we show the bonus one or not? We did get that
no,
one.
you don't need to do that one. Do the judges have any questions? I probably just one question. Anybody have a question for this team? No? Okay. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great job. Great job, you guys. Okay, so the next team up is actually
There we go.
Unbound. Okay.
I need to bring my computer.
Okay. So while Unbound go grab their laptop, can kids also get ready with your laptop and everything? So, by the way, this is when I'm calling these teams up, it's not any particular order. So don't read into it. Okay. So for Unbound, I don't actually know how many people's on that team. And the fact that he didn't have his laptop here, he probably thought he was not one of the first 5. I'm sorry? Okay, sure. So the other two teams, Sacred Gamer and Ivalina, to you guys, if you could also get your laptop prepared, that would be very helpful. Please, come on up. In the meantime, the judges can judge the last team and put all your scores in. Are you the only person on your team? Yes. So you're a team of one? Yes. Okay. Unbound is actually a team of one. So solo, yes. You ready? Okay. So speak into the mic.
My name is Krishna, and I'm the solo participant. I mean, the reason I didn't have laptop because I didn't think that I'll be qualified to present here, but let me show what I did. This is my first time to participate in a hackathon. I'm not a coder. I'm a product manager, completely non-technical. But I came here to just show up and experience the whole day. So this is the first one, which is a visual memory search. So here, as you can see, I uploaded like 4 screenshots for testing. And when I was testing this app, I searched Instagram post, I commented, and then clicked search. And then as you can see, out of different screenshots that I have here, it gave different percentage of matches, as you can see. The reason it gave low percentage matches because in the confidence, I selected very, very low confidence so that I don't want it to be very stringent because I was just testing it. So as you can see, when I put Instagram post, I commented, out of all those 4, it gave the Instagram in the first one. So now let me try something else. So now, as you can see, when I searched, can I see a map out of those 4? It turned out that the map screenshot had the highest percentage match compared to others. So this is a visual memory search that I tried. And so basically, I used Cursor. And with the help of Google API Assistant 2.5, I was able to do a quick thing and then try to deploy in Replit. So this is what I tried today. So this is the first one. And going to the second one. So this is the Slack Pulse dashboard. So here, again, this is the first time I tried Slack API integration. And this is the Buildathon app I created. And as you can see, there are 4 messages here. So one is, so out of these 4, you have 2 messages, which is great and super cool, slightly positive, and others 2 are neutral. So these are the 4 messages, and then here I keyed in the Slackbot token and the channel ID, and then when I click on the analyze channel, so it gave basically the total number of messages as 4, and as you can see, 2 messages are positive and 2 are neutral. And it also gives you some kind of a graph where green is positive and gray is neutral. So this is the second one. And then this is the third one. So here it's a new universal knowledge graph builder where I came up with a very basic sample text file. I opened, and then here, as you can see, it's building the graph visualization. And let me try this again. Anyway, I'll get back to that. So this is a code line time machine, which I tried here. So I already connected to a repo here from my GitHub. And then here you have these try questions, like what was your biggest recent change? And there is a small, AI assistant app chat box where you can ask any questions. So if I ask this, it goes to the repo and then, sorry. There's a connection issue here. Hope there is some API key issue. But anyway, so this is one thing that I tried. And then let me look at the other one. So I tried building from these two computers. So this is the last one. And I apologize, for messing it up a little bit, but okay. So this is the last one where when I choose the file, I'm not able to see this. So here I uploaded a morning exercise audio file in the morning. So, and then when I click on this, it generates a basic slide of the audio file, and it also has a download functionality for downloading the PowerPoint. So this is one thing that I tried. But yeah, these are all the 5 projects I submitted. So this is the PowerPoint. So I came up with a 1.5 minute audio file, and then it gave you these slides as downloading the PowerPoint. But yeah, again, these are all the 5 projects that I tried. Just want to showcase, and I thank Buildathon for giving me this opportunity. Again, didn't expect to be here, but thank you again.
All right, thank you so much. Can kids? All right. So make sure you're speaking into the mic. And while somebody set up the laptop, somebody else.
No, we are.
No, use the microphone.
Hello, we are.
Turn it on, yeah.
Hello, we are CanKid. We are a team of 3, and these 2 excellent ladies from Seattle. I'm a native to the Bay Area. We're going to demo you the 5 projects that we done today. So first one, I don't need it. Okay, great. So first one, I'm going to show you the screenshot reader. For the judges, all of our project can be logging as demo. I know it's not secure at all. So I can sign in and start to drag whatever picture I have. Second, okay, so clean. And now I have more. Actually, the coding API was a little bit slow, but I will just type in something. So, anything red. See, now it's have the anything red that I put it in before. I happen to be the person with a lot of screenshot or any baby. Come on. See, now we got a baby. So, demo you that we can search the context because there's no text of baby, but actually this picture has been recognized. I really want to be thank you to the, this is done by Trey's solo. Thank you very much, and Anthropic API. Okay, next.
So CanKids actually is a nonprofit organization trying to create a Cantonese community for the kids that grow up in America. That's it.
Oh no. Start mirroring.
Okay. Cool. So this is the voice to presentation, and I use the prompt that it will look like Spotify. And so my presentation voice will be, can you explain what is MCP server? So then it will capture my voice, and then it can generate a slide deck. So. And then we can preview as HTML. And also, I prepare to upload a audio file that is 3 minutes, and then it will also generate. So while it's running that, we can move faster to the next one, which is employee engagement pulse. The UI looks like this one compared to the Spotify one because I spent too much time on the first one. And also this one, I spend more time on understanding how a Slack works instead of coding. So I use a very old channel that I created a long time ago, and then today I just like pushing some dummy data, and then ask GPT to like create some different engagement. So we have about like 5 to 6 channels here, and we can select a different channel. I think the general one may have, okay, so I'm not sure what's going on this one. Yeah, I think it might run into some problems here, but I can come back a little bit later. So then this one is a 3 minutes slideshow, and then I think we can pick another one and then generate a slideshow. And for this employee one, I'm not able to popping up the data at this point. Let me see. So this one is another like 3 minutes prompts, which is a little bit geopolitics issue, but then yes. So I will let Jack present the fourth project.
I forgot to mention that our 3 team member, my name is Jack, and this is Yumiko, and this is Sherry. And let me try to put it in back. The project 4 I'm using is actually thanks for the generous where is my, is using the Replit. Actually, it's very smooth from the AI coding to the deployment. I have to highly praise about this. So this one, just to save you some time, I already pre-login, also login judges demo. And here I just added 2 repository. One is my funny app. The other one is David's context engineering, showing people how to do the different contexts while asking the AIs. So in the beginning, we can just say when did the repo start? Something like that. I'm sorry about that. My searching one is see here, based on history period, the repo started at this time, so we can question what's the repo about. I can also see not only the repos we entered, but also the timeline and what did the people do, on which day, also the ownership, telling which file is commit by which author. Looks like David is a superstar. And the complexity can also analyze how many files has low complexity or high complexity. And I already demoed you the Q&A. So with this regard, I will pass the microphone to the project 5, Sherry.
Entire screen.
Entire. This one you can quit. Yeah, you're on.
Hi everyone, my name is Sherry. This is the app for the Universal Knowledge Graph Builder. The graph part itself is lacking a little bit of the relations because I tried to build it and it's turned out to be a little bit time consuming. Maybe I just got very large file. So this is more focused on building the text chunk vector store embedding and then also the getting the Q&A. So I could start with, let's say, getting in the articles for RAG system related. And it handles multiple files at once. And then after that, we could just build the knowledge graph. And then after that, it shows you the text chunks of this. And then going to Q&A, this is connecting to the Anthropic API for the response. We could say like the future of maybe rec. Okay, now it's searching the actual knowledge base. And yes, and this is the answer for that. And on the bottom, it's kind of like at the sources of what this response is referencing. Thank you.
So I searched a little bit for the Slack. One is just complaining the Slack account is inactive, so then the API is not able to fetch. And I'm curious, should I present the 6th project right now, or?
We can.
Or after? Now? Now?
So you're saying that the 5th project is
The
not...
6th one.
You weren't able to... How many? Sorry.
We already tried to present 5 projects.
Then you're done, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Any questions for the team by chance?
I know it's cool that you use I know it's cool that you use Solo, Trey, and Replit, and Streamlit, which I guess as Snowflake hosts would be happy to see.
Yeah.
Do you wanna? I'm not gonna ask you to pick your one favorite, but let's say like pros and cons of the different stacks you're using. It's really cool that one team did all of these things.
And I also using client in VS Code, so we all using different stack.
I'm not going to say that my favorite one, but I will say that because in the AI era, we will need to do a lot of iterations of the code. So whatever company can make the deployment of different stage very smoothly will win the market.
What's your experience? She actually just picked up a Streamlit today, so it's very impressive.
I also just my knowledge kind of like still was with Copilot because my company used Copilot, and I just started to explore Cloud Code a few days ago thanks to the sponsor of like the $100 credit, and I found it super duper amazing. Yeah, I've been like and also like the Streamlit and all that. It actually introduces many different approaches of architecture for me to choose and expose, and then I could further do research before I started to implement the approach that I prefer. So it's very amazing for also knowledge expansion.
And it's my first time to use Replit to do the deployment. The past 2 hours, I've actually busy with the deployment rather than working on the apps. But then I really appreciate because I did most of the front-end work at my day-to-day work. So the RapRay is actually something I will spend more time in the next near future. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Evelina, I think I'm pronouncing your name right, or Evelina? Evelina, okay. Are you a team of one? She is a team of one. Yay. And please hold the mic to your mouth.
Okay.
Really close to your mouth.
Okay, hi. No? Okay, yeah. Hi. I am very glad to be here. I did not expect to be in the finalists. I flew from Europe like a day ago, and I'm super jet lagged. So I'm sorry that I'm a bit slow. So that's the first one, the visual memory search. I'll just add a file that I zipped a few of my screenshots. It will process it at some point. So all of these, I use Cloud Code mostly, and they are all deployed on Google Cloud Platform because that's what I knew to do fast. And when it processes screenshots, I can ask, I know that there is a Laravel app graph in one of them. So I'll just search for that, and it will process it. It will give me score of the confidence, and then it will explain what's on that image. It's quite basic, but it does the job quite good. So second one, the Knowledge Graph Explorer. Just let me reload it because I open it as the start point of Google Cloud Run is a bit slow on the first load. So maybe I'll leave that loading until I do the code time machine one. So that's the code-based time machine one, and I loaded here one of my very, very simple repositories. And when I ask it to analyze the repository, it will give me the main purpose, contributors, key features. It will list me the configuration, the timeline. Then I have a query where I can ask questions, like I can ask what happened in commit whatever that I do not remember, so I can come back here and check, like this one. And it will give me a simple explanation of what happened at that point of time. So the knowledge graph, let's get back to this one. Here you can choose a file. I just actually made it create me a simple test file, which is all about Tesla for some reason. And it will process it, analyze all the information. I don't know how visible that is, but it's actually quite good graph. And here I can come and add URL as well. I can ask questions, and it will summarize me the document. And what's left? Yes, voice to slide. So voice to slide is also can use a file. It can also use a recording. You can record my voice. I just created one Google Crowd presentation, simple voice that I'll upload to it. And it should process a few slides from it and create an HTML that I can download. And I lost count how many are these. Visual memory, code base. And what was the last one? Ah, the Slack thing. Yes. Okay. So I can get that HTML, and here you can see that it created a simple but a nice presentation about Google Cloud Platform. I'm just studying for their exam, so that's what I need to do. And last but not least, the Slack. It's a bit limited because I can't add a Slack instance where I'm not an admin, so I just created a new one and I added 20 random messages in it. But if you synchronize it here, you see the social channel. You can choose which channel to check. Like this one doesn't really have many messages, but this one here does. It has sentiment, timestamps, actions. You can see the risk score, and technically you would have an actionable time insights if there were more messages, but I just didn't have time to impersonate female person and add more data to it. And I think that's it. Thank you.
What was your strategy as a team member of one jet lag person? Did you work on the project sequentially or in parallel?
Well, I started all of them at the same time in the very beginning. I used Replit, Manus, and Cloud Code. And I got what Replit and Manus did from the zip files, and I iterated to it through Cloud Code until it was workable. It was working on my machine, then deployed it in 5 different terminals, and all the same time, basically.
That's amazing.
Yeah, I'm still amused that it worked.
All right, thank you so much. And which country did you just fly in from? Was it Portugal? Or?
Based in Portugal, but I came from Greece.
Okay. So she flew in from Portugal. I remember your application. And she wrote, I will be there. All right, so we actually have two more teams. I apologize. We actually have 2 more teams. Sacred Gamer, or I guess the Discord name is Sacred Gamer, and then the other team is Secret Agent. So if Secret Agent can prepare, get your laptop ready, that would be great. But Sacred Gamer is, come on up, Sacred Gamer.
Sorry for a lame Discord ID only. Hello all, I'm Mukul, and here's my team. We were officially supposed to be Vibe as a service when we started this application. By mistake, our team name was officially Mukul, my name, and then we are invited with Sacred Gamer over here. So pretty cool, though. Yeah. All right, so I'll just give Milind some time to set it up.
Do you want to introduce your other teammate there?
Please come. So just a small fun fact, we are family. I'm Mukul, she's my wife Sapna, and he's my brother Milind. We all live together, work together. I got into Gen AI and then I forced both of these guys that you have to do this. She's a really good Java developer, but she has been doing Gen AI for past few months, won few hackathons as well earlier. And you're an engineer at Hitachi, right? Yeah. Perfect.
Yeah. Hello everyone, and we'll start with the Knowledge Graph Builder application first.
First of all, we put a lot of efforts in the UI, and we also did data federation. So on the left-hand side, you can see two panels. One is Global Graph Network, which is data for all of the users. This we just added so that we could show you, like there are, like for multiple people, the graph data will be different. So you have the zoom in, you can see the graphs, and you also have a query builder where you can actually create nodes, create relationships, and you can add data directly from here. And the other thing is you go to the next panel, that is the personal knowledge graph. This is where users can upload the documents, URLs, and specific things just for their profile. So as you can see, the number of entities here is 11, whereas the globally it is around 78. Now, if we upload a text file, and I have this galaxy.txt prepared. So this essentially goes, connects to the Neo4j Aura DB that we have hosted in cloud. It goes there, it uses Gemini Flash 2.5 to find the entities and relationships, and then it adds on to the graph. Now, it takes a bit of time, so you need to refresh it. But essentially here you can see the entities have increased, the relationships have increased, and the graph data has been added. Similarly, if you want, you can actually ingest from multiple URLs as well. And I'll just take a sample URL right over here. And we can ingest from the URL. Same thing, you'll see the graph increase, size increase. Similarly, you can ask questions related to the GraphQL that has been ingested. And again, we use an LLM to answer this question based on the knowledge graph data. Additionally, we also created a concepts tab, which shows you what type of entity types we have in the DB, plus the relationship types. And this is how we have built the knowledge graph builder. Additionally, if you want, if I log out and log in as a different person.
Shout out to MongoDB, all our backend auth and everything. Full of data is coming from MongoDB over here.
Yeah, so data federation, we used MongoDB JWT tokens. And as you can see here, for this particular person, the personal knowledge graph is different because they have not uploaded any files, but for the other person, it was about 79. So yeah, this is the graph DB.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah. So this is the code-based time machine. So I have just used a GitHub repo over here. And if we analyze it, so this is the history of the code base. And over, just a second, this side you can, sorry. Okay, sorry. And this side you can see the authors. This is a pie chart which shows that these are the authors, and the number is the number of commits they have made. Then if we scroll down, so this is like the time in which they have committed. Like this is for just from 26th May to 11th August, so we can see just one bar. And then if we come down, we can ask AI anything like, can you please explain the last commit? And then it will give its answer. Yeah, so yeah, there's something that it's related to something. Okay. Yeah. So
You won't get into the details.
correct. So this was this one. Next, second is visual memory search. So this is the screenshot one. So I have already attached a folder in this, which has 10 screenshots in it. And suppose I want to see anything related to deep neural network.
Shout out to Andrew NG for this.
It takes a bit of time. Yeah. So here the first one is deep neural network, and it gives a perfect 100% score. And as we come below, the last one says, ever wondered how Instagram exactly knows what you like? So the screenshot asks this question, which implements there's a recommendation system that's commonly powered by deep learning. So it's somewhat related. That's why we got a score of 30%. So next.
We can upload another document full of
Yeah.
images and we can do that as well.
Yeah, that pipeline is a bit time consuming, so we'll skip that, but we can obviously upload the files. Milind, can you switch the laptop? Yeah, perfect. Just a second. All right. Allow, yeah.
Takes a second or two just to connect.
It's mirroring, right? Yeah. Perfect. So this is one of our applications, voice to presentation generator. We added some extra flair to it. So you have two options, two ways to record your audio over here. First is the live, where we are using Web API directly, which most of these browsers like Chrome and Firefox already have. So this is pretty fast. It transcribes in live. And second is high accuracy. I mean, over here we are using Gemini audio API. We could have used Gemini live API, but connecting a bi-directional web socket in such short time is pretty hard. So we didn't do that. We kept it quite simple. We have one more feature to add images. So, I mean, if you make PPTs, you want images, right? So you can upload images. I hope it works. It didn't. Oh, okay, I'm in the wrong folder. Yeah, okay, I'll just use this. So I have this mobile app which I had built, and this guy is supposed to be the mascot of it. Okay, it changed. I'll just intro slide. Or I can give some kind of a description which LLM will later use to understand what this image is and be able to put that in the PPT. So I can upload 7 or 8 images as well, how much ever we want, right? So let's try live once. While visiting the site. Build me a PowerPoint presentation to help me promote my mobile app called Lexi, the accent builder app. The cost of this app is $15 a month. It's available on App Store, Play Store, and also on web. It rates users with respect to their accent, helps them pronounce, etc. So this can go for long, but I'll just stop it for now. I think I added some few more elements to it, but that's okay. So this should work on the PPT generation part. So two things we are doing over here. We are using, I have a philosophy and I would love to share it over here. LLMs work very well with Python packages. I mean, MCP agents are good, but LLMs understand packages. So that is what we are also using. Python-PPTX is the PowerPoint library which we are using in the backend to help create the PPT version. So you have your speaker notes at the bottom, the top slide part, multiple, I mean, I just give one image, so that's it. Option to download PDF. We could have also had like download, PPTX format since we were using that library already, but we didn't do that. One issue, speaker note shouldn't have been here, but yeah, we'll work on that. That's all about this one. And next, I'll move to Employee Engagement Pulse. So this is the Slack app, and I would like you guys to cut some slack about the efforts, what we were able to make over here. This is the hosted one. So what managers can do is obviously, like Milind showed already, we have login set up. This account has access or the manager privileges. So since you guys are cutting me some slack, so I'll switch my tab and come to localhost. Because sometimes, for some reason, the deployment, there's an issue with the connectivity. So yeah, this is, I guess, the localhost one. I hope it works. Connects with your, let me press this button here. Perfect. Slack integration. Okay. Wait, is it redirecting on the wrong file? No, it's on the this one, okay. Yeah, I'll try once again, last shot. Okay. Can you connect this? I'll just describe the application. I mean, it should have worked, right? We tested just 5 minutes ago. So you'll be able to connect multiple Slack, is it channels? I'm not sure. I'm more of a Discord guy. So you can connect multiple of your Slacks over here. The manager would have access to integrate and connect different channels. You will have option to select those. Whatever you select, that would be integrated. And on the second view, the dashboard view, you would see all cool graphics which we had built. Do you have a screenshot? All right, I'll just like to point out, do you see this curve over here? The well-rounded curve? I'll challenge or invite all of you to try to implement this with 100% vibe coding. So it took me more than an hour just to have that shape. I wasted a lot of time doing that, but that was something which I wanted, to have the sidebar and the top bar to act like just one piece, which it isn't. Did it happen? No? Okay, one last shot so that we don't waste any of the time over here, not even the local one. For this one, you'll have to believe. Yeah, please believe us. We worked really hard, spent too much time, created a Slack channel as well. This was working 10 minutes ago, right? Oh, yeah. Let's see. I think we'll have to restart it. The 517 for server. All right. I mean, if any questions, please do ask. If this works out, I'll love to show all of you. I'll put it in Discord, maybe a small video of this app working. Probably to do with, yeah. All right. Thank you. So this is our team. Vibe as a service. Thank you all.
Thank you. Any questions from the judges? No? Okay, all right. And of course, last but not least, secret agent, come on up. And I do want to explain the reason. So we noticed that not all of the demos were deployed in the cloud, which then would not qualify. And so we added the 16. You guys want to say a few words while you're setting up? There's an on button.
Hey everyone, we're secret agents and somehow snuck in as a 6 team, so thank you for that. And we all just met on the Discord earlier, so it's the first time any of us meeting each other in person or working together. And I'm Mark.
I'm Juan.
I'm Sophia.
I'm Alec.
Cool.
Great, thank you everyone. So this is the screenshot analyzer. Here we've got an S3 bucket full of screenshots. It's just at the minute got 2 screenshots in it. One of my Discord and many tabs, and another one of my VS Code. And so we click this button here, then it kicks off a job to analyze the screenshots. And while this is going, I can kind of show you what's happening in the back end. So in the back end, we've created an agent with this library called Buildathon.AI. And there's just a prompt there to say that you're a screenshot analyzer, extract the structured metadata from the each of the images. And then here we've defined the metadata that we want from the images. So like one of the things we've defined is primary application. So here we're like saying, okay, main application, is it Visual Studio, Google Chrome, Terminal, and giving it some examples, as well as like various other metadata about the images that we want to try and extract. Then, okay, so now it's finished executing. So here we've got like a table of all our information about the images. So you can see here it's extracted the application type, like a description of what the image was. And then here now we can do a search through for the images. So we could just do, obviously, just like a normal search through the, based on the text, but we can also do a search of, like a natural language search. So here, if I search find screenshots, so I'm typing with one hand, of VS Code. So here, none of the information in the text says VS Code. We have Visual Studio Code, but not VS Code. But hopefully, we should still be able to find that image in that, and then it's populated that as the image that we found. yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry, I'll take this.
Hello, everyone. My name is Sophia. I came here from Boston. 3 weeks ago, I quit my six-figure job to be a full-time funder. This is because I've seen how powerful AI can be in helping us build. So I took a leap of faith to do this. And participating in this event today only made me a firmer belief of how AI can really accelerate us. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you guys to the Universal Knowledge Graph Builder that we built. So the first tab here, you can upload a document. Let's see. Any TXT files can be uploaded here, and it's going to show you what encoding it is. So any encoding of TXT files can be uploaded here, and then it also takes URLs. For example, we can say we want to know something about Buildathon.AI. You can extract the content here. And after that's all done, we can click on the Create Knowledge Graph button, which is going to essentially create a graph database in Neptune on AWS Bedrock. Cool. And we can also take a look at the graph visualization. You can choose from like how many nodes we want to display to see how each node is connected to each other, and the connection heat map shows like the nodes that are more heavily connected versus the ones that are not. You can also adjust how many numbers of nodes you want to display to see how much information you want to display. And with this graph rag, you can ask questions about what knowledge it has in the knowledge database. So maybe we can ask something about who is hosting Buildathon? And it did show us the correct information. Buildathon is hosted by AI Fund and DeepLearning.AI. And it also shows the source of where it pulled the information from, which, by the way, thank you for doing that.
Let me try that one more time. Okay. All right, sorry about that. So here is I already had some channels in there. Slack employee engagement pulse. And like other people, I had to create new Slack channels. So here we have one that's very positive. And we can analyze it. And you'll see here that we have a burnout risk. We've aggregated up by week. There also shows it by day. And then there's some actionable insights. And then I also have a negative channel. And I think I may have hopefully cut this. No, let me get the other one too. Here's a very negative one. And we can add it and we'll see the effect that it has adding it. And you can see here now there's burnout alert detected, and the overall sentiment is a lot more negative. And then now we'll go over to the voice to slide generator. So you can use a pre-recorded audio file, or you can record audio. And so I'll try that now. Hi, I'm Mark Watson. I'm founder of Airbolt, and we let you securely call LLM inference APIs right from your app with just a SDK in 2 lines. And it's perfect for a demo because everyone just showed all of their Vercel and Replit URLs, and people can just abuse the backend APIs. I actually didn't plan to do this one. And now I'll transcribe it and make a slide. And then behind the scenes, we're using Whisper for transcription and then Claude for generating the content, and then we're rendering it as HTML slides. And so here you can see, here is the slides and speaker notes. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Juan. I'm going to present the code-based time machine. So this is the webpage to get insights about GitHub repos. So we have here, I pre-populated some popular repos so you can get started without typing. So I, for example, have the Microsoft terminal, and then we can ask what's this repo about. And it's going to go off and analyze the repo. We'll clone it and analyze it, and then it's going to give you a result there. We can check some popular trending repos and try something else. Maybe we can ask something else. What was the last feature? Made in this repo. And it will go and analyze the repo and give us an answer. Here we go. And well, something quick note about the backend. I implemented some caching, so the most popular repos or recently used repos for the last few days will be cached. So there will be for different users that are going to be requesting information about popular repos. That's going to be faster. And down here we have useful information like metadata, how many commits, how many contributors, how old is a repo, and so on. Yeah, thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you so much. Great presentation to all of the teams and individuals. Now, I know that this was our first Buildathon, and we did run into some technical difficulties. I do apologize for that, and we promise to do better next time in terms of making sure that everything works and the judging is fair, etc. I think the important thing is that everyone had fun. Now, while the judges, have you guys all submitted your scores? Okay. Can everybody double check that they filled out every one? Okay. So while the judges are doing that, I want to, let's see, where's the laptop? Where's our laptop? So as everybody know, there are 5 prizes, okay? And so we're going to announce the winners in just a little bit. Now, the Neo4j award, though, that is one that was kind of separate from the general competition. And so the Neo4j team received quite a few submittals, and they said it was a very, very tough choice, from my understanding. And but they did pick a winner. But I don't know if that team is still here, which is sort of a bummer. But hopefully they are. But any questions while we're waiting for my laptop? Any questions for any of the judges or anything? Okay. All right. Okay. So, okay, I actually like to have the Neo4j Jason to come up so we can present that particular award first. Allison, Yolande, please come on up. This is the trophy. And there is a $500 Amazon gift card for the best use of a knowledge graph for information representation and retrieval. So do any of you want to say anything about the winner you selected? I don't know if they're still here, but
hopefully they're still here. I will say it was very, very tough judging, and we all actually took a little bit to determine the winner. And one of the things that was really interesting for us around the winner was how they leveraged the vector index within the Neo4j graph. So that was sort of what put them over the edge for me. So, and are we ready to announce who they are?
So one thing that we did in our judging that was a little bit different than the judging that we did just now was we went through a lot of people's code. So we also took code quality into consideration. So we're very tired.
There was a lot of cipher review in the code, but it was really fun for us to also see how different people were able to leverage the tools that you had today to come up with some very robust and really graph sensitive code, which was really great. So really well done, everyone.
okay, and the winner is Team Async. Are you guys here? So her teammates, come on up. Say a few words.
Oh, it's so honored. You know, the thing is, 2 of my team member, they left. Oh no. They actually come up with a framework, preparatory, like this cloud code or something. Yeah. We come up with this framework, and they do that. But because we are not able to submit, and they said they lose and they gone. Oh no. Oh, I said yeah. So I make sure I let them know.
Yes, please, here, come.
Oh.
You have to come accept on the behalf of the team. So I don't know if
can you give us a picture?
Yes, exactly.
And there's the $500. Oh, yeah. I'll let them know.
I think Dan will take a photo. We should stand in front of the chairs, yeah?
Oh my God.
What's your name?
Teresa.
Thank you so much.
All right, that was great. Yeah, I was like, wait, your team left because they were so disappointed, but then they actually won. So, okay, and next, oops, sorry. So next, I want to talk about the Best Design Award, and Eli is like going, we're not ready to tell you who the winner is yet. Are you able to tell me any of the winners yet? Okay. We got the design? Okay. Has it been sent to me? Okay. I can't see. All right, so the best design team was Sacred Gamer. So come on up. So in fact, Sacred Gamer was also, I think they almost won the Neo4j award too, right? So great job. Please come on. And actually, Audrey, if you don't mind coming up and taking a picture with them, here you go. Go ahead, hold that. It's a little heavy. Yep. Here's your gift card as well. Okay. All right. So the next one is actually the second place award. And I'm still waiting for the results. Can you slack it to me, please? So the second place award basically is to the team that got the second highest points across the 5 projects. And so this is taking an average of what the judges determined. So just give me a second. All right, second place. 2 coders and a finance guy. So please stand. Okay, here you go. Can I have Dwarak and also Yad, come on up. And here's the Amazon gift card. Yes. All right, good job, you guys. That was great. And so to present our next award, the Solo Participant Award. So if I could have Gary and Ofer come up to present that award, I think it probably, thank you. Evelina. So you came all the way here.
Wow, thank you.
Congratulations.
And you can use Amazon there, right? We'll get you something else. If all right, picture. All right, and so now, last but not least, I'm going to have Andrew and also Michele come on up to present the first place award. And I think this one goes to the Pathak family, Sacred Gamer. So congratulations to all of our winners. I'm going to have Andrew stay up here and just make some closing remarks. And dinner is ready in the dining area. So time to network and have fun and meet some new friends.
So thanks a lot, all of you, for coming on this Saturday to spend the whole day coding with us, having conversations, playing. I had fun. I'm really grateful for Linda, Eli, team for organizing, and also for everyone's participation. I want to leave you with one thought, which is, for a lot of the world, what you just saw today would be pretty shocking. that in an afternoon, teams can build 5, 6 products. And the other thing I want you to think about is, in terms of the future of software engineering, is not what could be done in 1 or 2 hours, which we just saw, and it's amazing, but with the capability to do this in a few hours, what can now be done in 2 weeks, or a month, or 3 months. Because I think the future of software engineering is not just an elite team like we saw today building something amazing in 2 hours. It is instead elite teams building something like this in a few hours, and they're going to use the feedback. And then a week later, or a day later, it's even more amazing. And another day later, it's even more amazing. And with teams of the caliber that we all saw here today, I think the future of software is going to be amazing. So a few times in my life, I feel like I've been privileged to see a little glimpse of the future before it was widely known to the whole world. I think all of us here today and on the live stream are seeing a glimpse of what the future of software will be like, and it will be incredibly fast execution, which if the teams had only another day to do this, think how much more amazing it would be another day after that. So I'm really excited to be participating alongside all of you in seeing and then also hopefully creating this wonderful future of software. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Andrew. Okay, so dinner's ready. Before I go, there is a set of keys up here. If someone lost their car keys. Oh, okay, Gary. All right, thanks so much. Please enjoy yourself down the hall. Thank you.